Sigma, Sigma, wrestler man, we'll edge together, getting home. Show them all your hunter eyes, that's what I call mocking. Now do the wrestler cause it's free, then mock him cause you knew with me. Sigma, Sigma with the cat, let our edging streak begin.
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in the cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Obi Trice, real name, no gimmicks.
Two trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Two trailer park girls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? 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 Guess who's back?
I've created a monster, cause nobody wants to see Marshall no more. They want Shady, I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want Shady, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of weed mixed with some hard liquor, some vodka that'll jumpstart my heart quicker than a shock when I get shocked at the hospital by the doctor when I'm not cooperating, when I'm rocking the table while he's operating. Hey! You waited this long to stop debating, cause I'm back, I'm on the rag and ovulating. I know that you got a job, Miss Cheney, but your husband's heart problem's complicating. So the FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They try to shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So come on and dip, come on your lips, fuck that, come on your lips, and some on your tits, and get ready, cause this shit's about to get heavy. I just settled all my lawsuits, fuck you, Debbie. Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. Little hellions, kids feeling rebellious, embarrassed, the parents still listen to Elvis. They start feeling like prisoners helpless, till someone comes along on a mission and yells, bitch! A visionary, vision is scary, can start a revolution, polluting the airwaves, a rebel. So just let me revel and bask in the fact that I got everyone kissing my ass, and it's a disaster, such a catastrophe for you to see so damn much of my ass. You ask for me, well I'm back. Fix your minutes and I'm tuning in, and I'm gonna enter in and up under your skin like a splinter. The center of attention, back for the winner. I'm interesting, the best things in wrestling, investing in your kids' ears and nesting. Testing, attention please. Feel the tension, soon as someone mentions me. Here's my 10 cents, my 2 cents is free. A nuisance, who sent? You sent for me? Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. A tisket, a tasket, I go tit for tat with anybody who's talking this shit, that shit. Chris Kirkpatrick, you can get your ass kicked worse than them little Limp Biscuit bastards. And Moby, you can get stomped by Obi. You 36-year-old boy that fag blow me. You don't know me, you're too old, let go, it's over. Nobody listen to techno, no let's go. Just give me the signal, I'll be there with a whole list full of new insults. I've been suspenseful with a pencil ever since Prince turned himself into a symbol. But sometimes the shit just seems everybody only wants to discuss me. So this must mean I'm disgusting. But it's just me, I'm just obscene. Though I'm not the first king of controversy, I am the worst things in Elvis Presley to do black music so selfishly and use it to get myself wealthy. Hey, there's a concept that works. 20 million other white rappers emerge, but no matter how many fish in the sea, it'll be so empty without me. Now
change and fry. Cold beer on Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio, glad to see sunrise. See the love in the woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child. And know a mother's love.
Good morning, dog! You doing good? Wow, nice! You're doing good! Wow! I have something important to announce! Wow! I'm... also doing good! Wow!
All right. We are back. Give me one quick second. There we go. All right. Nick Croner is now pretty cool dude. He's pretty cool dude. He's all right. He's an all right guy. Winner taking some L's for has now been pretty cool dude for a month, and they have this message. RIP HM2, screw Activision, who and their legal team smoke enough dope to think, the easiest PR win in a while is right here, and it's making us a bunch of money, end them all now, am sad now. Yeah, I don't know much about HM2, but I know they just got, like, absolutely ass blasted by Activision. They just ripped them apart. Now, Mark Limpa is a pretty cool dude, pretty cool dude, He's all right. All right. What the fuck happened? Oh, okay, so... a few days ago, I got a strike on the channel for a stream that we did a year ago. It was the Warframe stream. So, on paper, I should have been completely restricted from streaming, uploading, posting anything for 7 days. They ripped monetization away. It was a whole fucking thing. Well, earlier today, out of nowhere, they rescinded all that without any kind of gravitas. People just messaged me and said, oh yeah, memberships are back on. It's like, wait, what? And yeah, I checked the channel and strike was gone. So, you know, just saying. Flying Bowser's now pretty cool dude for a month. Still can't send Supa. That is weird. Let me try to... Yeah, that's right. It is only memberships right now. That is weird. Let me click something on my end over here. Doop. Trying to see if there's something on my end that I can click to turn it on. Yeah, no Supa. It's weird that memberships are on, but not Supas. That is super weird. Here. I'm just going to go straight to the Supers tab. YouTube has always been a motherfucker for no reason. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I literally just have to flip a switch. Yeah. All right, so I don't know if it's going to work immediately because I literally just turned them on. There was like a little switch I had to flip in one of the settings menu, but maybe. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. So I guess we're going to see? I don't know. Super's not on yet. It could legitimately be a thing where I have to end it and turn it back on. Was that a troll that reported you? No, I think it's a bot. Around election season, the bots on YouTube get super fucking bad. And this year's been election year. They got Hitcock45 a few months ago. Just out of the blue, they wrote up a new rule about gun videos, and he just got wiped off. So, your stream on Twitch, disgusting. Yeah, the Tuesday stream was on Twitch. It was on Twitch. I'm going to do a face reveal to 10 million subs. Maybe after 10 million, because at that point I can cash out and say, see you fuckers. You'll still give me shit when I play Dead Rising Remake and comes out. I'm going to give it a shot. I don't care if people say, oh, it's going to suck, or oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. I'm going to give it a shot. You know, I want to see what they do, what they add to it. You know, I'm going to be the guy who's willing to give it a shot and tell everybody, you know what I mean? Because I mean, fuck, I literally just sat down and replayed all of Dead Rising 1 because I got excited and it's like, you know, I'm gonna go do this. You know, remake comes out in September. May as well go through all of 1 again. And then I immediately started 2 and had to rip myself away from 2. Short of $2. You haven't mentioned how the Fox woman helped. Yeah, I had to make a big stink on Twitter where I was like, hey, YouTube just out of nowhere fucked me over for a stream I did over a year ago. And thankfully, Kirsch retweeted it and quote tweeted it. And He's like, yes, thank you. As many eyes and ears on as possible. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Just watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre and it has not aged well. First off, murdering people with chainsaws is literally illegal. Here, Marvel's vs. Capcom release date got leaked. Apparently, it'll come out in November. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Super's back? Okay, yeah, so it's literally just a thing of just go in and, I guess, refresh it? I don't know. Kier saves the day. Good girl. Yeah, there you go. Give her the credit. Give her the credit. She did good. Now the comic coming along. They're doing well. We have the side material coming up. The dockies are in the work. One is almost finished, and the other one is in the beginning processes. So that one won't take very long. The plan is to get the campaign up by September, and it'll be great. It'll be fantastic. I'll get a trailer out by then. And also, I have no jury duty for the rest of this week and next week. It's been a pretty good fucking day so far. It's been a pretty good fucking day. Joey Tron, $2. I've never been more back. Thanks, Fox Lady. Yeah. Saw a new Deadpool film. It was fucking awesome. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I sat down and showed my dad, my brother it, and it's a lot of fun. It's very fun. Bully the first time, Supa. YouTube went full draconian on all gun channels, wanted to be California compliant. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Flying Bowser, $5 now is working, not trying to doom post DVD and Blu-ray being discontinued. Is there any future physical media? Yeah. Just keep buying up physical as much as you can. Like, you'll be thankful you have it. Kim Jong, $2. Checking 1, 2, 3. Welcome back. Yeah, we are back. So horrors in the bathroom at work today. Tried watching Watchmen Chapter 1. Turned off. Art style is ugly. Honestly, Stippo deserved earlier access. Dead Rising Deluxe. Fucking G. Henry got a copy, and he hasn't made DR content in 3 years. The dead YouTube channel. Hell, I even put in applications like, hey man, if you give us a code, I'll fucking stream it. But whether it comes out or not, we're still probably gonna stream it. Burp for $2. Guys, the guy promoted to Grand Wizard. Alien's best horror movie because most of the first half of the movie is a crew pressing buttons and flicking switches, but they're fantastic buttons. They look very clicky. You watch VTuber Chibi Doki? I know a little bit about Chibi Doki. I don't know a lot though. Like I know they exist. Dankila killed his beard. Yeah. $35. Got back into 14 the last few days and finally finished Heaven's Ward patch content. Good night, sweet potato prince. Gone too soon. Physical media is not being discontinued. What the fuck is that guy talking about? And it's just the fear people have. Back to this dog shit site, but better than Twitch. Nick Calendra is finally getting backlash. It only took like 13 years for people to realize that game journalists deserve to be mocked and ridiculed. Yeah. Found 2 physical copies of Dead Rising 1 buried. Talk about luck. Yeah. If Yuki's a Robo-American, she's sitting in the back of the bus. She's not even American. Hey man, I wonder if $5. You know that Tango Games is back. The studio was bought by PUBG company. Apparently, was making Hi-Fi Rush 2. Yeah. I'm gonna wait to see how that turns out. I don't know. I got a bad feeling about that. Zen Dawson, $5 tall. I guess we're stuck on Twitch now. Kirsch, now this looks like a job for me. Yeah. She can take full credit for it. Fuck it. Yeah, we're not gonna give YouTube any credit. No credit. It's a non-stop relic grinding stream. Perish. How do I submit to play Dead Rising early? Pre-ordered already. It's specifically an access code for like marketing, so you have to like go to a contact Capcom site and put in an application.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Count Daigler is taking jabs at his divorce in his videos, implying it was not his idea to have it, and now has completely shaved his entire beard. Yeah, I noticed that. He did the Prince Philip video, which is a fun video, but then he started getting into like the monarchy takes, and that's why I'm like, oh, he's in like a bad place right now. So you became more of a Seinfeld girl or Always Sunny? Neither. Cooking shows. Sim Dust about $5. So apparently UK is one to enforce its laws on U.S. citizens. I laugh and wonder if King Charles might dissolve Parliament. Yeah, that's kind of been the funny joke so far. It's the fact England actually thinks it can extradite people for making fun of them online. You know, spending $5. Man, Modern Warfare Remaster multiplayer mod I was hyped for got a season to sort of right before release. Timeline sucks. Fuck Activision. Yeah. You and show a stream on Twitch on Tuesday. We had to for a very specific case of the strike was still not there yet. % Type 0 negative? Yeah, pretty good. To be fair, 20k people were playing Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster and most weren't influencers. Well, there you go. Maybe you can get an early access code. I mean, I put in an application just because I want to see if it'll actually go anywhere. I mean, the game comes out in like, what, 4 weeks? More like the UK is so bad, Dankler thinks the only way out is monarchy dissolves parliament. That motherfucker's brain is fried if he thinks that's going to fix a damn thing. It's like, in that Prince Philip video, he acknowledges the royal family had deep ties to the WEF, and now it's like, oh no, but if the royal family just dissolves parliament, things will be fixed. What the fuck are you smoking, you retard? Okay, shout out to Sir McKnight. He can't make it because of the Wi-Fi. There you go. We're going to give him a clap. Round of applause. Thoughts on Think Before You Sleep's weird schizo Twitter meltdown? Was that where you started, like, screaming about anime or something? Know where to find a power brick for a 360? Really miss my 360 sometimes. Probably like a TF Games or Game Exchange. Any of those kind of, like, not quite antique gaming stores, but they're kind of crossing that line into it. Blue Fire for $2 for the Foxy Lady who saved us from using Twitch. There you go. We give thanks. If Fear Hunter offered you a head, would you take it? No. On multiple reasons, no. Red chili or chicken chili? Probably chicken chili. Yeah, meltdown over anime, specifically a slime anime. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, the Think Before You Sleep. From my understanding, wasn't he, like, with Brittany Venti for a little bit? So he could actually just be upset that his girlfriend got a bunch of shit for being a retard. You see the Nux Taiga stuff? I don't know a lot about it. Like, from the little bit I saw, it kind of just looked like everyone involved in the story should probably be dead. Zodiac for $1, I had a dream you were streaming on this horrible place called Twitch, and it was weird and scary, but I guess it was a bad dream because you're back on YouTube. There you go. It was all a dream. Mark 9, I have $2 up, all glad to have you back. So you think it was the hater who reported you? What hater? But no. It was YouTube freaking out. As stated, every election season, the bots go nuts and start going after people left and right because they try to clamp down on anything that might be, I guess, unpleasant to have on the front page, even if it's completely apolitical. So the bots just start going after everything with zero fucking prejudice. 1-800 taking spells for $1. HM2 was a mod for Modern Warfare Remaster. Remastering Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer and remaster using the assets from the remaster campaign with new and cut content brought MWR to third best-selling game on Steam with how popular the hype was. It was going to come out tomorrow. Activision scum. Yeah, Activision's shit. Don't like how they changed the arrows in DR remake. I'm fine with the arrows. KJ Inafune made some great games. Jesus Christ, he nearly killed Capcom like DMC happened because of him. And Capcom's repeating history because they're openly talking about how they're trying to get more American women in the studios as game directors. So we're in the part of the Capcom slump where it's like, yep, all downhill from here. That's why I'm hoping Dead Rising Remaster is at the very least going to be fun and serviceable. Because, like, all right, that's going to be the cutoff point before every Capcom game afterwards just starts shitting its pants. Do I play Wolfenstein Youngblood again or the Bendy games? I never played the Bendy games, so at least that'd be a new experience. Can I stand up to Slim Shady even if I'm Hispanic? I think you could. I believe in you. I got an anti-commie rant from Dead Rising Remake. It wasn't a rant. It was a single line from Cliff, the hardware store psychopath. Because he goes, you know, you filthy communist scum, because he's having like a PTSD flashback and he thinks Frank is Viet Cong. So they changed that line. No erotica points. And that's about the only two major things they got rid of. Even then, calling the Cliff one major is like, well, I mean, line's there, but eh. They changed the butcher from being Chinese to just being a big fat white guy. And I'm trying to remember what else. Fuck. I know you now have arrows pointing at the platform you can climb up to shoot Carlito in the first fight. There's a few things. Speaking of Oz for $2, what's your cooking show you're watching? I'm not watching a cooking show. A guy asked a hypothetical based on the protagonist of the comic series we're working on. She would watch cooking shows. Also, Good Eats. Alton Brown all day. Brittany Venti peaked at HN. He Will Not Divide Us completely forgot about her until she got asked me at Gura. Yeah. Have you seen the Spaghetti Western TV show, that Dirty Black Bag from 2022? I didn't even know that was a thing. That could be cool. Yeah. Now with erotic points not being factored into pictures, you now have to do a gag shot for the Ken quest. Stairs to the safe area. I'm talking about stuff where it's like specifically changed and people are getting pissy about it. Because everyone agrees stairs to the safe area is a good thing. That's a universally beloved thing. Finally watched Extras first time yesterday. That's one more movie off the list. Now there's Predator in 2001 next. Do you have any movie recommendations? Chinatown, French Connection, some of the classic Bond movies. Many games are a mess gameplay-wise, but in terms of style and story, it's very interesting. Shane and the creators are scum. Gag shots are hard to get in OG Dead Rising. Yeah. Rumor Studios party may force him to step down. That'll help him. I take any hope I can get. I know the Japanese Prime Minister, Kishida? The one that's like shitting his pants right now and is trying to push a bunch of Japanese companies to get into bed with DEI, ESG shit. He's about to step down in September. So they censor Cliff PTSD and hating North Vietnam. Seems all the communist regimes seemingly can't critique the crimes of Ho Chi Minh and one of groups benefit to this. It's like, it's not like his entire speech has been changed. It's just the specific line where he calls you a filthy communist dog. That's still dumb, but like people are acting like the entire cutscene's different. It's like, no, he just calls you a filthy animal now. Which honestly, I kind of view that just a synonym for a communist. Gag shots are easy. Just put a mask on a zombie, plus you only need 300. Is it 300 for the Kent quest now? Because in OG Dead Rising, you need an erotica picture of at least 700. I think the difference between offensive and edgy humor, are they the same? They're the same, but it's all a matter of intent. Like, when South Park makes an edgy joke about a group of people, it's so over the top that even the group of people it's making fun of can laugh. An offensive joke is something specifically targeted to fuck with somebody and make them feel like shit. You know? Like, it is outright, like, stabbing at them. Do you have a streaming schedule? Kinda. I mean, it's Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, usually. Sorry for the politics, since there are still people in prison for Jan 6. Do you think Trump could gain a lot from promising and pardoning them and exposing they were kept locked up? If he doesn't do it, that'd be a major black stain on his record, because those people have been in solitary confinement for 4 years now. I think 2024 might just be the year I finally just give up. That's on Fallout New Vegas. People saying the Fallout show is not only a bad adaptation, but a subversion of the West. Shit like that is way too melodramatic. Like, dude, it's fine. It's not subverting the fucking West. It's not doing this, not doing that. Do you want to know the adaptation that actually pissed on the source material and shat all over it and got extremely fucking popular and people defend it for fucking 5 years straight? Goddamn The Boys. I'm never not going to be pissed about that. You know, it's like I'm sitting there like Ballad of Buster Scruggs going, oh, first time, huh? Even then, Fallout's not that bad. Basilisk, $5. Thanks for the great videos. Do you have any favorite science fiction army military organization? I like the Space Marines and Aliens. They were great. We had one Twitch stream and felt like weeks. Go show how shit Twitch is, yeah. Dead Alive review. It's one of Peter Jackson's older films for Lord of the Rings. Bad Taste, another one that's good too. Dead Alive's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Do you see the new Alien movie? Most of the negative reviews I've seen are just people mad they dropped the Prometheus and Covenant storyline. All right, so that's already a very, very good point of like, all right, Prometheus and Covenant do not exist. Thank God. Thank God. Just thought you'd think this is neat. My great-great-grandfather was mentioned in Outlaw Josie Wales. Chief Dan Dorge mentioned John Jumper among the chiefs that went to D.C. That is really cool. DeWolfie, 50 Fig Mines. A coffee for the winner, man. Welcome back. Yeah. Compelled to remind people Netflix House of Aim is a blight on us all. Yeah. Think you'll get the warning tag off your channel and actually get the play button? That's what we're going to see. We shall see in November. We heard the newest My Dress Up Darling chapter that got together. Yeah. It's official now. It's like we're in the end game. A lot of rom-coms are coming to an end this year. Fallout New Vegas fans taking anything against the game as a personal attack. It's not even against the game. It's just the fact of like, they decided they didn't like the show because it was made by Bethesda and they have to persist in the Obsidian-Bethesda war that none of the people involved in either company are even involved in anymore. It's like, it's this thing of like, dude, you can look at the show on its own merits and talk about it from there, but if you try to tie it into, and then here's how Bethesda fucked Obsidian over, it's like, yeah, we know, but it's been 15 years. I think My Dress Up and Uzaki are probably going to end soon then. Uzaki's on hiatus because the author was dealing with some health problems. My Dress Up looks like it's probably going to end pretty soon. Bear for $2. Covenant fans get the back of the bus. They're not even allowed on the bus. Movie collection's passed 700 titles this month. There you go. Yeah, Obsidian is the Obsidian that made New Vegas. Yeah, it's like that. That whole team has scattered to the wind. They're all doing their own thing now. Murray, stop playing with Gojo's emotions. Just ask him. You have not read the new chapter then, because shit gets pretty direct. Tropic Thunder review? That'd be great. That would be great. Anything happening on Tuesday stream? I wasn't there. I was still focusing on the Taiga stuff. We mainly played Mullet Mad Jack, which is really fun. Very, very good. Dropped by Castlevania by Netflix at the first episode because the lame atheist, the church was real evil direction. Well, like, first and second season are good. They are fun. Second season, you can cut out like 5 episodes and it'd be a lot better. Like, take the first season and like maybe the first, 5th, and final episodes of the second season, turn them into one 6-season series. There you go. That's all you need. When it started leaning way too hard into fucking vampire politics, that's when I had a bad feeling in my gut, because it's like, well, no one gives a shit about any of these people. Like, they're not as cool as you think they are. None of them are any actual characters from the game, or even if they're named after them, they're completely different from who they were in the game. And it's all this dumbass wannabe Game of Thrones shit where they're all talking about, well, here's how we're going to plan out our killing of humans. It's like, who the fuck cares about this? Bethesda never hated New Vegas or Obsidian to begin with. New Vegas fans just find any way to justify their hatred even if it's completely made up. I'm actually gay, no joke. Might become a DI hire in the future. I don't think I'm the type of gay. They want positive representation, make a lot of race jokes. I don't think you're a robot. Fucked over my FF7 save by going to Wutai 10 levels under the boss. Now I have to restart and go do Midgar a third time. Long story's a good thing. I like Midgar. Josh Stewart is the only one still at Bethesda, and he still checks his bed every night, looking to think Baldur's Gate 3 is going to get him. Or the newest thing Disney's pulling. I know they tried to say that a guy can't sue them because his wife died at one of their parks because they were subscribed to Disney Plus. And even the guy's lawyers were like, we have no idea why they thought that would work. Chris Evans even said they had a good working relationship with Bethesda. Yeah. Should I go back to his work schedule now, or his coworker can't pass license tests? I don't know. We're so used to the Tuesday one now. Wasn't the guy the one that died? I don't know. I thought it was the guy's wife that died. I disagree. The fact Fallout Show was sent in the West Coast with NCR destroyed and a threat of fucking up Vegas seems explicitly spiteful. Dude, there were plans to fuck up the NCR as far back as Van Buren, which was before New Vegas. What's your Twitch name? You stream on Twitch again? It's right there on the stream. It's Tallywhacker Supreme. We have legal precedent for that not working because, and I quote, no one reads terms and conditions. Facebook tried that a long time ago and they lost. Well, it's a thing of like, if it explicitly causes a death, you can't argue, but my TOS or my this or my that. It's like, no, there's a death involved. That supersedes a corporate agreement because that turns into a legal thing. Mount Etna erupted in Sicily, so give our Sicilian bros our prayers because apparently it's bad. Ooh, boy. How much for you not stream on Twitch again? We need to make sure YouTube never fucks with us again. Hear about the massive data breach? Yeah, apparently just everybody across the entire country's social security numbers got leaked. Like, just fucking everybody. Everyone's social security numbers are now compromised. And now everyone's making the same guess of, oh, I bet there's going to be a shitload of illegals that show up with fucking social security numbers they ripped off the internet or something. She died from allergic reaction to what she ate at Disney Springs. Gotcha, okay. Not to mention terms and condition only works on the streaming service and not the parks. Yeah, it's like the best part of that story is just reading about how the guy's lawyers were like, we had no idea why Disney thought this strategy would work. It's honestly kind of embarrassing. What were they hoping to gain? Even if Disney Plus didn't negate a wrongful death suit, how would that make them look good? Yeah, it's like... Bethesda and Obsidian are on positive working terms, given they're both in the iron grasp of Daddy Microsoft. Yeah. Wasn't it a data vendor that fucked up? Honestly, who knows? There's so many different avenues for shit to be broken into and leaked out. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if half the country's entire personal information, I guess, file was leaked out years before even this. Well, identifying EFO leaked just in time for illegals to vote in the election. Yeah, that's pretty much what everyone's saying. You just throw crap on the boys comic, yet they praise the show like no tomorrow. I'm still mad, very mad. Yeah, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. So Trump is going to demake Kamala 2 times in September? I guess so. Even in Vegas itself, they speak how the MCR and the Legion are going to fail. People just want to complain. Yeah, like, they made a point the NCR was too stretched out. The Legion was not meant to last very long. Like, the ideas in the show were not the part where you can complain, at least to me. It's like how each episode kind of told you those ideas. Final episode is wonky with how it gives you information. Like, I like the monologue from Dale at the very end just because I like Dale as an actor, and I was like, decent enough little speech on his perspective on how the world collapses and all that. But then you have the fight with the Brotherhood of Steel guys, which they explain how that fight works, but it's still way too clunky for it. The one chick, the evil one, the Raider lady, decent enough idea for her, but another one of those of they're relying too much on Season 2 will explain this further. Like, Fallout Season 1 had problems. I'm nowhere near going to call it like a disgrace or destroying the West type thing. I mean, that's to a point of like, I have to drop the Red Letter Media quote there of like, they're starving kids in Africa, man. The Rising 3 was an underrated part of the series. I think so. I like 3. Thing about the boy show is I hate they made Love Sausage a villain. They made one of the best characters in the comic lame. Damn you, Seth Rogen. Yeah, Brotherhood of Steel had helmet lights, but they didn't use them. Yeah, stuff like that where it's like, all they had to do was like flip them on. You can still have the same fight, play out. Just flip them on. You even look a little bit cooler. Azon Piker's chair would be really disappointed in you right now. People love crapping on Garth Ennis lately. Leftists really are power clutching old ladies. They're after Frank Miller and Warren Ellis before him. Yeah, they just gone after everybody. Anyone they can use to prop themselves up. God damn. NCR stretching themselves too thin was constantly stated. Ensure the courier can help them, but as soon as he leaves, they're screwed. Yeah, or you can fuck them over and they're completely destroyed. I mean, hell, that's one of the endings to Lonesome Road. You can just nuke one of their biggest supply lines. Who's your favorite director? I don't have a singular favorite one. I have ones I really like. I like Denis Villeneuve. Francis Ford Coppola is a piece of shit, and he should be dead, but I like his movies. Stuff like that. Considering I just found out my Social Security number just got leaked, life just gets worse every year, so what's the point? And it's not that big a deal. It still makes me think of Urban Spook Bullcrap is a goddamn horror show. I just want to see evil people do evil things. Yeah. People know what they get into with that. Urban Spook is a splatter series. You're there to see the kills. It's like complaining that Saw takes things too far. It's like, why the fuck are you here? See, this random Twitter account had a retarded take on anime. I do not care that person doesn't have a dad. Stop falling for rage bait. Have they gotten into Aaron more? Yeah, given the things he's made? Probably, eventually. They'll go after Ennis for now. They'll try to get rid of him. And they're probably going to go after some other legends. Yeah, they're going to go down the list. I've been trying to get Crusader and DD2, and God's annoying. Yeah. Why do you hate Coppola? Him supporting Jeepers Creepers pedo? Him supporting Jeepers Creepers pedo. Because he got, like, egregious with it. Like, he financially backed Victor Salva. He tried to sue the kid that accused Victor Salva of molesting him. Like, it is a whole fucking dark-ass rabbit hole. He makes great films, but he should be dead. You like Mark Miller? I don't really read stuff by him. Sad news, but Rachel Lilly's OG dub voice of Misty and Jessie in 97 Princess Charlotte passed away. Yeah. And cute cat girl in 14, she seemed to be into me too, but I asked her out, she turned into a 51-year-old man. How to recover from this? You can't. Kill yourself. Suing the kid you raped. Francis Ford Coppola didn't rape the kid, but he sued him for talking about how Victor Salva raped him. For some reason, he was like, for some reason, Coppola was like weirdly loyal to Victor Salva, like constantly trying to prop him up and go, no, but he'll get somewhere. He'll get somewhere. And all he fucking did was make Jeepers Creepers. But a new computer being my place on Monday. Yeah. James Cameron's an asshole who makes good stuff. Yeah. And tips on place to go to see in Ireland. I've never went to Ireland, so I have no idea. Lolly gets back from strike. Also, Lolly, kill yourself. Problem is, the death of Dracula and Castlevania series really didn't need to drag on. They had no idea how to continue from that. Like, the first 2 seasons were based off an unfinished Castlevania 3 script that was constantly bad around for like 20 years, something like that. And it would constantly be held back because the creator of Castlevania would fight with Warren Ellis time and time again, because Warren Ellis would start fucking with lore from the games and be like, no, stop fucking doing that. So it just never went anywhere and went unfinished. And they used that as the baseline to do the show, which is why there's parts of it that are really good in the early seasons, and then whenever it starts drifting away and trying to build to higher things, it just gets annoying and boring, and you don't care. Yeah, they really wanted to do Berserk. Yeah, they wanted to make it almost like Berserk light, but even then, they didn't have the balls to go as dark as Berserk, because Berserk is fearless. Did you enjoy the song I sang you last night? What song? Oh wait, no. I think I remember. Let me take a look. Oh yeah. It was okay. I'm not super into over the top, not quite grindcore, but basically grindcore. At least that's what it sounded like to me. Maybe that's a bad way to put it. Not to defend pedophiles, but if you're lying about rape that is slander deserves of you being suing, he did not lie. There was video of it. The cameras that shot the first Jeepers Creepers were the same cameras Victor Salva used to record himself raping that boy. It was the exact opposite of a lie. It was proven in court. The man went to prison. Chainsaw Man Part 2 going to end soon? Probably. It's definitely hitting a high point. Anybody knows how it seems like North Vietnam seems to be the one regime whose crimes are just ignored from the massacre to re-education camps? Mainline Vietnamese have a problem. Yeah. 2 million Chinese spies across the Western world. Man, they took the original Silent Hill 2 off Steam. I want to play it myself. PC version's not great. You're better off just emulating it. Trust me. Bro, it's CPA his house too. Yeah, Victor Salva's like, he's just a piece of shit. He's an actual just pedophile child molester. Like, there's no defending the guy. It was the Clown House cameras, not Jeepers Creepers. I thought he still used them for Jeepers Creepers, but yeah, the Clown House one would make sense because they were filming Clown House when it happened. It was the main actor of Clown House who was molested. Yeah, I made a joke about it in the third film. Yeah, there's a lot of theories that Jeepers Creepers 3 had a joke making fun of a character that got molested because Victor Salva was spiteful. They went to prison for it. Isn't Francis Ford Coppola getting sued for sexual harassment during the film Megalopolis? Oh, how the turntables. Have you heard of Oxygen Destroyer Kaiju theme death metal song? Death metal have a song called Death to the False God about Godzilla blowing up Zilla in Final War. That sounds cool. Who do you think would win, Dayman or Nightman? Dayman fights the Nightman. He always wins. Silent Hill 2 was on Steam. Yeah, that was a PC version. It's clunky and wasn't very good. Roman Polanski's come too. Yeah, Roman Polanski also should be dead. Actually, I think he is dead. What's on Apocalypse Now? Very, very good movie. The director should be dead. If John Carpenter did a video game adaptation, what would it be? He talked about how he wanted to do Dead Space. Like, he wants to do a Dead Space one. All right. Let me make sure of things on my end. There we go. God. I think think the PC version is based off the PS2 version. It is, but it just does not come together right. I played the PC version. It was all over the fucking place. Buggy as hell, too. Alright, so we played enough of our main, so we're going to go to our rabbit. Go fill your butts back, yeah. Check the link in the description. Join the mailing list. Things are coming along. They're coming along very well. Crypto $5 recently watched Wolf of Snow Hollow and really liked it. Also, beta test and can't find Thunder Road on Blu-ray. Thunder Road's a little bit buried, but you can find it if you look. The Apocalypse Now director do. That was Francis Ford Coppola. He shielded Victor Salva, who was a child molester that raped the main star of Clown House and made child porn off him. Also, allegedly raped other kids, too. Propped him up, financed him, sued the boy that accused him of molesting him, and now recently has gotten in trouble for sexually harassing women on the set of Megalopolis. James from Dead Meat had to say he won't do a kill count from the Jeepers Creepers series because of the light sentence of the director. James from Dead Meat is a massive walking vagina with a fan base that will shield him no matter what he does, even if it gets very blatant. But that is a point where he was right. Yeah, it's like, no, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. He's a piece of shit. See the breakdance got 0 points at the Olympics? Castlevania Lord's Shadows are my favorite Castlevania game series. I'm going to stick with that. I never got into Lords of Shadows. Platoon worth watching here. It's pretty preachy. Hamburger Hill looks interesting, though. Platoon you should watch at least once to say you've seen it so you can form an opinion on it. I don't personally think it's as good as other Vietnam movies. It's basically about the My Lai massacre, but it gets kind of cartoonish about it. Now, granted, the My Lai massacre was pretty fucking cartoonish in and of itself, but you'll know when you watch it. Why is Demi guy pussy? You know the green text that goes around of like, oh, someone cut a piece of piano wire. Oh, that's sick. Camera zooms in on girl's ass. Oh, wow, this didn't age that well. That's him. That's James. He makes the excuse of he'll only do it whenever it's... for one, he refused to admit he did it for a long-ass time, and his fans refused to admit it. Then he got enough heat from people going, yes, you fucking do that, that he had to change it to, well, I only call that out if the actors themselves felt uncomfortable, which is, so you can just make up a quote from one of the actors saying they didn't like it. Can check Waifu Dungeon real quick? I mean, sure. There's a little Casca figurine. It does look cute. It's a nice little Casca figurine. It's very nice. Just saw the green text the other day. Funny as shit. Yeah. Something must have happened where it's going around again. He must have made some bad take or something. James won't make a Jeepers Creepers review because the creator's pedal will walk away from Scream 7 because how dare the director be Jewish and wants home Israel be safe. I mean, him not doing the Jeepers Creepers video I am okay with because, yeah, fuck Victor Salva. Here, Pixar short? Mine's Jerry's Game. I don't remember any of them offhand. Yeah, they sent to the veteran cycle from Dead Rising. They changed a line for him where instead of him calling you a filthy communist, he says, you filthy animal. A big reason I'm going to actually play the remake is because I'm seeing people go out of their way to exaggerate shit they're removing. Like some guy said, they're not even calling the psychopaths anymore. And I was like, fuck you talking about? Yes, they are. Thinking of stream Castlevania Curse of Darkness so we can have some Hector appreciation? That would be fun. Hear about the mod project from Call of Duty 4 that's been recently cease and desist by Activision? Like, bro, yeah. Which definitely screams they're going to remaster Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer and sell it to you. I guarantee that's what they're doing. Custom figure is an AI picture. Well, you know what? That's pretty impressive AI picture. It looked like an actual little Figma. They still RSA bully Polygon because they're the ones who said they're not being called psychos anymore. I have heard no proof they're not being called psychos. Like this is what I mean by like, all right, we're at the level where everyone is trying to exaggerate and talk about what they either removed or should remove. So I'm just gonna play the fucking game myself and see. Is E2 all over again? Man, why do these co-posters say head Capcom so much? Well, in general, they're really trying to push the idea of Japan has fallen because conveniently, you go play fucking Chinese and Korean games. Every single time I've seen someone say Japan has fallen, they point you to a fucking Chinese game. And it's like, dude, China is the one that pushes this shit. Didn't 4 do that? Yeah, Dead Rising 4 stopped calling them psychopaths. They called them maniacs. So I'm wondering if that's where they're trying to get the source of it from, and I put that in quotes, where it's like, oh, well, they did remove it, and really they're talking about Dead Rising 4. You're nothing but a filthy animal, and it doesn't have the same bias. You're nothing but a filthy communist. Well, especially with who Cliff is. The whole point is he's in a Vietnam PTSD episode where he literally thinks Frank is Viet Cong. How about removing the word psychopath? They decided that it was too unfaithful and stuck by it, saying it was removed is just a lie. Well, there you go. There's stuff you can shit on for. Not having erotica points is stupid. The reasoning is stupid of like, well, Frank's not a sleazy journalist. Dead Rising 1, he is a sleazy journalist. Like, Frank is sleazy in Dead Rising 1 because the whole point is the incident at Willamette gets him to care enough to where even as Carlito is dying in front of him, he says, I'll make sure people know about Santa Cabeza. Mark 9 I have $2. Lolly, be honest, do you have a jar for Casca? I don't even have a Casca figure. I have a Guts one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they call him Psychopaths in the reveal trailer. That's what I mean. Like we're at a point now where every single side is going to start exaggerating details and lying to the point that we're going to have to just buy the shit to figure out what's in it or not. That's not a JFK movie from 1991. I don't think I've ever seen it. Pretty sure MW2 is already remastered, but didn't include multiplayer, so the mod was to fill the void. That's what I mean. They're going to remaster Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer and sell it back to you as a separate thing. So you'd have to buy the single player and the multiplayer as two separate items. Found James from Dead Meat to be a hypocrite because it was right to not make a review of Jeepers Creepers, but won't be in the next stream because the director wants his home save. Yeah. Frank's own words be called a no good paparazzi. I try. You got a point. Yeah. That's what makes Frank good. He has his arc. His whole arc of, like, he's only there so he can get the scoop, and then by the end, he genuinely cares about what's happening. Now, granted, there's a lot of, like, headcanon roleplay stuff you can do with the fact that Frank's first instinct when he sees somebody outside of the safe room is he wants to get them inside. You know, that's where you have the old man and his wife. It's like, I don't know, you can headcanon that whatever you want. You know, Frank's a good dude. Frank's a good dude. Yeah, single player is $40, I think. Yeah, and I guarantee if they remaster the multiplayer and have you and sell it, it's either going to be free to play but full of live service bullshit, or it's going to be paid for like $40 as well. So it'd be $80 to get both multiplayer and single player, and it will also be full of live service bullshit. You're not betting on anything deemed woke is hot right now. It's been hot for a while, but people are getting tired of it. Like, people are tired of both the psychos that insist everything before last year was just woke and was either woke and totally heckin' approves of everything I say, or is disgusting and has not aged well and we need to write over it. And they're also tired of people who will find literally any reason to complain about anything and will just refuse to lay off the buzzwords of woke and MCU and shit like that. You can be a psychopath yourself and kill any survivor in the game. Yeah, if you want to go for a full shitpost run, just kill everybody. No, I got so butt mad that so many people are calling the Pippa thread unnecessary and stupid they banned anyone who posted anything that wasn't anti-Pippa and anti-VTuber. I'm telling you. Shit's a catalyst. Creeper over $2. How weird is that being anti-Semitic as a leftist? I don't fucking know anymore, man. This whole year's been insane. At least the Lollipop Chainsaw Remaster won't be censored. Instead of complaining, people should just buy that. Dr. The Wallet says shill in China and saying it's Jover. Yeah, I mean, it's like, the whole idea, the China-Korea thing annoyed me because, A, Korea has its own fucking problems. There are, in fact, some some interesting effects happening there, and China pretends they're not involved in all that, but it's simply a case of our stuff won't be touched. Meanwhile, you have to follow everything we say. Because the idea that China does not censor their games is fucking ridiculous, because anybody that played PUBG, remember the Chinese version? Remember where they had to change it to where nobody fucking died in that, and they had to wave as they disappeared because they wouldn't allow you to kill? Like, Chinese games are beholden to Chinese social standards, so at any point, the CCP can just go, we're not allowed to have that anymore, and it's fucking gone. Like, I was kind of interested in that Mecha Break game that was coming out. Then I found out it's a Chinese company with a headquarters in California, and I was like, all right, this shit's a fucking trap. Irish run the American government. That's true. I saw a pot of gold and rainbows. It's real. It's not a conspiracy. China even puts limits on how often you can play. Yeah, it's like China and Korea do that. So it's this thing of like, man, this is not the market to run to. So recommend the series Tour of Duty Vietnam War drama. That's Kevin Conroy and Carl Weathers in it. I can see you doing a video on a great show. Yeah, I have it on the list. Fucking Yakuza 0 got censored in China. I had to have a new model for the Chinese version because they kept them that ugly. I'd be pissed. Yeah. China might not exist to that bloody dam break, so no more censorship. That's on the Karen Reed trial. I have no idea what you're talking about. Azure Lane devs had to move a lot of the production outside China to avoid global version being censored as Chinese version. That's what I mean. The delusion right now is Japan is so fucking over. It's so Jover bros. We need to run to Korea and China because that's where the uncensored games are. And it's a thing of, dude, you're being led by your dick straight into a bear trap. They're gonna dangle the bikini anime girls in your face to go, we don't censor anything. We don't censor anything. And as soon as you're dependent on that, bear trap's gonna slam shut on you. Junya Ishigaki, who did Xenogears Mechs, is also in that game. Remember the CCP shut down Overwatch 2 servers and people lost their account worth thousands of dollars? Yeah. I've seen Casualty of War. I have not. Peter cost $498 plus tax, but I paid $318. Oh, okay. I feel bad for Donald Sutherland's passing. Dumb bastard married Jane Fonda, which is practically a war crime. She's still walking free. Yeah. Good thing Japanese consumers are fiercely protected of their entertainment. Yeah, I've said it over and over again. What you're seeing is not Japan going woke. It's Japan listening to the middlemen between the East and West that are still filled with the psychos that insist this crap works. Like, if you want this shit to stop, you need to work your way into the position they forced themselves into. That's why I say over and over again, it's not fucking Jover. For the love of God, stop saying it's Jover. Fucking try to get into a translation group. Try to get into these companies any way you can. Like, do what they did and infiltrate. Slip inside. Catch the Wars Michael J. Fox movie about the My Lai Massacre. Oh, that sounds interesting. What's on 13 Hours Benghazi movie? Way, way better than it has any right to be. See, Don did not premiere in theaters on the 13th. First 3 episodes. That's interesting. Like Pult Fan does. Yeah, say you want about Pult Fan. Motherfucker put his money where his mouth is. He's an actual professional translator. Japan wants to have their cake and eat it too with DEI, ESG, and the normies. No, they're being told it. They are being told explicitly they can. This is what I keep saying over and over again. They're being told by the Western representatives, oh yeah, everyone does this. Don't worry, you'll make a ton of money off this. They're being led by the nose into this shit to get them dependent. Have you asked people who like to complain to work and they don't like that? Yeah, definitely an aspect. A bad CD Projekt Red, the ESG shit. They dumped a lot of money into Cyberpunk, so I wouldn't be shocked if they had to run to ESG to pay back some of that debt. They were already getting fucking stipends from the goddamn Polish government. Japan's pro WEFPM stepping down. Do you think Japan will be stepping away from DEI stuff more? I don't know. I don't know who his replacement's going to be. I don't know a lot about the political landscape in Japan. Japan definitely hasn't fallen since the government's investigating Ubisoft or how bad Assassin's Creed Shadows is. Yeah. Era the prank channel dressed as a plantation slaver and goes around harassing black people. That's terrible. I would never support that. Can you send me some clips? I think Japan's already gotten wind of the DI stuff. This is what I keep saying. If you make yourself one of the middlemen in that position, you can warn them ahead of time of like what to look out for. Like, they're going to use these phrases. They're going to try to scare you with this. Don't listen to them. This is a fucking scam. Like, if you get in bed with Sweet Baby, they literally say that they will lie to your face and intimidate you to get what they want. The interview that chick did where it's like, oh, scare your marketing team of the possibility of an outrage mob. That clip says everything you need to know about the entire consultation grift. You know, because I watched it last night, I'm going to say Jaws 2 is a fine sequel. Shark is allowed to be an energetic killer. The characters feel naturally progressed. It's not as bad as what you hear. Definitely better than Jaws 3. You like Twitch? It was an experience. Yeah, Shaggy said himself, watch me swoosh right in. Be like Shaggy Chat right in the studio marketplace. Yeah. Writing a script about planes. They're going to get Mark Wahlberg, Mel Gibson involved. Yeah, you can pitch it. Or watching an original product like The Owl House and that crap like She-Hulk. Kind of missed the forest for the trees there a little bit. I'm gonna try to get into a translation company that'll be able to achieve much, but work my way up and help protect manga from the psychos. Think about it like this. Look at Nasabi. Nasabi is becoming a more popular figure in these recent years, probably because there's been a bunch of documentaries about him, the Count Dankula video and all that, the contestant. Very, very good documentaries. Nasabi was butt naked, thrown into the middle of Korea with a jar of kimchi, and he had to survive filling out fucking sweepstake magazines in Korean, a language he did not fucking know. You know what he did? He sat down, he fucking learned Korean, and he won those sweepstakes. Be like Nasabi. Don't just sit in your room and starve to death. Be like Nasabi. Ironically, Jaws 3 is my mom's favorite. At least it's funny. I've seen a new Alien movie. I want to get the bros together to go see it. We're going to do like an Alien marathon. What's the original Django? I kind of liked it more than Unchained, though. Both are good movies. I still need to see the original. I hear it's really good. Why is that shark above the water? He's a floating shark. Poor eggplant. I was trying to be like Nasabi Senpai. Claw my way to the top. There you go. A really bad Shark 3D and Jaws 3. It's funny. Best part of Jaws 3D is the very poor looking model of Jaws slowly drifting into the glass. Yeah. Not quite Deep Blue Sea. Which I really do think Deep Blue Sea kind of paid tribute to Jaws 3 with the scene of the sharks breaking out. Because that felt a little like, that's got to be a reference. It has to be. Cowboy Bebop referenced the original Django movie. Yeah. Nowhere was ashamed into believing we don't want sexy women in games by Twitter retards and game journals. That's what I mean. You got to put yourself into a position where they're actually listening to you. Because right now it's just the power of the consumer, which we now know doesn't go as far as we would like. Try using AI art, been having fun making sexy anime girls. I love my song AIs. Suno AI is great. I'm just sending my idea for my story, but listening to your streams got into writing. Yeah. After using AI art so much, it makes me want to draw. I can't fucking draw. Like, I'll do it just as, like, if I'm, like, talking to an artist about designing something, be like, all right, make it look kind of like that. Jaws 3 is that guilty kind of pleasure where it's dumb fun, but it's better than Jaws 4, the movie where Miss Brody has a psychic link to the shark. Martin and Sean dies in Bahamas. Yeah. Jaws 4 never happened. Alien 3 is an objectively better movie than Resurrection. It might be unfinished, fragmented myths, and at least there's hinted something interesting. The assembly cut is the best version of Alien 3, and you can definitely see a lot of that thematic subtext that it needed to have. I think Japanese companies are looking at sales of woke games. They're convinced that woke doesn't sell. Don't assume. Make sure you're the guy in the office telling them these are all lies. These games did not make money. There was a Jaws 4. Yeah. It's not good. Yeah, Jaws movie game stream. That would be a lot of fun. And communication between East and West has got more solid over the decades, so it's been easier to tell them what's going on. That is true. There are more manga artists that are learning about what's happening to various franchises, the adaptations, things that change them. And they have been pissed. I know the Moshiko Tensei author learned about how the light novel had entire chunks ripped out of it in the English translation. And they were like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? So, supposedly there's supposed to be like new translations of the light novels to Jobless Reincarnation. So, I guess fans of that can be excited. Was Jaws 4 the one with the voodoo shark? It was the one with the voodoo shark. Loli draws a stick figure with 2 big circles on his chest and tells the artist to make it good. You'd actually be amazed how common that is. Xenomorph loose on a prison colony is good enough plot on its own without Ripley being there. Yeah, but the way they tied it into Ripley, I thought worked. I still am of the belief of killing off Newt and Hicks was bullshit. Because like everyone loved Newt and Hicks. They were great. But the way that the assembly cut of Alien 3 did it, where it talked about how... See, the original idea of Alien 3 was it wasn't going to be a prison colony. It was going to be a bunch of space monks. It would have been like a religious temple. And the idea is the xenomorph is seen as like a demon that tears down the world. So the arc is the xenomorph is a demon haunting Ripley that will forever chase her. So that's why at the very end she chooses to die to end them all. What is also heavily against DEI because progressives love to defy his work. Yeah, that too. Like, the more manga authors interact with Western fan bases and how fucking crazy they are, the more a bunch of them are going to start going, holy shit, what are these people talking about? I mean, you're gonna have those that kowtow and go, all right, I'll listen to you guys, and they'll try to simp towards them. But manga authors being so independent already, where they're allowed to basically be in their own little corner and do whatever they want, will definitely help. You know, a big aspect to the manga industry that is an advantage over comics is the fact that the creators own their work. It is their IP, their creation, so it's up to them. Obviously, if you get into something like Dragon Ball, it's a different story, but the idea is the creator has the final say. So there's that fierce protective instinct they have where it's like, this is my baby, you're not going to fuck with it. There's good news on the anime manga front. Tomino's returning. Yeah. We'll spam $5. Still think offing Newt, Hicks, and Bishop was a mistake in Alien 3. Would have been interesting to have that family dynamic in prison. Yeah, I agree. Killing them off just kind of felt like edgy. It felt like an edgy twist for the sake of it. Like, oh, you didn't expect Newt to die, did you? It's like, fuck you. David Fincher really bounced back from that one. He didn't even really want to do Alien 3. They called him in and told him to start filming before the script was even finished. Like, he was that rushed. Wasn't Alien 3 also going to be set in a planet literally made of wood? Yeah, that was when it was still about the space monks, because they didn't believe in technology. Which will have also explained why they didn't have guns. Dungeon Meshi interview is funny. She shut down all the Twitter freaks and shit all without meaning. Yeah. Revita QSA was yelling at June for not contacting him for his documentary. Also, his weed addiction's gotten worse. I still am only, like, tangentially aware of what's going on with Rich. Everything I hear, it's like, how is this man real? I watched an FGC tuber called Mike Hollow. He has interesting takes about FGC and gaming culture as a whole. His cousin's cute, too. I have not watched him, but as long as he's not a sex offender. Hit him for me, but the anime of Jobless was changed to make Roxy at fault for the sexy time, and the light novel was Rudy is more to blame. I have no context on any of that because I don't watch Jobless. I like William Gibson's treatment of Alien 3, honestly. Space Cold War with Hicks as a protag. It'd be nice to see Bean as a protag. He's a good actor. Why does it have time to look for a long classic Final Fantasy retrospective? Creator said some bullshit like Transferus and XPC do sexualization. These are 2 real examples. Those are going to be talking points they beat into the fucking dirt without end. Mislead to the point about myself a Golden Freddy plushie to think about her. Ooh. Apparently June's making another DSP video and can't help but think that's a dead horse that hasn't been beaten. That's been beaten to oil in this point. It's not even a dead horse. Can't wait for people to try canceling Rumi Takahashi and she'll just be as pleasant as ever. Woman's a princess of manga. She don't need him to listen to your shit. She's just a nice grandma. As a natural contrarian, I'm a DSP and Doug Walker defender. And watch Mike Hollow is based, not pedo. Okay. You genuinely have to ask that question now anytime anyone's talking about fighting games, like, oh, is he a sex offender?
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word.
If you're a romantic killer, just finished yesterday. It's pretty funny. You should make the next shoujo you review. I've not heard of it. The entire politics being shoved in things I don't need it. It's why my edgy little story is forced so I can have something to focus on, try to make interesting stuff. Yeah, there you go.
He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
Apparently Lucy's going to be a guest character in Guilty Gear Strive. Yeah, everyone's kind of saying the same thing. It's like, all right, Lucy's all right, but why not Rebecca, the most famous one? I was going to see you back. This is back in Stormblood. This is with the bunny girl who has not finished Stormblood yet. Will there be a review of Splatterhouse? I mean, maybe eventually. Yeah, 7 Seas, the company that localized Moshiko Tensei, got sued for taking shit out. That's why we got reprints of the light novel. Moshiko Tensei, and wasn't 7 Seas the one that also did the I Turned My Childhood Friend Into a Girl one that they also lost the contract for? That's a company I'm shocked is even still fucking alive if they lost two contracts explicitly because they fucked with the work. Why you turn the gun on her? She's right there. Because just try shooting her. See how well that turns out. See? I think they're barely holding on. And that would only make sense, yeah. Next review, it's going to be Restrepo. First time I ever watched the MTV Video Awards to see if Not Like Us would win. Got nominated for Song of the Year. Kendrick Lamar deserved that award. Well, won instead. 7 Seas notorious for censorship. You have to genuinely look up whether or not something is censored whenever you see a series published by them. South Park Bigger, Longer, Uncut review. Remind me a good one is that so you get a redemption arc when she does stuff like this. Because when you see the circumstances around what created her, it just makes sense. It's like, what the hell else was she supposed to become? And there was a genuine chance to save her, and everyone squandered it. If I recall correctly, 7 Seas started off as an OEL publisher, but after that bubble went the way of the Hindenburg, got whatever manga license they could. What's in the Helldivers 2 situation? People are letting the bots win due to how bad the devs are balancing the game, like nerfing the weapons before a fire-based update. I will never understand why the developers decided to go on a nerf spree. Like, it's not like they just nerfed one or two things that were really fun and the fan base is just pissy. They have nerfed every goddamn weapon in the game several times. To the point that you can't even play on harder difficulties anymore. I don't fucking understand what the logic is. It's a PvE game. If you're scared of meta builds, just buff everything else. Make everything more powerful. Because the goal of Helldivers 2 is not completing the mission, it's getting up to Helldive difficulty. That's the fun part, when you get into that absolute bullshit chaos. Manta Killer's shoujo, the MC, is forced into becoming the protagonist to a real-life Otome situation, and she hates it because a group of wizards want to help to fix Japan's population crisis. That sounds out there, but it could be fun. We do a Repo Man review. If not, then yeah, I'd love to do Repo Man. That movie's great. War bonds the reason. But that's the thing. That's not how war bonds work. Like, it's not like you can buy damage buffs on like a regular basis, like a microtransaction in that game. Like, what's the point of unlocking a new weapon if the new weapon itself is gonna suck? Bros really said, fuck democracy. These motherfuckers giving us weapons running mid-ammo. Let the bots take over for a bit. Yeah, who cares about balance on a PvE game? Exactly. It's meant to be chaos. That's the fun of Helldivers 2. Romantic Killer is a shonen, but Viz put it under its shoujo label stateside. Shoujo manga fans griped about it intensely. I imagine so, because it sounds like it's mainly making fun of shoujo tropes. Shoujo shows can still do that, but this does seem a lot more of like, not really that part of the genre. It's mainly a satire. Because in the devs' minds, it's player versus developers, not PvE. I'm never going to understand these fucking people. Last time I checked, the Warbond weapons suck to begin with. Yeah, Because the only things you could buy with war bonds were the various types of rifles or shotguns or SMGs. Those are decent weapons, but your main loadout is the heavy stuff, the ordnances. The heavy machine gun, the quasar cannon, the rocket launchers. That was the main mechanic of the game. That's what you summoned in and mained. So trying to nerf fucking everything and be like, oh, but we're going to give you war bonds. Don't you want to check out those stores? It's like, what's the fucking point? What's the fucking point? Because, dude, I'm not into this so I can buy a new sniper rifle or a new pistol. I'm in this so I can get a fucking artillery cannon. I think it means that weapons in Warbond are really good fire weapons and nerf the base game flamethrower push sales to the Warbond. Even then, I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that solely due to the fact of like, but people are still going to be using shit other than flame weapons. Thor Pirate software guy's rightfully getting shit on right now because of stakes that only nerfing things just leads to a downward spiral. Yeah, broken clock. My gut feelings that they're nerfing the fuck out of everything justify making people buy microtransactions in the future when they put actually good weapons in the gas shop. That's the only logical explanation, but I still don't really understand that because there's no people to sell them to. Like, that's the big thing. The player base is shrinking so badly, they're letting Earth be taken over because they're just spiteful. Like, they're like, it's not fun anymore. It's a fraction of what it became. So trying to milk people for microtransactions now is just a bad fucking idea. So glad I never bought or even pirated Helldivers 2. I genuinely really liked it when I played it. When I played it before the nerfs got really bad and it was shitloads of fun, I was like, holy shit, this game's great. And then boom. Live service games, without fail, will piss people off. Without fail. There has not been a single live service game that's come out and has not in some way pissed off the player base in a massive way. Helldivers 2 was fantastic for the first few months. So many creators jumping on. Jonathan Young made 2 songs about it, and then it just fucked itself. Yeah. Yatsuyu gets a redemption arc, whatever, because we would be Yatsuyu. Yeah. First 2 to 3 weeks, game was fucking fun. It was fantastic, man. That's on Dark Tide. Did they fix the performance? Makes it insane. The logic is often players use X weapon a lot due to how oppressive the enemy is, when the easier solution makes that enemy less oppressive. Or it's like, just leave it how it is because it's fun. Trust me, it does beat the transfers point to the ground as FF5 video, and the other guy is an hour-long video whining Empire and Mithra don't wear much. Yeah, so just basic bitch. Oh, JRPG game is too Japanese. I said, you get it from the liberal store. Helldivers 2 had everything go right for it at first, and the devs got in their own way. Well, it was Sony. The Sony decision sent that game careening downwards. It has not improved since. Even when they revoked the whole, oh, you need to have a PSN account linked in order to play this, nobody came back for it, and the nerfs started coming in like crazy. Thanks, Sony. Really cool. You blew it. You had it on. You blew it. Can't blame Sony for the nerfs, though. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Sony kicked them in the nuts, and there was a chance they could come back and be like, hey, we're gonna be bigger than ever. They even announced the new faction. They're like, hey, the new faction is gonna come out. We're gonna bring everybody back. We're sorry for the inconvenience. That was not on us. Like, they had the chance, and then they just decided to nerf fucking everything. And I don't understand why. Why are people against things that are fun? It's the competitive people. The competitive player base will always fuck everything up for everyone because they get all pissy and go, well, no, my exact playstyle is not getting me perfect games and I'm angry. It's nerfs and awful CMs who kick people who don't like their furry art, drove people away. That was an aspect of it. The furry art thing was mainly just funny. But it does make you wonder, you know, beyond the furry art thing, like, how involved are they in the development of the game? Are they the ones playing and telling the developers, I don't like this, change this, or, hey, this is too hard, nerf this, you know, that kind of thing? That's what I want to know. How the fuck can you be competitive in Helldivers 2? Meta builds. If you're not running meta, they'll just team kill you. Like, around the time I stopped playing the game, that started becoming more of a problem where people would team kill and intentionally tank matches simply because you were running a build they didn't like. Like, it got to the point where I would barely get anyone in a game that was on a higher difficulty, and I was getting pissed off. Because, like, someone would come in, they'd drop in, they'd see what I was, the situation I was in, what I was running with. Then they would just bail, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Same shit happened to TF2 a few years ago. A bunch of different fun weapons got nerfed to being unused after they got their way. They left the game shortly after. Fuck esports. Fuck esports. Sounds insufferable. The worst part is they allowed team kills to count towards ticket totals, which was always something I didn't like even when I first started playing the game. The idea that you can get shot in the back of the head by somebody and then that will count as a death towards the total. I can understand that in like larger scale ones where you're playing like those clear the map type operations and you have so many lives that you don't really think about it. That's fine. But when it gets to like the final maybe 10 respawns, team kill should be discounted from the total. Because at that point, you can have somebody who just wants to fuck everybody over. They'll join late, they'll see the situation, they'll cap everybody at least once. You're now out of that many more spawns and then just bail. Competitive players always ruin multiplayer games because they want to have the competitive advantage against everyone else because how dare someone else be better than me? Yeah, without fail. I think Space Marine 2 is going to shrink the Helldivers 2 player base when it comes out next month. I don't know. A lot of people are excited for it. I don't know how the multiplayer is doing it. Like, I know the multiplayer for Space Marine 2 is doing a kind of cooperative thing. So if it is a clear the horde, clear the map kind of system, like what Helldivers 2 did, it could unironically cause a massive fucking division in the player base. Because, I mean, 40K fans will look up fucking anything with the brand name on it. They are already diehard loyal for 40K. So that, and if the mode is competent for a little bit, it doesn't have to stay competent for very long. But just long enough to siphon away people from Helldivers 2, yeah, I can see it legitimately killing it. How about the official Starship Troopers game? Extermination? It still has its own little niche. It has its own little niche. It goes up and down on player totals. But they're still chugging along on it. Space Marine 2's co-op PvP is being compared to Darktide in a good way. Okay, so it's slightly different. It's more like the Vermintide / Left 4 Dead Horde thing. Seeing Kyoto Bank refusing to sell their Nintendo shares to Western companies? Good. Good. Multiplayer for First Space Marine was fun, but I don't remember it lasting very long. Didn't they try to turn that into like a standalone? I think it was called like, God, what was it fucking called? But yeah, they just took the combat of Space Marine and tried to make their own little kind of standalone multiplayer game. Nick Cage will play John Madden for a bio. That could be interesting. Never played Helldivers 2, but can someone tell me about how this game is supposedly about fascism and all I see is astronauts with sci-fi guns shooting automatons and insects? It's heavily inspired by specifically Starship Troopers, the movie. Like, they make it very clear Super Earth is a dystopia. Fortunately, they're also doing normal PvP content, and I really hope they don't lock chaos parts like they did with the first game behind it. Yeah, Eternal Crusade was supposed to be a pseudo-MMO. Yeah, Space Marine 2 now has a combo system for the melee. Well, Space Marine 1 sort of did. It was just kind of basic. Best John H. Benjamin role? Coach McGurk is my pick. Archer. I fucking loved the first several seasons of Archer. Remember my buddy was playing Helldivers 2, and when the Sony account situation happened, he didn't believe it at first, but after looking up himself, he was like, fuck Sony. Yeah. Want to get Space Marine 2, but I can't support Games Workshop anymore? Yeah. Wait for a key reseller. You see, fans overwhelmingly hate Cyrax and Sector's gender swap. Mortal Kombat 1, Ed Boon's tweet, mostly filled with people saying it's woke and getting called sexist for it. I don't care. I'm not playing MK1. Dark Crusade wasn't them making a standalone Space Marines multiplayer, it was them salvaging a failed MMO project. Thought Starship Troopers wasn't about fashion. Thought it was really a recent stupid misconception because people like to make shit up. I'm saying specifically the movie. The Paul Verhoeven movie where Paul Verhoeven repeatedly stated over and over again it was about fascism. The game made it even more blatant. You can now counter for cool death blow animations. Oh, okay. Is he Ben Affleck and Matt Damon are going to star with Hulk Hogan and Peter Thiel in The Killing Gawker? Is that an actual fucking thing? Mr. Ants for VP, $2. See that Pippa fan playing Russian roulette? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Big and ridiculous bullshit. Reaction to My Hero ending. I read it. It was really sweet. Retards on Twitter suck like McDonald's jokes, but God, people are stupid. Yeah. Big and fine games. You ever gonna play SF6 for Shota? No. Alan for 2 fake money is investing Games Workshop to the new game. That's up to you. I wouldn't do it, but that's just me. Hulk Hogan effectively killed Gawker. I know that, but like, are they actually making a movie based on that? Teespring also has an online co-op PvE horde mode. I don't remember the first game having that, but granted, I never really touched any of the online stuff. I think CD Projekt have the advantage of not going full ESG because they're Poland, Eastern Europe. You have not paid attention to CDPR in recent years, have you? Alright. Do you like fighting games? If so, what do you think about Dead or Alive? DOA 5 is one of my favorite fighting games. I don't play them too often, and mainly it's a thing of every single one I'm seeing come out is insufferable in some way. Street Fighter 6, I really don't like the art style. Guilty Gear, I really don't like what they did with Strive and the Bridget thing, because, oh my god, social media has been ruined because of that shit. The only one I've liked so far and have been tempted to buy on my own and play has been Tekken 8. Even then, I kind of just get hit with the realization of, but I don't want to just constantly get bodied by Mexicans. We have more news. Capcom censoring Dead Rising anime, getting rid of the Psycho saying, Kami, can the dev team not make their censorship a big thing? It's specifically just him calling you a communist. This is what I mean by the way people word things has made me raise an eyebrow, because they were trying to get people to think they just stopped saying the word psycho. So it's like, all right, I'm getting to a point of this is just gonna be like Dragon's Dogma 2, where there's some legitimate complaints sprinkled in, but it's gonna be a game of telephone where by the end people are gonna be talking about a completely different fucking game. So I'm just saying, fuck it. I'm gonna play it for myself to see what's actually in it, what's been changed. Getting by Mexicans in KOF. Oh, okay. What don't you like about SF6 art style? I'm a diehard GG fan just because I'm a diehard metalhead. I just think it looks ugly. I don't think the style really works as well as they think it does. I think the style was done a lot better in Street Fighter 5. 6, everything just looks way too plasticky and uncanny. I also especially really hate the character creator. That is just a bad feature. Favorite Chaos God? I don't really know much about actual Warhammer lore. I know bits and pieces. So probably like Korn. Korn is funny. To me, there are two groups who live to deny shit. Turks deny Armenian genocide, mainland Vietnamese for denying North Vietnamese crime. If you deny, then your group is inherently evil. What does that have to do with video games? What do you think is the worst sports owner in history if you watch any of it? Learning about the Von Erichs definitely makes you realize, God, that dad was kind of a piece of shit. I guess he counts. He owned WCW. Violence God, Smoke Asshole God, Raider God, Rape God. Those are the Warhammer Chaos Gods. I I know people are saying that they got rid of people saying Psycho only know the comments line being removed. That's what I mean by I'm just shutting out all people talking about it. And I'm just going to play the fucking game myself to see what actually is in it and what's not. The only ones I know for sure are not there are Erotica Points, the Kami line, and the Butcher. Those have been changed. Also, they added arrows pointing to where you can climb up to shoot Carlito in the first fight in the food court, which honestly I think is just funny. I think it's just funny that people still didn't get that. Like, at that point, I'm just going to laugh at people. You have any least favorite South Park episodes? A lot of the modern seasons really started getting kind of weak. Like, Integrity Farms is just not that funny. People didn't get that? Yeah, right? Like, they had to actually make it to where, no, you climb up here to shoot at him, which, A, you don't even need to do. You can shoot at him from the position you're at. That was just a tip in case you wanted to, I don't know, like, shoot at him better. Because ironically, you're putting yourself in more danger. Like, the only way that specific way of, like, climbing up and shooting behind him really works is if you got the SMG from the plaza. Because then you can just overwhelm him and stun lock him. Because really, that's a lot of Dead Rising bosses. It's just figuring out how to stun lock them. And Tech, you may not have to worry about the Koreans. Those are the ones who'll bully you. They had arrows for people like DSP. And honestly, I just think that's cute. It's like, oh my god, people actually need these. Like, Resident Evil Remake, I never complained about them because the games are so dark and have such that... They lean so hard into the realism style, they needed some kind of visual indicator of, hey, look over here. Dead Rising also has its own indicator where the little pop-up will come up and either be item, weapon, container, you know, like it'll also tell you. But like them literally needing to spell out you can climb up that little platform, I'm like, oh my god, I can't wait to see that. That'll be amazing. It's funny how playtesters are too stupid to think to climb boxes. Yeah. Stream just lagged for anybody? So far, I'm not seeing any issues on my end. Trying to get Cuphead flashbacks. It would be absolutely hilarious if they race-swap Joe's victim to be a black chick. That would be funny. Also, there is the question, how are they going to handle Joe? Because, like, that whole boss fight was fucking crazy. Except the yellow painting, they can take a picture of it and you get an outtake meter. That would be a really funny touch. What I meant by worst sports owners didn't mean pro wrestling. If you don't consider wrestling a sport, you don't know much about wrestling. Those poor motherfuckers go through a lot. Especially WCW and the Von Erich family. Do you think if cyborgs are real, it's subjecting to the laws of Roblox, the three-layer agency, and military cyborgs only be allowed to act on Zeroth law? Cyborgs, like to the degree of human revolution where they have military-grade shit in them, would not be available for civilian use. And anything that could potentially be used as a weapon to kill a mass number of people would be strictly black market. And the average Joe would not discriminate against somebody that had to get an artificial arm. Yeah, Fat Lesbian Cop's not going to go over with a certain crowd. I also am excited to see how they handle that. That'll be funny as shit. Because, like, that's another one where it explicitly relies on the sexual humor. Where Joe's, like, feeling up one of the survivors with the night cane and you have to kill her. Like, the way she dies, she's basically orgasming. Watching a Russian girl anime, reading to the back half of Tsukihime, Type Moon's first VN is an experience so many parallels between characters. I love it. It'll take bad read. It's not bad. It's there to add to player. It's not harming the game. If you consider an immersion breaking, that's on you. Well, the big argument that kicked it off was Resident Evil 4 Remake, which I thought was annoying because Resident Evil... Ever since Resident Evil 7, they've been using it. They've been using it. Like, Resident Evil 7, they had the yellow tape. So that's one of those where as soon as people started bitching about it in 4, I was like, where the fuck were you for several games at this point? Like, everything from 7 to 2 Remake to 3 Remake to fucking 8, now 4 Remake, and now it's too far? Not just wrestling, my bad. But I don't know much about other bad sports owners. Because, like, I mainly think, like specific managers of people, because I know Mike Tyson's manager was infamous for being a fucking scam artist and fucked Mike out of a lot of money. My least South Park episode was one calling George Lucas rapist for making Star Wars Special Edition of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I love that episode so much. It is so funny. It is so funny. That is one I'm going to defend to my dying breath. Fair and 7 and 8 were just small yellow stripes. No, there was a lot more to them. It was still the visual indicator of, hey, look at this, retard. I also believe they include yellow tape because people are getting more stupid. Well, it's a thing of the specific art styles that the Resident Evil remakes have been leaning into have been dark and realistic. Meaning everything's going to share very similar color palettes because if you go into an old village, everything's going to look gray and wooden. So you have to have something that pops out and literally screams at the player, interact with me, interact with me, interact with me. There's a lot more to the games than just picking up items. Like, it's not like a find-em-all type game where the whole... It's not like a hidden object game where it's basically spelling out the solution to you. It's like, no, it's part of a larger sequence because in the heat of the moment when you're in the middle of a combat sequence, you need to be able to quickly and easily identify something that could help you and rush over to it. It's why barrels in games are red, so you know to shoot them. It's a very simple philosophy. Yeah. Starblade had a little yellow lighter shit too. That's what I mean. It's just marking that as an interactable object in the world. So in the cutscene of Steven, the store manager, they aged his voice up and completely lost trademark wagey rage scream. Now he sounds like an old man yelling. I need to watch the cutscene. I haven't hated any of the voice acting from what I've seen. I actually kind of like Frank's voice actor. I am sad it's not TJ. I will forever be sad it's not TJ, especially since TJ is like, I would have went if they called me. But he's fine. Brad is the one that's weird, where it's like, he's trying so hard to sound like OG Brad, but it's clearly not him. You're saying fuse box from the Baker's house in RE7 in the RCPD and RE2, people didn't complain about it either. Yeah. Look at Dan Snyder and Hugh Culverhouse, two of the worst NFL owners in its history. Your thoughts on Guilty Gear's music? It has good music. Try telling people realistic graphics in old games from the 90s were very easy to get lost. You would spend hours trying to figure out what to go, immediately get jumped. Well, yeah, I mean, it's true. The whole point of those games was they were meant to be cryptic because then you'd be playing it longer. Also to get you to buy game guides. Brad sounds like an old man acting like he's in his 40s. I mean, to be fair, he is an experienced DHS agent. He would sound like an old man. But it's going to be one of those where it's like Dead Space Remake, where people have such nostalgia for the old voice acting. And the old voice acting, even though it is technically hokier, because it is hokey in such an endearing way, people will naturally just look at the new voice acting and go, it's too clean, it's trying too hard to sound professional, and it just doesn't have that soul, you know? Because people love the voice acting in OG Dead Space Remake. It's great. The voice acting in OG Dead Space is a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun moments to it. Same with Dead Rising. People complain all the time, like, oh, it's so hokey. You know, I covered wars, you know. Like, people act like that's a bad line. It's like, no, it's great. I put yellow tape on my penis and it won't come off. I want bitches to interact with my dick. Please help. We're in the infamous section of FF7 here without a guide on you. You can't tell where to interact with or you're supposed to go. Yeah. Geralt Rivia is king of corn dialogue. He's great. Very happy I got the Dead Space series for the remake. Remake is fun. It just has problems. You know, Dead Space at Peter Menson. He was great. Yeah. It sounds like a principal in Beavis and Butthead is like, oh, Beavis and Butthead, you little bastards. He's not that bad. I will say that. He's not that bad. It's just, I hope he's given more chances to express himself in a way that doesn't sound like original Brad. Because he's not the same guy. He shouldn't try to act like the same guy. Words like hokey, cheesy, or schlocky shouldn't mean bad. Yeah. People love the original Dead Rising games. They're fantastic. An example of what I mean is I try playing Dark Forces and you immediately get lost no indicators. I'm stuck on the prison level because of it. Yeah. The whole idea is you're supposed to either talk with your friends or, ideally in the minds of the developers, buying the game guides. Yeah, finding Alexander in FF7 was pretty difficult. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. People shit on the yellow paint until they're frantically running from a zombie horde yelling, fuck, fuck, where's the goddamn ammo, fuck, when they actually need the paint. Well, it's not a thing of... I really hate the way it's discussed, where it's either gamers are so fucking retarded they need it, and there will never be a point where they're not going to need it because they're brain dead idiots that can't look up. I don't like the way it's being talked about because it's one of the two extremes. It's either we can get through it all on our own, we don't need any kind of indicator, we shouldn't even be told we can pick up ammo. You have that level of extreme where they want it to be like a fucking immersive sim where every detail needs to be figured out and interacted with. Or the opposite, where it's so guided that you're not allowed to do anything. It's like, you can have a middle ground. There is a good middle ground. Games have been operating off the middle ground for fucking decades. You know, it's a thing where I don't care about the yellow paint like Resident Evil, because the point of the game is you're not looking for boxes. You know, the whole game experience is not figuring out what is a box in the pile of boxes. The box is just there to give you items. You know, it's supposed to stand out because the whole point is, what if you're being chased by monsters? You need to figure out what box you need to hit. Helpful to the player, it's not insulting your intelligence, nor is it going to kill your immersion. If this has been a problem for a long time, what was the issue prior? I guess that's just what annoys me. The fact that multiple games had used it since, and only in RE4 was it so bad, and now suddenly an issue. It's like, why are we pretending like it's now? Like, why is this a new issue now? I don't like the China problem, especially the joke of Butters accidentally shooting people in the dick in 2008 Olympic jokes, but I hate the George Lucas being a rapist. I like them. I think they're funny as shit. I hate smashing barrels and only getting money and almost no ammo for almost an entire chapter. I think people just want to complain about RE4 Remake. And I think that's why I'm getting to the point of, fuck it, I'm just going to buy the game and see what's in it. The fact that people are allowing themselves to get to a level where it's not about what they see in a game, it's about what company's putting it out, and they already have the preconceived notion the company is going woke or going bad, so they need to look for things in it. Because people have been complaining about Capcom going woke for like fucking 4 years now, ever since 2020. You know, people have been convinced they're on this road to being woke, so they're going to look for more signs. Ever since the the Exoprimal reveal, where the JP branch had the VTuber collab and the North American branch had the Drag Queen collab. People have been convinced Capcom is like going to go full fucking Sauron and sell out to Sauron and fuck us all over. Neil Payne, I agree. I was saying that in a frantic situation like I described, it really helps. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, in a frantic situation where you're being chased by enemies, you need that immediate, easy indicator, like shooting a barrel. You immediately, you associate the color with, like, that's what I need, and you go to it. You know, once you're thinking in situations of split second, shit like, oh, well, it'll look weird in the world, does not fucking matter. That's why barrels have been red ever since barrels have been in video games. Toy 4 Remake was gonna go woke because Ashley wore a jacket and was frumpy. Meanwhile, Remake Ashley looked cute, and OG Ashley looks like a fucking foot. Capcom's been pretty shit recently, though. RE4 disappointed me so hard that I don't think I'll be buying anything for some time. There's that, but as stated, there's a difference between, man, I just don't really want to buy anything from these people for a little bit, and actively looking for reasons to get angry. Like, Dead Rising Remake looks like it has some fucking flaws to it, but I'm at the point of, all right, what's going to be an actual flaw that they admit to or are trying to hide, and what's something that someone is going to blow up specifically to get people angry? Because anything of the latter, I get frustrated at, because that's the point of, you shouldn't have to lie. Like, when I was hearing, like, oh, they're going to remove the term psycho, I was getting angry, because, like, no, the fuck they're not. Why are you lying about that? Time Capcom game comes out, I see people like that Elves guy bitching about it on Twitter because they hate Capcom since Monster Hunter World. Yeah. Capcom has been suspect ever since SFXT when they hired Glad to take a look over the dialogue related to Poison. Yeah. Be fair, red barrels in real life are super loud because they're explosive and people need to be careful about that. Well, the thing about the red barrels is it's not supposed to be realistic. It's a fucking video game. Atomistic for 2 fake mines. The world needs Captain Tennille from MXC. Review Tech keeps sexting Zed, or what the fuck is going on with those guys? Remember the whole Capcom was woke talk started since before SF6 was released to earnest marketing. Yeah. Resident Evil 3 remake was shit. It was shit, but not because it was woke for anything. There was a lot more behind Resident Evil 3 that made it not great. Does don't bother newer games in general to make great older games to miss out on. Been playing Metal Wolf Chaos and Jazz Jackrabbit, both awesome games. Yeah, that's a legitimate way. You gonna play Dustborn? I don't know what Dustborn is. Curious help getting the strike away. She retweeted me calling out YouTube to get the fucking strike pulled. So I'm willing to give her the credit. I don't see why not. Someone needs to get the credit. One more year, RE3 it could have been good. It could have been good. Not a fan of Jill in that game. Misunderstood. People liked her. She was okay. Like, she was decent enough for the game, but yeah, OG Jill's just better. You can always wait a year until the quality games that come out every year. Yeah. I just want games to look more stylish cartoons to having boring photorealism. You can have both. Like, that's the thing. You can have both, and there should be both. Barrels filled with gasoline will most likely not explode if you shoot them with small caliber, not enough air to fuel ratio or spark to cause a fire and explosion. Yeah, but who cares? It's a big boom. Why let realism get in the way of fun? Dead Rising remake, because I love Dead Rising with SMD. I shouldn't want to make that deal with the devil to bring one of my favorite franchises come back. My standpoint on it is I want to know what's actually in the game and what they fucked around with and what they changed, because if it's substantial enough of a change, then I'll be like, yeah, they changed some stuff around, so if you pick this up for like $20 along with the rest of the franchise, you'll probably have a pretty good time. Because, I mean, you can still buy Dead Rising 1 right now. And I would suggest everybody do it. Like, buy it, get in your library, install it fucking somewhere, buy a disc, do whatever you can, because the sands of time are cruel. I gotta remember how to spawn the fucking sharks. What's your opinion on the trope the power of hatred is like the power of friendship when the main character gets fuck-ass mad? It could be fun. Berserk has a lot of those. Too many game studios think realism is a valid substitute for style. Well, it's just kind of an... Not to sound cruel, but they do it to appeal to the autists who are like, no, but that's not realistic. And they think, well, if I'm able to make it realistic but fun, it'll be great. And shocker. A lot of time, realism just gets in the way of fun. I mean, if you're playing like a tactical shooter, like a Ready or Not, you need to have that element of realism in it because that's the entire reason you're playing the game. But yeah, like changing barrel colors to not be red or something like that. I keep using that example because that's like the most classic example people can think of. It's like, dude, don't fuck with the formula. It's fine. No one cares. Everyone knows what you're going for. I did think the removal of the term psycho part. Only know the erotica part, the Larry model changed in the communist line. They did not remove the term psycho. That's what I mean. People are trying to say Capcom did, but the only game that did that was Dead Rising 4. Question, is there a way to make Dead Rising 1 or 2 work with modern controls without using a third-party program? Mine doesn't respond in game at all. You do using Steam. Nah, they're infamous for that. There may be like a mod or like a program you can use to force it, but I've never gotten it to work. Plenty of both AAA and indie scenes. Just have to go hunting for it, chat. Go play Night in the Woods, buy it or pirate it. Just don't let Halaka's legacy die out. Definitely pirate it. Do whatever you can to not give that studio money. They genuinely don't deserve money for what happened. DSP's down to collab with Medicare. That could be fun. Imagine if Ray and I had a level editor. There'd be so many schools or workplaces. Are you Kraz Mazov from Disco Elysium? I am not a commie. They removed Erotica, entire backstory Cliff, now he's just a generic soldier. Really want to understand why they made these changes. From what I understand, all they did was change the filthy communist to filthy animal. Like, that is the only thing I'm hearing for sure they changed. Yeah, Capcom Vancouver fucked up the ports because they used the Xbox Live ports. Fishman asked Pippa why she brushing her teeth so long. It's not like she has made teeth left. It's a working price to Rachel Documakara. Once the campaign is getting closer to being launched, I will do a breakdown where we go through all the tiers and explain them. So just sit in anticipation. Playing realism in the games can be fun, but playing Breakpoint with my cousins were role-playing using operator strats and combat maneuvers makes the game way more fun than it should be. Yeah, but not every game needs that. You know, like a Dead Rising, there should not be realism in Dead Rising. What do you think of Wallace and Gromit? Everyone loves Wallace and Gromit. Game's not fun. Why bother? Reggie Phil may possibly paraphrase. That quote's become a mantra to me over the past few years. Spared me a lot of anger and wasted time. Yeah. Your comic have bikini variant covers. I'm gonna break everything down once we're getting closer. What's your pen name? Joseph Conrad. What did they do? Holika killed himself because Zoe Quinn falsely accused him of rape. Whatever's two devs killed their game as soon as they got their height of popularity. Yeah. And I'm probably movie games just want every game to be a movie game. Yeah, like Last of Us was special when it came out, specifically because of when it came out. Then it became the standard and everyone fucking despised it. You seen the drama about second one, Yahtzee's new channel? All I know is there was a lot of mismanagement going around. Like, a lot of mismanagement. I was talking about their favorite anime and bring up the most obvious series, true aficionados of the genre, and the most extreme elimination challenge is the best anime. Put Rachel in the bag and no one gets hurt. Miss Battlefield 3 being able to unlock everything in game without need to pay for shit besides DLC? Yeah. Remember the days? Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ah, there we go. I cracked my bones. Necroner for $5 was driving, so couldn't get my 2 cents, but my cynical ass feels stuff done on the Fallout show was just to make it so Bethesda could just do Fallout 4 again, but this time on the West Coast, basically Fallout 3 and 4 with a cowboy hat. They didn't, like, the Fallout show is something to where I keep hearing, oh, they're going to do it to set up the next game. Bethesda doesn't give 2 fucks about setup. If they wanted to make the next game about San Francisco or whatever, they'd just do it. They don't need to worry about setting up the fucking lore. They don't care. Guy who runs the Yahtzee channel, apparently massive spurg, and one of the guys working for him left because he won't shut the fuck up. From what I understand, multiple people left. That whole company is in shambles. I think the replica soldiers from Fear are the same level as Hecu from Half-Life 1. They're pretty iconic in their own way, mainly because of how advanced their AI was for the time. People only seem to remember Zoe drove a guy to off himself and not that she scammed people on Kickstarter for 100K. Yeah, it is sad. People still say she didn't get... Like, you can look up videos that reference Gamergate to this fucking day, and people say, oh yeah, Zoe Quinn got a bunch of shit just for being a feminist. It's like, how? How has this just been accepted in the lexicon when that's not what fucking happened? Like, I get so annoyed whenever someone brings up Gamergate and goes, oh, I don't know much about it. It's like, then don't fucking bring it up. Like, don't fucking bring it up, or at the very least, try to fucking explain what happened, and don't do the whole, well, there were culture critics that got heat for their takes. Like, no, they fucking lied. They fucking lied. They scammed people. Like, this was not a thing of they just said something that people disagreed with. They were fucking criminals. Yeah, Yahtzee's response is, I want to stay out of it. Oh, how convenient. See, make way for Tomorrow, 1937, one of the saddest movies I've seen. I have not. Remember Gamergate like it was yesterday, so I don't know how to feel about that, considering how it turned out. Gamergate fell victim to what we see now, where everything becomes part of the content mill, where everything is turned into just flavor of the week news. I will forever blame the skeptics getting involved and turning it into a let's dunk on feminists for the 100th fucking time type thing. Because it gave people that sort of short-term satisfaction that allowed them to placate and feel like they were winning when nothing was actually getting done. Yeah, Brianna Wu made 10K through Patreon by faking death threats. Yeah. And now has joined a fucking political super PAC to bribe YouTubers. Yeah, speaking of Gamergate, apparently Nick Caledra, head of Second Wind, took bribes for good reviews. Oh, who could have fucking guessed? As we don't have a Tuesday stream, we have to end the stream with a German Naruto opening and French Dragon Ball Z opening. Oh, we had a Tuesday stream. It was on Twitch. President Postal devs never made a joke about Gamergate. They did. Paradise Lost, which was the sort of expansion pack, sort of sequel to Postal 2. A lot of references to it. They even had Milo Yiannopoulos show up for a cameo. Well, Phantom Liberty, pretty fun so far. That's on Solomon, and so I really like Phantom Liberty. It was a lot of fun. We're going Kamui. The fan translation makes reading the series feel like a Hokkaido history lesson. You're a fan of 1984? Yeah, it's a good book. You showed I like the openings. We played them at the last possible second to fuck with people. I'm shocked. I'm surprised. Influencers take money from studios. Who would have thought? Like, it's a thing where YouTubers and influencers are... They have been the new celebrity for a while. That's why so many movies reference YouTubers or brag about getting YouTubers involved, because they understand they're more popular than traditional old Hollywood. And YouTubers are a million times easier to win over to your side, because YouTubers, by their very nature, latch onto any monetary opportunity that you put in front of them. There have been multiple scandals of YouTubers taking deals they shouldn't have, pushing sponsors they shouldn't have. It's all over the fucking place. There'll be a VOD uploaded Tuesday stream. I don't know how to get them off Twitch, but I'll try. Capcom made Jill her most iconic female character ever meet a fate worse than death and turn into a girl boss man with boobs. Feel for Jack Packard. Everything he's involved with besides regular media is falling apart around him through no fault of his own that I know of. So on the position of Fuck Songbird, currently on ongoing Phantom Liberty playthrough by setting with Reed this time. I always betray at the last possible second, just because it rubs salt in the wound so much. Plus, that airport fight is just fun as fuck. Yeah, YouTubers need the cash. Yeah, the infamous amazing atheist quote about why he shilled for Candid. Please use Gnashing Fang, my Gunbreaker main, and it's hurting me. People still push BetterHelp to this day. Yeah, to this fucking day. GG was the canary in the coal mine of what we're dealing with now. People didn't know how to react to it at the time. Now people understand the tide is finally turning. I'm going to give my take about it once I get back. I'm getting a drink. Man, there's quite a few people in here who haven't played the audio remakes and just got info from some constant farmer culture warrior. Yeah, once again, I'm going to talk about it when I get back. All right. So if you want my take on it, the tide has not been turning. It has not been turning. It has been subsisting in a kind of culture Cold War for a number of years, ever since 2016. No progress has really ever been made. The only time we celebrate is when a company suffers a major financial loss. And pretty much everyone is just begging for a full-blown video game crash. Like, people want a Great Depression era for video games. Like, The Nick clip going around, I'm pretty sure it's that guy. The one who's like, oh, people just want to complain and they just want games to fail. That quote, it's funny considering who it came from and the circumstances around that, but it's true. People do want games to fail. They want the entire fucking industry to fail. They want the whole industry to fail. They have gotten to a point where it's like it's better to burn it down and wait for the new tide. We've been stuck with this culture for a while, and it's just been kind of, I guess, enduring is the best way to put it. Because, and I've said it over and over again, culture in general was supposed to turn organically into a new era. You had the liberal era with the post-Bush Obama years, where it's like, all right, things are getting a bit more liberal, a bit more progressive. The kids who grew up watching Jack Black are now adults now, and they're going to be getting their own lives, that whole thing. But there needed to be that kind of push. When Trump got into office, there was a legitimate organic push for everything to become more conservative, more anti-progressive, pointing out the flaws of the progressives. And it was essentially a repeat, but from the opposite angle, of the fall of the megachurches. Now, for those who are unaware of the fall of the megachurches, that was one of the big things that kind of pushed the 90s era of the Clinton liberal. You had the scam megachurches that fuck people over, the anti-gay preacher caught in a gay orgy, that kind of thing, where people found the hypocrisy of the previous generation disgusting and wanted nothing to do with it, so they went to the opposite angle. So we had kind of a similar thing post-Obama where a lot more shit about Obama was coming out once he was leaving office. People in general were getting more disgusted and kind of tired of him, tired of the cult of personality around him. And everyone across the board kind of just found it fraudulent. Like, yeah, he was the great big hope that didn't fucking help anybody but killed a bunch of people, that kind of thing. And people organically like Trump. That's why Trump still has such a massive following to this fucking day. He just has that natural draw to him where people see he's the leader of the room and they want to go to the leader of the room, that kind of thing. Well, post-2016, there were major efforts to stamp down on homegrown, grassroots, organic campaigning and cultural push. That's where you had the rise of the alt-right, where Richard Spencer, now Nick Fuentes, and all these assorted figures would try to get people fighting amongst each other as much as humanly possible. They would constantly go to the media and paint themselves in the worst possible light. The fuck optics I'm going in, the rise of right-wing extremism, that kind of thing. Everything they can to clamp down on the natural pathway society was going towards, which was less progressivism, less the world first, America needs to step back from the world stage crap. We're going to become pro-American. We are national. We care about our nation, our people. We want this to work. We don't want to hate each other. So the whole idea is culture across the board was supposed to be going in that direction and become a lot more, not quite libertarian-esque, but definitely a lot more towards the idea of the liberals fucking lied to you, which is why I always say I just find Seth MacFarlane's liberal takes just cute now of like, oh my God, you still believe this shit? You're still making anti-gun control posts now. You're still saying, man, fuck Ronald Reagan now. It's like, it gets to a point where it's the embarrassing boomer humor, but now it's the guys who watch Bill Maher doing that and they don't understand that's what they're doing. So the problem with it is once the organic crackdown began, where everything had to be tied to some company that was tied to the people that hate you, we had shit like Candace Owens, Daily Wire, all these people who just shoved themselves forward and said, I am the one voicing these guys' opinion. Everything just kind of stagnated. We have been stagnant for a long time. As much as it's fucking infuriating to hear people go, oh, back in 2016, it was so bad. We all made those dumb, edgy jokes. I'm just like, motherfucker, we're still living 2016 culture. We are still in 2016 culture. Nothing has fucking changed. It's not even a thing of I'm getting older and just refusing to admit the times have changed. The times have not changed. We have been living the same short-term cycle over and over and over again for fucking years now. And people are just degrading because that natural pathway that was supposed to come, that new future that was supposed to come, that next stage for us has been fraudulently locked away and torn down and went, no, you're not allowed to have that. Which is why I do believe the recent happenings that have been happening for the DNC and this election cycle have been going the way they're going. This is going to get a little out there and kind of Neil deGrasse Tyson staring at the sky, but the cosmos know who should have won in 2020, and everything that happened since went the worst possible path as almost like a punishment for it. Like, this is not how you were supposed to go. The world will pay for that. You know, that's why under Biden, you've had so many different military conflicts pop off and mass violence, economic damage, because the universe itself is telling people this pants-shitting retard should not have been here. And the thing is, it's fully possible to fix what's going on. It is fully possible. But we've been kind of sucked into the short-term dopamine cycle of get angry about something this week, rant about it, rave about it, wait for the climactic finale, and then just rant about the next thing that happened. It is consume product, but it's Twitter ranting. You know, that kind of thing. What do you think will cause the change to come? I personally think it's going to come when Trump wins. Like, call it crazy conspiracy stuff. I'm telling you, there is a path we're supposed to go down, and that's why things have been playing out how they have for the past several years. Every single thing Biden has done has been the universe screaming at people, this pants-shitting retard was not supposed to be here. So we're saying is Trump has the mandate of heaven? I don't want to make it sound that dramatic, because that's like full-blown, like, oh, QAnon, red MAGA hat in the middle of Starbucks screaming at some waitress because how dare that damn liberal fuck up my latte type shit. Like, it's more the fact that Biden is tied to the establishment that has been in D.C. for decades. They are the old world insisting on the old culture that refuses to die. You know, they are quite literally the boomers holding us all back. They were supposed to be retired. They were supposed to have, you know, passed away in their sleep at the ripe age of 90, that whole thing. Their time has come and gone. They're not supposed to be here anymore. But they have basically locked the country, and by extension the world, into this cultural stagnation where, as much as I say we're still living 2016 culture, it wouldn't even be that accurate. We have basically just been living out 90s culture for 30 years. Because they still insist on the same liberal principles, still the same naive liberal ideas of how people work and the way things should work. The whole point of it is the culture we see now has just been the 90s on ever-increasing steroids, and we were supposed to move past that into a different era, into a different age, but we have just never done it. Yeah, we've been stuck in the Obama era. More specifically, we've been stuck in the Clinton era. I mentioned the universe a lot in many streams. Astrology and cosmology is a very interesting field, even if it's all bullshit. 90s, but we all have a smartphone now, is how Razor described it. It's a very good way to describe it. Just even said when Biden had his moment during the debate, she said, we have never looked so weak as a country. She's one of the most liberal people I've met. Yeah. People are made, red stardom, crash down, then forgotten. Cycle repeats. Yep. Everything operates off cycles. Yeah, Biden's been in politics all his life. Yeah. Not to mention Zach McFarlane's still doing the lol Christians, am I right? Come on, dude, atheism isn't cool anymore. It's pretentious. Well, it's more than just lol Christians, am I right? He genuinely thinks that's brave. He thinks that's biting satire. He thinks that's some sticking it to the man level thing when that's the most bog standard joke in comedy now. Sure, they're like Mobius Z from Xenoblade 3. Yeah, a little bit. Favorite cyberpunk radio station? I kind of just flipped around waiting for the tracks I liked. The metal station had some pretty good stuff, though. Alright, so this is a swim one. Young Rebel refused to admit they became the man. Yeah, I mean, look at bands like Green Day, where they're insistent that they are still the ones fighting off whatever regime they say they're fighting off. Politics were first made. They had the excuse of not knowing better. Now they just refuse to try again. Yeah. Gamergate was a failure in your opinion. Does that mean we just have to get out the fight for better standards? I am legitimately tired of having to explain over and over again what I'm talking about with this shit. Like, I say repeatedly, just change what you're doing, and you still view that as just give up. Like, dude. Green Day's still stuck in the hate Bush era. Yeah. Hate Bush, hate Reagan. Like, they are still the old men complaining about their days. It's no different from when people protest against Elvis concerts. How much $2 chat? We're stuck in a time loop. Go to the crow in a bathrobe sitting in a fancy chair next to a fire from Billy and Mandy. You disturbed the natural order. I think some chat's saying that pays you off. I imagine so, because we have explained it forwards and backwards how many different fucking times. Like, no, we're not saying to fucking give up. We're saying that some of your fucking tactics don't work. We have seen they don't work. We've been living 15 straight years of them not working. What's your opinion on esoteric magic? I don't know anything about actual magic. I'm just operating off, I guess, just observation. I mean, if you want to look into, like, actual occultism stuff, you can watch Styx, like Styx Hexenhammer. He goes into a lot of occultist stuff. It's actually really interesting. In my opinion, the Culture War is the world's largest and most successful advertisement campaign. That is honestly a pretty good way to look at it. Like, I always related to the Black Mirror episode with the people on the bikes, where it's like, the system is built in a way to where even if there is somebody that wants to stand up and say, fuck you, they can easily be kind of subverted into being part of the system itself as controlled opposition. I mean, we've seen that over and over again. Giving up is lame. Now blowing up Three Gorges Dam, that's some change. I mean, God seems to be doing that himself. Copium conspiracy theory for Helldivers that they're doing Nerf apocalypse on purpose, prepare for a major event on Super Earth with insane content. Probably not, though. A lot of people are theorizing that it's to get people to buy war bonds, where they're going to introduce actually good weapons, and people are going to buy those war bonds to make the game fun again. To be honest, I never felt the Trump administration was another 4 years of Clinton's click and power. MAGA is just Reaganism 2.0. Biden, however, did the Clinton and Bush roids. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. The Trump era is where you actually saw legitimate, I guess, events in government. I mean, when Trump was in office, it was the opposite of nothing ever happens. Fucking everything was happening all the goddamn time. I don't mean to be asshole, just trying to grasp what you mean. Matters all have legit Asperger's. I understand that, but we have explained the concept so many times, it gets genuinely exhausting of like, hey, understand that the tactics we've been using don't fucking work, and we may in fact be enforcing the system that we are wanting to fight against. And then people immediately extrapolating from that, just give up, it's so fucking over, black pill shit. Like, you just start beating your fucking head against the wall, go like, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Become the mailman? Woke up with a bad shoulder pain from sleeping wrong. It's not broken, just uncomfortable. It's a bad idea to lift weights. It means your muscles sore, so be careful. I think people forget real change is slow. It takes time for a big change to be made. That too. How's Three Gorges Dam doing? Still cracking? It's still flooding. Apparently, Xi Jinping may have been removed as glorious leader of China, but who'll be the butt of the Winnie Pooh jokes now? Yeah, that's another thing. Like, Xi Jinping might be dead. Go was a reality check. The modern Republicans and modern conservatives cannot agree and are not the same people we think they are. Republicans are essentially split. Well, uniparty has been a thing ever since Trump came in office, because there were a lot of Republicans that tried fucking Trump over. The big thing is... Oh, I keep running right past that cave. The big thing is the fact that people nowadays, especially after COVID, got so anxious and crazy, and everything was always falling down around them, because the news media was specifically built to make people believe the world was falling apart, that nobody could calm themselves down and really think about what's happening. and what's going on. I mean, there was a lot that fucking happened in the COVID years. Tried telling people local elections matter when they start doing it immediately. Tell me, well, what are you doing? And I tell them to knock it off. Yeah. How much longer is that dam going to last? If it's flooding this long, don't think it has much left. That is a legitimate question to ask, yeah. The Union Party, not older than that, had no real outsider opposition before Trump. It's been a while. Arguably ever since the Reagan years. I think Three Gorges Dam will have a coming winter. Can't imagine ice and frost do good for any damage might have sustained recently. I don't know. Once again, that's a good question to ask. I think it's like that scene you once described. It's a code. No, it can't be that simple. People still live by dramatic movie logic. Yeah. Is Xi Jinping thing like Czechoslovakia's leader? I don't know what's going on with Czechoslovakia's leader. You're saying it's not Jover? I'm saying that there's a lot of different avenues you can use to fight off this culture, but nobody's really wanted to do it. Like, we have been comfortably subsisting in the culture, and we're all just waiting on a big dramatic thing that forces the culture to change, even if the damage that will cause will affect us for a very long time and might make things worse. That's why I'm very anti we'll burn it all down, because my response to that will be, that includes burning your own shit down, which you may not be able to get back. I mean, the thing is, the more I hear your advice, the more it drives me up a wall. Like, it's like, I know you're right, but I'm tired of hearing it all the time. I know you mean well. We have to keep repeating it. So what you're saying is we should all give up. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, just give up. Stranger Things introduced the world of nostalgia and narcotic. That's part of why people won't let culture change. There's zonked out nostalgia. Stranger Things didn't introduce people to the idea of nostalgia as narcotic. It just made it blatant that's what they were doing. Because there was a lot of nostalgia bait shit even before Stranger Things. It's just Stranger Things became kind of the symbol for people to point to and go, shit like that. And participating in local elections, but it's hard to actually learn about the candidates. The only time you hear them is political slander from opponents. Yeah, that's the idea. Make it hard for you to actually know what they're doing. Thing is, people on the right just keep ceding ground to the crazy leftists. Some are starting to push back. Yeah, well, they either cede ground or they've picked the absolute worst hill to die on. And a lot of time, the worst hill to die on shit is pushed by people who have bad motivations. Member bears were a thing before Stranger Things. Yeah, specifically Force Awakens. Force Awakens came out before Stranger Things. And that was the embodiment of member berries to the point that's what started the South Park joke. By the sign on my mail address, I'm not voting this year. Is it possible I can still vote locally? If you show up, yeah. They can't deny if you show up. South Park brought up the member bears. Unfortunately, got dropped because Trump won. I know they wanted Hillary to win and go. People wanted Clinton nostalgia. Yeah, I can see that. And I think that's kind of what fueled them not liking Trump, to where they got kind of spiteful with the Garrison joke. Because, like, I remember as soon as it was announced Trump won, they had the thing of like, oh, women can do anything, Sharon, except be president. And I'm like, okay, you guys know who Hillary Clinton was. It doesn't fucking matter if a woman can be president. If that fucking woman's president, we're all going to die. Like, the thing that sunk her campaign was explicitly her saying, we're going to fight off Russia's influence and the nuclear option is not off the table. She flat out said on national TV she was considering nuclear war. Are you still going to stream on Twitch? We could do one every now and then. I was like the point we do essentially are just adding DLC to postmodernism culture in the 90s and 2000s, stuff like incel culture being extremely popular with men. Yeah, in a lot of ways. Because, like, incel culture is an extension of 90s era almost slacker culture of it's normal to be a loser. It is normal to be a loser and to not really know where you're going in life. Because to be fair, in the 90s, yeah, that was a very common thing where you had kind of the nihilistic age of the post-Reagan years and the multiple generations removed of the baby boomers where people didn't really have a purpose anymore. There was no big goal for America. And a lot of people were directionless and going, well, what the fuck do I do with my life? And that was just kind of normal. Even Stick said she would start a nuclear war just to prove she's one of the boys. This time when Galaxy Quest peak of meta humor and how everything's meta humor and lost its bite. Super 8 with Stranger Things for Stranger Things. Another really good point, yeah. Time's a flat fucking circle. Can't change my mind. I know you've been recommending reviewing every war movie that exists, but I ever felt doing Andersonville? I've never seen Andersonville. Incel is just a symptom of a long-standing problem. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Because like there's multiple different explanations around the incel thing. You do have the psycho women who will fuck up your life. You so much as talk to them in a coffee shop thing. That is a thing. But that's not the only reason incels exist. There's also people sucked into online forums that just kind of become echo chambers that just repeat and degrade information to the point that you go insane, which is true of literally any subject. I mean, stay in a leftist circle for any number of time and you see them going batshit nuts. A semi-liberal animated series called Super News made the, hey guys, remember Clinton Edmund around 2008? Funny how much that series has been memory hold. To be fair, there was big 60s, 70s nostalgia during the 90s. The 80s nostalgia really kicked off in 07 with Payformers, hasn't stopped. Zoomer seemed like 80s aesthetic too. Yeah, every generation will be nostalgic for something. That's why analog horror kicked off, because the new generation that grew up watching VHS and remember that aesthetic want to pay tribute to that. Give enough time, there's going to be nostalgia for like PS2 and PS3 era, where like people will start making games in the style of like a PS3 game because they view that as nostalgic. Speaking of recommendations, you ever check out Animal Human yet? I have not. My pattern knows though, dehumanization has changed targets. First it was drug addicts, then it was Christians, then it was being right wing. Now everything is now it's anything not far left. Well, dehumanization is something every single side uses. It's just a matter of how much and how much impact does that actually have on the target. PS2 nostalgia is already a thing. Yeah, so next step is going to be like PS3. Incel thing I would say is ultimately father figures not being involved, and also guys not getting social cues and women that can be hard to get. Yeah, just kind of the general, I guess, autism of the modern era. Sort of like how Crow Crunch is basically a PS1 game. Yeah, and Crow Crunch is great. That's a great game. Well, when president would you actually vote for? I've already asked this question, just skip it. There hasn't really been a female candidate that I haven't looked at and went, I want you dead. Because that's how I feel about DC in general. It's like, all right, you're an establishment whore, go away. I think South Park recent seasons are still good, besides still not liking season 20 and 1. They're very episode to episode. Some of it can be funny. Some of it is they are just looking at their Twitter feed and ranting. I honestly think South Park probably should have ended like right before 2016. Should have been where they called it. Remember, no bad tactics, only bad targets. Yeah, every side uses that. That's just a common thing because, I mean, it's just, you know, you have extremism. Extremism exists, and that exists for whatever philosophy you have. There can be extremist pacifists, you know what I mean? The big thing is, how common is it amongst a circle? How encouraged is it amongst a circle? And how much impact is it having towards their opponents? Leftist style, no bad tactics, only bad targets, has been ingrained to be a mainstream talking point to a degree that, like, should actually be called out and addressed. Where it will never not fuck me up the In Praise of Shadows stream we did, where one of his big points about Wendigoon is he said members of Antifa, and he had that whole fucking cope thing of oh, well, Antifa's not one big organization, it's just anti-fascist protesters. And I was like, go fuck yourself, you weaselly-mouthed little bitch. Fuck you. We all fucking know what Antifa is. We all fucking know they pay each other money. They give each other legal resources. They all wear the same outfits. They all say the same thing. They all just happen to be Marxists. Fuck you. And that's a mainstream YouTuber that had a very significant following. That's not just some randy guy. You know what I mean? Eco for dollar. Oh, what? You're live on Twitch? I'm not gonna read your words. We got yelled at by Susan, so I'm gonna be a good boy this time and say big fat fucking. And there we go. There we go. Segment62 for $1. What was that? You saying we should give up? You're saying we should kill ourselves now? You know what? Yeah, we'll do that. Mass suicide on Saturday. I think it'll be great. Didn't Antifa have armbands? They have iconography. Yes, they have merchandise. Well, thanks for sure. There won't be no PS5 nostalgia. That fucker didn't sell at all. It's not about specific consoles, of course. It's just aesthetics. Logan Paul Prime episode Jump the Shark. It had funny moments, but it was one of those of this took way too long to get to a punchline that was just kind of okay. Have you seen the movie FX from 1986? Special effects guys framed for murder of a mafia boss used practical effect tricks to get his revenge. Pretty kino. Yeah, it's basically the Fall Guy before the Fall Guy, where it's paying tribute to a very specific job in Hollywood. But it's not a bad one. Say the hard R pussy. We just got the strike back from Susan. Let's not test our luck here. We'll give it like a week or two. Since most extreme lefties and wokies aren't actually threatened by opposition until their tactics turn against them, agree or disagree. Well, it's just political extremism. Like, once they have the confidence of the mob, they do not see what they're doing as extremism. They see it as just average common sense. That's the way they kind of view it. There we go. Susan dead? Susan hasn't run YouTube in a while. The guy who runs YouTube now is some fucking Indian dude. Yeah, Flash gets made fun of Logan Paul and KSI's Prime drink better. Drink Prime, drink Prime, drink Prime. I drank Prime. It's just kind of okay. It's just... It's sugary Gatorade. And I don't really like that. My sis concerned going with RFK if there's a member where he pins on him. I don't give a shit. I'm going with Trump. That's my big thing is like Trump I had cheap gas. Trump I had funny tweets. Yeah, Prime tastes like laundry soap. Yeah, it just I don't like it. Maybe it depends on the flavor. How to upload VODs, Twitch connections, link YouTube, video producer settings, set save VODs, video producer, clickstream, export. You know what? That'll be easy. Yeah, thanks. Unironically, that's actually kind of helpful. But dude, how schizo and President Shouts was, he probably created a political extremism response. I know, because I am one of them. Prime with 200 milligrams of caffeine to addict the kitties. Does Prime actually have that much caffeine? Jesus Christ. I thought it was a sports drink. Trump brought 4 years of glorious memes and left us melting down. It was fun. It was great. Look at the appeal of energy drinks. Monster smells artificial. I'm not even talking about the energy drinks. I'm talking about the sports drinks. Prime Energy does. Oh, God. Found recently Woody Harrelson was on Cheers, and apparently that was his big break. Oh, Cheers? Yeah, he was one of the bartenders. RFK is still running to split the vote. Guy just admitted to be the one who left that dead bear in Central Park. Logan Paul's a bad person, but he's a great pro wrestler. I've not seen any of his wrestling. Mainly because I'm just tired of seeing him. 200 for a 12-ounce bottle in Prime. That is insane. The YouTube CEO's name is Neil Mahoan. Looks like a male Mindy talking. Oh, God. What's in the concept of comfort duty? What the hell is that? You know, it doesn't taste like soap. Gamer subs. Use code TALL for 10% checkout. That is true. It explicitly doesn't taste like soap. It tastes pretty good. And you're drinking water. I'm wrong. I say that as I'm drinking a Coke. Prime's a lot of forever chemicals, so yeah, stay clear from that. Oof. More like comfort women? Oh, like prostitutes? No, fuck that. Prime is tailored to the Gen Alpha kids. Poor bastards. Fuck the new parents that raise them with iPads. Yeah. Think this DNC be a shit show? It's been a shit show. It is still an ongoing shit show. If you're the new YouTube CEO, it does seem like he wants more people to make more money. Tools for learning about how to grow your channel are much better now. I still think it's too little, too late, and not fast enough. You still talk to a girl with colored hairstyles? How bad is the coloring and what colors? I think my dog is a very good boy. Yee. Really controversial question that might get me banned. What's soup goated? There's the, I'm trying to remember. It's at, like, Carrabba's. There's a really good chicken soup they have. I like that one a lot. Listen and read interviews the former comfort women in South Korea and such during World War II. Shit's sad. Yeah, I believe so. Pro-Palestine people won't leave Kamala alone. Good. Let them be hung by their own standards. Any color, mostly red or pink. Danger colors. If it's like just a highlight in the hair, could be fine. But if the whole fucking thing is colored, it's a danger flag. There's not a single woman with that. Like, piercings, colored hair, tattoos. Any significant amount of any of the three. Stay the fuck away. I'll be getting the new Gamer Sub Silverville stuff if I can. It might get bought up before I can, though. See, Scott the Wall's new video. He showed G Fuel as lead and gives you cancer. You back the right horse to Gamer Subs. Gamer Subs doesn't have lead. It doesn't cause cancer. You know, like they're like those poison dart frogs. Stay the fuck away. I don't know if it's a thing where the crazy personality is attached to them because I think it's cute, or you have to be crazy, or if you go crazy because of it. But there's some kind of correlation. What about hair that's colored brown or black? I mean, that's natural colors. Met some good chicks with dyed hair and piercings and tattoos. They're actual metalheads instead of weird hipsters. I'm just too burned out on it. I get to the point of like, oh God, when am I going to look at their Twitter account and make me want to kill myself? The human in their prime can handle 400 milligrams in their body for breathing and heart problems. If you drink 2 primes, you'll fucking die. That's not good. All right, bet. A bunch of 3-letter agencies are hated. It seems like almost everyone except the government wants the ATF to smell it or be non-existent. They always violate state laws and federal laws. ATF should not exist under any definition. Like, they have caused more... They have caused more avoidable tragedy than pretty much any other industry. I don't like tats in general. They're too tacky. Tattoos can be good, but they need to be tasteful. Too many times I've seen just complete white trash where they cover themselves like every single inch in tattoo, and it just does not look aesthetically pleasing. Like a chick with like a Yakuza back tattoo, that can be kind of cool. That can be pretty good. But it never just stays like that. Sound like too happy saying bet. Are you okay? I'm willing to take the challenge. I'm willing to prove that I can handle it. You have no idea how many energy drinks me and Shota were drinking when he lived at the old place, and we had to stay up until like 6 a.m. for streams. You have no idea. It got to the point that like multiple employees at gas stations were like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'm fine." Like iDubbbz girl? Yeah. Look at Anissa. I'm pretty sure that's iDubbbz's wife, right? Look at how she looks. Avoid any woman that looks like that. Yakuza back tattoos are hot. Breast tats are cringe. Yeah, a good way to put it. Lots of Asian girls who dye their hair blonde or brown. They can look nice. I've seen some that look nice. There's a lot of women these days. Yeah, that's our cross to bear. You said you're fine, but you're okay. Well, we haven't needed to drink that much in a while, so we should be fine. The kidneys can take the punishment. Keep fine till you get that silver play button. I will make them give it to me. I'll make them give it to me in person. Trying on caffeine most of the time. My tolerance is getting too strong. Need at least 900 milligrams to feel the buzz. I have caffeine pills. Might have a problem. What's your take of Japanese history books not mentioning art and admitting war crimes in World War II? Well, it's important to learn from history so you don't repeat it, but too often self-flagellation is used as a weapon against a culture by people who really, really are in no place to judge. So to me, it's a case of normally you'd want kids to know about that so they are aware of their own history and aware of what their government's capable of doing. But 2 million spies across the Western world alone from the CCP, I just don't fucking trust anything in education anymore, man. I was smart. I saw you in SHB like a week ago. Is this an alt? What's SHB? Just show Japanese students the Mr. Takayama episode from South Park Teach History. Yeah, there you go. When you do get a silver play button, make them suck your Mara. Kidneys can have a little caffeine overdose as a treat. Don't bother learning from history because we'll always learn the wrong lessons. Got it. I'm just going to stop correcting people. They're never going to get it. Shadowbringers? Oh, no, that was my main. That was my main that I actually like started the game with. This is specifically the character I made for streams. And I was further along beating Stormblood for my main, and I wanted to get to Shadowbringer, so I played a little bit of that one. Now we actually have to go through Shadowbringers with the fucking stream character. Similar to slavery being taught in schools. Yeah, like, it's important to know about the history of slavery and the impact it had on American history and culture. But now it's being used specifically to guilt trip people into essentially believing in sins of the father. Like, there's people unironically saying that white people today need to pay for shit that happened during the 1600s. I did not say that wrong. Not 1800s, not 1900s, not even 1700s, the 1600s. It is batshit crazy. It is not healthy. And if we have to choose between the two extremes, it's better just to go, you know what? Fuck it. Never happened. Where's the proof? Where's the proof slavery happened? Where is it? Where's the proof? Do you get a play button and be shooting it with guns like Alex Jones did for his? I might melt it down and turn it into a tasteful ingot. I was telling the blood of 300,000 Union soldiers reparations enough. Well, it's more than that. It's like every slave is dead. Anyone who could have possibly experienced slavery in any way, shape, or form is dead. There's current slave markets active in Africa right now. Shouldn't you go take care of that if you hate slavery? Yeah, Japan doesn't want to end up like Germany. I don't blame them. Yeah, it's like, look at Germany. Look at what Germans put themselves through because they feel so guilty over what happened during World War II with the Nazis. Like, there comes a point where you've paid too much for your sins. I know most white Americans don't even descend from people who were in the country when slavery was legal, especially anyone of Italian or German descent. Yeah. People just like to forget everybody killed and enslaved each other. Yeah, like you had like one of the classic kind of I guess thought chicks on Twitter. Well, unironically do the clapping emoji, speak between every word shit, you know, that kind of thing. And it was like, if you call a black person a colonizer, you need to stop talking and think for once. So I just responded with, yeah, you don't know about the history of the Zulu Empire, do you? Because looking at what the Zulus did, they were some violent motherfuckers. Fair and $5 again, the war of lesser years should not be used to judge the children of today. Why do I keep repeating this? The biggest tragedy of humanity is we will continue to forget lessons we should ingrain in us to our fucking bones. Favorite Sepultura song? I can never remember any off the top of my head. Lee Pearson was a slave when he was a kid. That's what he said. Listen, Jesse's crazy. I love the man, but he's insane. Like that one fat Korean dude. Korea had no slavery. Korea had the longest unbroken chain of slavery. Romans enslaved people. Should the ancestors of Roman slaves get reparations? There will be people who unironically argue for it, because the ones pushing for the obsession over it and the sins of the father mentality, they don't actually care. They're just trying to whip people up into a frenzy so they can profit off it. Without fail, every single time there's a big push to profit off something or bring up an old, like generations ago long event, it's always people who have the worst intentions. One of the reasons Shaka Zulu managed to conquer most of Africa is he told his soldiers not to throw their spears because every tribe fought wars just by throwing their weapons. Why didn't people seriously people take the slaves song Fox only used for 100 donos? It was satire. Slaves didn't even build America. Effing abomics. Baffled by people obsessed with much slavery but ignore empires who actually worked off slavery. Yeah. Some are still ongoing right now. Germany, I can confirm Germany is still thinking about the sins of World War II and how much we had to proclaim never again. Yeah, it's why I say Europe across the board is cucked, because there is an entire cultural PTSD, I guess, of World War II, where they feel like if they dipped anywhere towards traditionalism or nationalism, anything America would consider traditionally right-wing in our view of the world, they see it as an actual new Reich, and any day for Hitler to come back. It's to a degree where they're allowing insanely over-the-top negative consequences from leftist policies because they feel like reeling back on those will cause a new Hitler, not realizing that not reeling back on them is more likely to do that because the lashback against it will be so bad. I mean, we always say that, like, oh, imagine, and then for some reason Hitler came into power. There's not going to be any fucking Hitler born in Europe for a very long time. For a very fucking long time. It's like, no, all of Europe across the board is terrified of itself. I don't care if you leave, just give me all your shit is what the people pushing reparations actually want. Yeah, basically. I mean, hell, look at what happened in South Africa. The socialist government in South Africa gets in charge. They start blaming white people for everything. Push white people out of cities, do this and do that, and now their country's falling the fuck apart. Because it's always used as scapegoats. Whenever they pick out a specific group of people and start scapegoating them for fucking everything, it's always solely to get away with negative consequences of their own actions. What do you do with that cash? Spend it on drugs and expensive shit. Yeah, religion fails. There's no path to redemption. That is the failing of extremism. Yeah. Fun fact, Germany teaches World War II in their schools and acknowledges there was good and bad that came out of it. Constant topic in modern day. Japan does not teach World War II whatsoever. So weird. Every time white people get removed from a country, the country crashes into a sewage retention pond and stays there forever. Aren't they calling for the genocide of white people in South Africa? They actively engage in it. They've been killing white farmers. That's why white farmers had to section off chunks of the country for themselves and arm it and patrol it. And those are the only places in South Africa worth a damn. And they are still besieged by people trying to kill them. Gason went live. She's building Gunpla. That's nice. That's cool. Africa's booming right now for all the wrong reasons. Miracle, South Africa didn't collapse immediately after the end of apartheid. Took AP U.S. history in 10th grade, and they unironically say America for European colonization was peaceful utopia, complete with women's rights. That's retarded. Like, that was something where if I heard that, I would have went, you're a fucking idiot. Like, no. That's not what fucking happened. The native tribes absolutely did not let that happen. Don't forget Zimbabwe begging white farmers to return. Yeah. South Africa is booming very destructively. Boers literally did the parallel society thing and are making it work for now. Yeah. They have no choice. The white man does get things done. Don't toss comic about giving back land is a better historical reference than Howard Zinn. Well, a lot of the time when these figures in Africa are pushed to like, oh, get rid of white people, get rid of this, get rid of that, they're explicitly being propped up to gimp themselves so they're taken over by a more powerful outside force. So as much as it's get rid of all the white people and then the land goes to shit, well, now conveniently that land can be exploited by whatever party gets there first. I think people that call everyone Nazis are aware Nazi scientists were brought over and made some of the technology they know and enjoy. They don't care. They don't give a shit. The point of it is not the actual term. They don't believe these people are actually Nazis. They are labeling them as bad person who needs to be ostracized, and from there, whatever word association with bad person that needs to be ostracized will be used to get rid of them. Yeah, like China. Exactly, like China. China and Russia in the new conquest of Africa. Yes. Because now all that land is destabilized, meaning someone can just come in and go, well, we'll give you a bunch of money. We'll prop up your government. How do I raise case on? Keep in mind her ideal man's Kiryu Cosmos. How do you go about it? Work out. Zimbabwe better off or worse off without Mugabe? I think they're fucked either way. People kind of forget virtually all decolonization movements in Africa were aided by the Soviet Union, some far more explicitly than others. Yeah, because then they were opened up for the Soviet Union to get involved with. That's why a lot of those places conveniently turned to socialism, because the Soviets were promising them shit too. Look at Haiti. Haitian genocide happened in what was once a profitable cash crop colony to an economic failure. They attempted to occupy their neighbor to get rich again. Yeah. I have many Eastern Orthodox friends who are completely blind to Russian propaganda. Russia is one of the least religious countries in Europe. They're not the base paradise they think they are. Anyone who praises China or Russia, I fully just believe are... I don't want to necessarily say influenced, because that can imply a lot more of a relationship than it really is, but they are deeply, deeply misguided on the situation. Like, especially people going, like, based Russia. Like, Russia is the forefront to media censorship. Like, for fuck's sake, the reason Putin's been in power for so long is because every candidate against him either dies or goes to prison. And the Chinese shell companies helped fund some stuff in Africa and used all the money, and all the money was never used. Yeah. So respecting Vietnam sovereignty and self-determination, you got a pointless war. Yeah. Europe, like everyone else, forgets probably willingly that the Nazis were the National Socialist German Workers' Party. How much you getting taxed? That the free healthcare going well? Like I said, they don't give a shit about that. Germans did not do it to them. Do it themselves. Allies forced them to do it. Basically, a big brainwashing operation, so Nazis would not happen again. That's why I said it's a cultural thing across Europe. It's not specifically a German thing, because all of Europe does this. Almost for $10, my sister to this day has never gotten out of the mentality of white people are the monopoly of America that should share more money and make more better laws for black people because of history and race. Well, just tell her, donate some of your paycheck then. Like, donate some of your paycheck. Walk up to a random black person in the store, give them $10. Like, the only way to snap people out of that is just make them live to their word. Be like, no, you are going to do this. You keep saying we should do this, you are going to fucking do it. When it's time to make people actually live by the words they want to enforce on you, and they show they're a hypocrite, there is no greater... fuck it. Yeah, just use the word blow. There's no greater blow to it, because right there they're faced with the whole, well, shit, now I'm a fucking hypocrite. And there's no real way to kind of rectify that, unless they just completely stretch as far as humanly possible to go, no, but I'm still a good person. Like, pointing out someone's a hypocrite is a very good way to break a cultural trend. We've seen it happen so many times. These friends were cheering on invasion of Ukraine, but now that Russia is on the back foot, all of a sudden it's a godless war of slaughtering fellow Christians. The Ukraine war has just been fucking Eastern European snowball fights. A lot of people dying for no fucking reason. Like, that Putin interview with Tucker Carlson made me despise that man on levels that could not be fucking explained. And they always say shit, but don't do shit. Yeah. Yeah, people can overlook a lot of things, even pedophilia at times, but hypocrisy is a step too far for many, i.e. Chris Tyson. Yeah, like, actually. When I saw a Russian anime shop before I die. Clip I saw once on YouTube of a Chinese foreman in Africa ranting about how useless the workforce is. That was probably from Empire of Sand, which is a documentary about Chinese colonization into Africa. Putin or Tucker? Putin. I fucking despised him after that, because, like, Tucker Carlson asked him point blank to his face, why are you invading Ukraine? And he rants for like 30 minutes about like the history of Russia dating back to like the 500s. And it's this thing where people are going like, oh, well, you know, that just showed how professional he was. All I saw it is he didn't want to admit what he's doing. He just doesn't want to admit he's just doing this for the military-industrial complex. He's trying to weave this tale that's this bigger reason, and it's all just for the fucking MIC. He's doing it for defense contractors. He's doing it to start another conflict zone. That's why, once again, the lines have not actually moved that much as they're saying, well, now there's an advance to push in, and I guarantee you by next month there's going to be another retaliation advance. They'll push it right back to where it started. Like, people have been dying in that region for fucking nothing. Yeah, Ukraine's just another chapter in the Cold War over who gets satellite states, much like Syria. Yeah. Putin didn't want to say it's for oil, but it's for oil. I was phrased by paraphrasing on my own part. We can teach brown people to be proud of who they are without telling white people to be ashamed of who they are. Yeah. He's like a person who does an internet essay, and they tell you about the history of cinema. UK self-flagellates themselves so hard because they won the game of war. They have zero political will to stop immigration themselves to death. Remember, victory's only 2 weeks away. Yep. Get tired of how long the current Tarkov wipe was dragging on for it, trying to make his own Tarkov. Ukraine's government ain't any better. Yeah, they're both whores for the MIC. That's why he had to spin the whole tale that it was some bigger purpose and like, no, they've always been Russian and this shit and that shit. Like, it's all fucking nothing. It's all buzzwords and terms and history that doesn't apply to the modern situation because it's all military-industrial complex. It is just defense contracts, moving supplies, you know, getting rid of surplus. That's all this has been about. Creating a new conflict zone. Because Ukraine's a breadbasket and there isn't a real land border between them. No, that's not even... That's the excuse. That's the excuse. The excuse is, well, I mean, they've always been Russian. They're basically Russian. It's like, no, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about that. It's just another conflict zone. Another conflict zone. Another fucking... Get up to the surface. Another chance to weed out guys from the military who've been there too long and can't afford to pay their pensions. Burning up some bullets that need to be burned up. Like, modern war is a farce. Modern war is all about essentially just supply and demand now. What's next video going to be about? It's going to be about Restrepo, funny enough. That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. You literally typed out the breadbasket thing. Context for a conflict zone? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a war zone. Sure, what they're doing it for what profit in the war? Yeah. Well, profit in the war, destabilization, and essentially securing political supremacy. Because any regime that is in charge during a time of war is more likely to stay in charge. I think Hideo Kojima's idea about a virus that spreads through language is real. I think he called it Wolbachia. And I heard that the reason people have language is because of bacteria. No. It's a sci-fi thing, but that's not an actual thing. Yeah. War itself is a farce, but the lies Russia tells itself are based in Soviet dehumanization propaganda. Yeah. Because the old tactics work. Like, when the war kicked off, you had so many protests in Russia, specifically from people who are like, dude, we don't want to fucking do this. Why are we wasting our time on this? Then they had to imprison everybody and throw them into a battlefield. Language virus is an allegory for something else. The language virus was just kind of a general allegory for like the death of culture, the homogenization of culture. Because like the death of language is the death of a culture, because that's a specific people being wiped away. Said it was about Russian identity. Said it was about food resources, not bullshit me on this. You said the breadbasket, and they're basically already Russian. I said that. And I'm saying that's the excuse they're going to say. The excuse they're going to say is a resource war, or will these people already consider themselves Russian? And no, it's like that's the excuse they want to use. Speaking of disease, apparently monkeypox making a comeback in Africa. Oh boy. Putin just wants all the territory the Soviets had at one point, but I don't trust Turkey. They want to bring back the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, I gotta remember, Putin's ex-KGB. He is an ex-KGB agent. He's gonna operate like a KGB agent. Slovakia are real and based off of French theory, but no one really knows how we developed language. Eh. I have a bunch of family members who work in making munitions. They've been making a killing ever since the war started. Yep. Trust me, I know. Dick Bro's the same way. I'd say they're basically already rushing the land. No real land boards because that region is grassland, you idiot. Why are you getting offended? I'm talking like the talking point that you are mentioning is one they are using, and I'm saying that's the excuse. Get your foot off the gas, man. Putin just wants to reestablish Soviet sphere. Yeah, that's what he wants. He is from the era of the Soviet Union, when Russia dominated most of Europe. There are two states in Ukraine that outright voted for independence after Zelensky's rigged election, and they had the Azov battalion beating women in the streets for voting against him. Yeah, it's Eastern Europe, man. It is a fucked up region of the world. Ironically, people just pushed aside the whole giant Sahelanthropus plot hole in the in Chapter 3 MGS5 as a masterpiece. I was still considered even with a big plot hole. Yeah. Worst part of Ukraine war is people in the West blaming average Russians for what their government does, even when the Russian government's blatantly corrupt. Well, I mean, that's just natural for any kind of war. Like, people get really tribalistic and stupid about shit. Even though Putin's a pretty bad guy, the amount of times he has talked about nukes is fucking hilarious. Yeah, I was like, no one's gonna nuke. No one's gonna nuke because that is the ultimate boat rocking across all of human history. Yeah. Putin's ex-KGB. Yeah, ex-KGB. But still KGB. You don't leave that kind of life behind. Yeah, war was definitely not supported by great people. There were stories left and right coming out about how they were just grabbing protesters and enlisting them in the military against their will. What's the worst story theme format in your opinion? Hero's Journey, Man vs. Nature, Man's the Real Monster. Man's the Real Monster tends to get the most annoying. Yeah, someone in chat was just asking. Yeah, Putin is ex-KGB. He actually worked for the Kremlin. And that kind of mindset does not leave. You are a company man from the day you live to the day you die. Have you done the Bahamut raids yet? Not yet. Not for this character. So HCM, the COD mod I mentioned got leaked, and from what I can tell, it's been verified as legit. Good. It's really bad for Russia in general because the Russian people have gotten the short end of the stick for the past century, if not more. Yeah. Wasn't Ukraine supposed to be a buffer between Russia and Europe? They have their own history. Putin wanted to be Spetsnaz, got rejected, and joined the KGB afterwards, and didn't really get over the rejection. Well, that and just the life of a spy. Like, you never stop being a spy. You never stop being a spook. Reminder, like, the reason he's been in power in Russia for so long is because anyone that's a political opponent of his ends up going missing. The thing about Man's a Monster is you can make that story work, but only you have to really balance that with other stuff. Mother 3's ironically the best man is scary. Yeah, maybe. Putin's a KGB agent, much like Yuri's KGB agent, but moved to America to teach him more about Russia's messed up subversive corruption. Yeah. Putin isn't just ex-KGB in the sense of he was a pencil pusher. His famous gait is how they trained operators to walk around while carrying a gun. 14 only MMORPG you played, or have you played WoW? I remember trying WoW 3 times and got immediately turned off despite all IRL homies playing WoW. This is the only one I've actually stuck with. I've tried other MMOs. I put a lot of time into The Division, and I liked The Division well enough. This is the one I've actually stuck with. Funny months back, Putin said the Alaska purchase was illegitimate despite being personally done by the Tsar to get easy money after losing the Crimea War. Yeah. He is trying to big dick around and show his strength because they're trying to get BRICS off the ground, which is the economic deal between him, China, I think, what was it, Brazil, India. Like, they're trying to make their own economic bloc to sort of compete with NATO. Wasn't Putin part of a specific task force, the KGB, that root out religious groups and exterminate them? Maybe he was part of a task force. I just don't remember if it was that one. Garza Hideo and MGS5 agree it was a good game, but it's crazy how sometimes feel like its incompleteness lends itself to the game experience. Any comment? Sort of. I mean, last chapter you can especially feel there's a lot missing. Yeah, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Yeah, they're trying to make basically a new Soviet bloc because they're all specifically socialist nations. You know who else was the KGB agent? Thomas. He was a pretty good worker though. You know, people think Hamas is a sole terrorist organization by itself and they're funded by the Israeli government. Well, a lot of terror groups in general use religion and extremism as not to word it as like a bargaining chip, but there's a lot deeper things going on than just being religious extremists. Brazil socialist, their new government is. That was the reason their election got so contentious, because the guy coming in to replace the old president was an avowed socialist. And then they started working with BRICS. Russia is the one place that has had a constant wave of nothing but dictators for the past century. Haiti's similar, but we've had nothing but 2 centuries worth of dictators. Yeah, Putin also supplied West German communist terror groups. Yeah. What books or YouTube channel got you into cosmetology and astrology? Like I said, I watch a lot of the occult videos from Styx Hexenhammer. Got some really cool stuff. See what's happening in Kanye? Apparently, dude's dentist got him addicted to nitrous and is causing permanent brain damage due to long-term exposure. He might die like MJ. I mean, Hamas' main goal is to attack Jews. Yeah, but there's a reason behind that. They're using it as a bargaining chip because if they prop themselves up as a sort of villain of the week organization where they can get money, guns, and resources from whatever black operation government needs them, they can just constantly do these little pinprick attacks time and time again to stoke up infamy, stoke up hysteria, justify militarization. There's a reason why a lot of Middle Eastern terror groups are allowed to operate. And I do say allowed for a reason. Hamas funded by the Israelis? No, they're funded by the Iranians, basically thugs for that nation. They're funded by basically whoever pays them. Like Iranians, Turkey, because one of the leaders of Hamas was in Turkey, and that was one of the videos I saw right after the situation in Gaza got really fucking bad, where the Israelis were just fucking shooting everyone there. They didn't give a fuck. And it was this thing where it was explicitly clapped back for retaliation against Hamas because of October 7th. And they made a point of, we are going to do this for retaliation against October 7th because how dare you kill our people. And one of the leaders of Hamas was in Turkey in this big grand mansion. He was sitting, I think he was in like the ambassador mansion or something. And he was eating lobster and steak and, you know, filling his fat fucking mouth. And he made a statement basically saying, we are not going to stop until Israel is wiped off the face of the earth. And I just sat back and thought, holy fuck, is that not emblematic of the entire situation? This fat fuck eating, yeah, and lobster's haram. Yeah, lobster is haram, by the way. This fat fuck in charge of this terror organization in a completely different country, stuffing his face with luxury food in a luxury mansion, and he's saying, we're not going to stop until you are destroyed, and he's sending teenagers out to die. Like, holy fuck, there is a legitimately beautiful irony to that. That is something that's going to stay in my mind for the rest of my life. Isn't lobster haram? Yes, explicitly. Kind of makes me think of Rob Reiner in South Park. Very similar, where it's that is how the situation in the Middle East has been for a while. The idea that these are true believer religious extremists is a misconception. Only the foot soldiers are the true believers. The dumbass kids who are willing to pick up the machete and go kidnap somebody or blow up a mall or do this and do that. They get the true believers who are angry and full of piss and vinegar to do shit for them. But the guys financing them, the guys paying them, the guys giving them orders don't fucking care. There is a great, like, I read through Rainbow Six recently. Yeah, right now the division between the Middle East is the Jews, Shia, and Sunni. Right now the Shia and the Jews have a tenuous fucking Iran-Turkey alliance. Yeah, a little bit. But there is a great subplot in Rainbow Six, because I read through the book again recently. Well, I listened to an audiobook. I couldn't find my copy. But there is a storyline of a fixer who is an ex-Soviet who is trying to get money to prop himself up, because after the fall of the Soviet Union, he didn't really have a job anymore. And he was like, well, what the fuck do I do? So he was working for whoever paid the most and set up a lot of the situations that would become subplots in the book. Like the bank heist, the mansion attack, things like that. Well, the fixer was always paid by a mysterious benefactor who he had no idea the identity of. And the fixer himself didn't really give a fuck about any ideology. He was just there to set up the job. And every single time he worked with people, he worked with these angry, bitter activists or terrorists or criminals that didn't really give a fuck and were led by the nose and just seemed kind of addicted to scaring people. And it explained the relationship very well, where you had the benefactor who stayed as far away from the situation as possible and only signed the check. You had the fixer who was only really there to set up the meeting and set up the deal and took his cut. And he's like, I mean, I don't really believe in any of this shit. You do you. And then you have the dumbasses who are willing to pick up the gun and pull the trigger, who were sent out by the fixer and the benefactor fully knowing they were going to die. Like, they fully knew they were going to die, and they planned around them dying. And that has been the situation in the Middle East for a long-ass time, where all the kids dying and being blown up and all the shit we see, all the brutality and war and the cities turned to rubble, does not affect the people that have been signing the checks on any of this, because they're nowhere near it. You know, they're far away in all these different areas, all these different countries and neighboring countries, stuffing their face and laughing at everything going on because they don't give a fuck. Yeah, wars where the young and stupid are tricked by the old and bitter into killing each other. Yeah, very true quote. Just like the activist and elite squad. That was different. That was dumbass kids thinking they could be gangsters. I'm talking about something completely different. So by had Nicolas Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, in one of his restaurants and gave him a full food service while the average Venezuelan citizen starves in the streets. Yeah. Reason a lot of these old jihadist cunts are fat and their people are starving. Yeah. You know what's sad? Venom was better than Big Boss. Big Boss took in child soldiers and put them in the field. Venom rehabilitated and educated them for them to be adopted. A lot of incels would make some good soldiers. If you look into some of the crazy lone wolf mass shooters, start finding some interesting commonalities. I've seen Europe: The Last Battle. I have not. The guy that got bombed by Israel and Iran thought he was safe until he wasn't. Yeah, and that's kind of been the interesting factor to it all. Israel doesn't really give a shit about. They don't really seem to give a shit about other nation sovereignty. They're basically like, if you are hiding these people, we're gonna kill them. Which, to be fair, that has been their modus operandi for a number of years. That for actually longer than that now. Anyone that's ever looked up Operation Wrath of God after the Munich terror attack, they explicitly went into allied Western nations to assassinate people that were being protected by Western governments, because they're basically like, fuck you. Yeah, Mossad's fucking brutal. Watch Munich. Yeah, and the movie downplays a lot of what they do. they try to make it seem like they're stumbling around, when if you read more into the book and what they did, those motherfuckers were scary professional. So Nick and his cat boys might snap. They're trying to simp for Kamala, basically outing themselves as the new Richard Spencer, which I was saying for a while. So, you know, I'm going to take the W on that. I'm going to put it on my mark board. I'm happy. Throwing myself through the ringer and have had an awful day. Your stream has made them slightly better. Cheers, E. From 1 to 10, how much do you hate streamers? There are streamers I like. I just don't like streaming culture. OPEC countries moving away from USD. It's over. It ain't gonna be over. Once Trump is in the White House and he's like, hey, motherfuckers, if you don't want our oil, we're just gonna make it for ourselves, they're gonna come back. And so the terrorist pipeline is more legit than people think. Someone of the family is going to throw his life away, and the older you get, the more you recognize bullshit. Well, what I was talking about was explicitly the whole get groomed on Discord by the FBI kind of shit. Because a lot of what happens there is, yes, they pick out the most mentally unstable, the ones with the outsiders, the guys that don't really fit in, people who are looking for a purpose but don't really have that purpose. Like, a good way to put it is, if anyone remembers the wave experiment, where they got a bunch of kids to do the wave, and they revealed it was a metaphor for Nazi Germany. One of the variations of that story, of that experiment, was about a kid who was kind of a loser and felt like he didn't have a purpose and was an outsider to the rest of the class. He was bullied, he was picked on, and he got really into it. He got really into the wave. He felt like he belonged. He felt like he had a community with his class for once. And it was a thing where he was all aboard the experiment. He needed the experiment to feel like he mattered. Well, after it was revealed that it was all a metaphor for Nazi Germany, and they basically turned them all into Nazis, the kid snapped and killed himself because he couldn't accept the idea that this was all fake and it was gone. He would never have it again. It is a legitimately fascinating experiment. Now, I don't know if that story's true. That's just a version of it I remembered hearing when I was in school. Because they told us about that in high school, so I don't know if my teacher was bullshitting or not. But it is a fascinating variation to it, because that explains a lot of the mindset around people who are dragged into becoming violent extremists. They literally don't have anything in life except for that cause. If they don't have that cause, they have nothing. They are empty. They don't have people around them. They don't have the ability to talk to people or relate to people. They get so fervent and crazy because without it, what do they have? You know, they may not even have that healthy of a relationship with family and friends. They may take a lot of relationships around them for granted. It's a very interesting mindset. First Blood's a great movie. I want you to watch it. That is a very good movie. Sounds like bullshit. Why would the kid care if he's a Nazi? If being a Nazi could bring him that joy. It wasn't about specifically it was a Nazi. It was the reveal around the experiment being fake, and now it was over. The whole idea of it being for a metaphor for the Nazis was just the way to kind of get people to understand mob mentality and culture and how easily you can kind of be influenced into wrong roads, that whole thing. But once they revealed it was all metaphor for the Nazi experiments, for the rise of the Nazis, not the Nazi experiments, that was Mengele. But once it was revealed that it was all a metaphor for that, the experiment was over. That was the punchline. It's like, it's done. See ya. We're done. And now that kid had to live with the idea that it was over. And now not only is that wave the thing that made him feel like he was involved with it and everyone went around him were his friends, now that was seen with disgust. It was disgust and like, oh shit, we can't do that. So now he's even more of an outsider than before. What was the wave? It was literally just doing a little wave with your hand. Like, you like just wave your hand in front of your chest. It was like a little like, wow. That was the experiment. It's based off an actual experiment. I don't know about the story of the kid killing himself being true. But that detail is one that I always thought was interesting. Organized the Munich Olympics insisted the games continued despite the terrorist group actively holding athletes hostage at the time. Yeah, babies for PSYOP. Yeah, it's literally just baby for PSYOP. Rather mess with the IRS, Mossad. They impressed me to a harrowing level with their skill. At least Mossad isn't evil, still sketchy, but it's still as sketchy as the CIA. Homie, if they're an intelligence agency, they're pretty fucking evil. Yeah, experiment was called the Third Wave. Okay. No, I never understood the whole hand over your heart thing in our Pledge of Allegiance. That's just kind of our way of showing patriotism. Where we're giving our heart for America, that kind of thing. You're reading The Wave in middle school, the kid killing himself is from a movie adaptation. Okay, yeah. I wouldn't be shocked because, the movie has to dramatize it. But I always thought that detail is interesting because that does get into the mind of somebody who completely loses themselves to essentially cult mentality. Because that was another aspect to the wave. It was basically building a cult. Fighting Ninja Turtles, basically. Imagine some Fed agent pretending to be a cat, you girlfriend on Discord grooming some loner to commit a tragedy. It's happened. It's been proven in court to happen. There was some like Middle Eastern dude who was groomed by a chick on Discord specifically to commit an act of mass violence for Allah. Like buy an illegal gun, go shoot up a mall, the whole deal. And he was like, I really don't want to do this. This feels very wrong. I don't want to die. I don't want to put my family through this. And the chick started going, well, you're a fucking coward. Allah would want you to do this. And eventually they arrested him, I think, for like misdemeanor gun possession. Something like that. And their defense in court was specifically, I think this lady was a federal agent trying to groom me into doing a terror attack. And they were proven correct. It was actually a federal operation to push him into doing a terror attack. Do you think legit American nationalism is dead? Most of it seems to just be xenophilic simping disguised as American patriotism. Nationalism will never truly die because everyone will have some inherent loyalty to the nation they're in, unless you're just batshit nuts. But a lot of people are kind of... A lot of people are arguing what nationalism means without even understanding what actual American nationalism is. Strength through discipline, strength through community. That was crazy. I remember watching that during history class. It's a very good lesson. Wasn't the Fed arrested? I think they were. What was the case name? I don't need to know. I genuinely don't remember. People recognize what I'm talking about, so they should be able to pull up the name for it. The whole reason the athletes were taken hostage is because the Munich Olympic grounds had low security to avoid comparisons to the Nazis. It all comes back. It all goes full circle. Yeah. It's been pushing many shootings to justify gun control narratives. Yeah. After that, those agents have been sent to prison for the same charges. You don't organize shootings if your entire job stopped them in the first place. Yeah. Clear-cut entrapment, if not arrested and charged, that Fed needs to be offed. Yeah. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, CIA, FBI are coincidentally involved in mass shootings every single time. What reason? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of that court case, but it was actually really fucking big when it came out, too, because people were like, holy shit. Because it came out not long after the Whitwer one, where it was proven that the feds were trying to set up the kidnapping of Whitwer, which that's another one where whenever I hear a YouTuber bring it up and they don't acknowledge the fact that was proven in court to be caused by the FBI, I'm immediately like, fuck you. Fuck you. You're leaving out a massive piece of context here. American nationalism is different from pretty much all the nationalist movements because Americans are inherently distrustful of the government. Nationalism for America is pure love of country. Yeah. Is it sad I learned about Munich from the Robot Chicken parody with Life Olympics? That was funny. Ostensibly, the feds groom terrorists so they can catch people who are going to do it anyways, and then staying in practice at best, they're forcing them to be assets at worst. Yeah. Speaking of FBI, CIA, pure silence, then Trump assassin, Discord deleted, no investigation. This is the detail I will bring up time and time again. Notice we still don't have a manifesto. No manifesto, no journals, nothing actually spelling out what the kid was wanting to do and why. Was the Boston bombing also a psyop since those guys didn't have any materials for the bombs? No. What they made were like very basic pressure cooker bombs, which you can literally go to a hardware store and buy those. No, that's a fucking psyop because one of the brothers' uncles was a federal informant, and the FBI was aware of them being radicalized. Same with the guy who shot up the Pulse nightclub. That was another one where they had a relative who was on an FBI watch list. But you know, the last thing the Trump shooter looked up on his phone was porn, so we have that. I still want to know what his tags were. I need to know what his tags were. We must laugh at him for his tags. Boston bombers probably weren't smart enough to make the bombs, and there were probably a third party that's never been caught. Well, as stated, what they made were very simple pressure cooker bombs. It was just putting gunpowder and shrapnel in a pressure cooker. So, it's not like they need to be geniuses. One half people involved were either informants or agents in the Whitmer case. Yeah. Trump gets back saying he needs to clean house and figure out the Secret Service were trying to get him killed. Yeah. It's like, well, when you said if you think the government's lying to you, they probably are. Yeah. Fucking had some arguments with Deshinta over the Omar Mateen shooting at Pulse. Yeah. Well, they rely on people getting so emotionally involved they don't want to talk about it, where if you point out any kind of skepticism, any kind of, hey, I think these people are lying, they associate you with, you know, the crazies that think it rains frogs and the government hides it by pretending it's water, you know. As crazy out there lizard people conspiracy theorists as possible, to the point that several decades can go by, and only then, in retrospect, is it cooled off enough for people to start looking back and going, okay, so this was bullshit. Like, look at the Martin Luther King assassination. The Martin Luther King assassination for fucking years was taught as, oh yeah, James Earl Ray just really wanted to kill MLK, so he just sat in a field and shot him. That was what we were taught in school for fucking years. Entire generations of children believe that happened. And only one motherfucker, well, okay, multiple motherfuckers who were able to just make some documentaries were able to look back and go, so wait a minute, this is all bullshit? James who? James Earl Ray, the guy who killed, quote-unquote, Martin Luther King Jr. Wonder if he was looking at Martha Speaks porn like that one shooter. TMNT 1991 review? That'd be fun. Trump shooters tags for gay, furry, dead Muppet gangbang. Retardy was obviously into Foodadom. Seeing the previous track record of mass shooters, the porn was likely furry. I wish I was kidding whenever it's revealed a shooter looked at porn, it's always furries. What was the real story of MLK? The FBI killed him. I'm not even kidding. FBI worked with local police and even some local mafia. To this day, people call you crazy for questioning the official narrative on the JFK shooting. Yeah. That's like the standard bearer for a classic conspiracy theory character. They'll always just name drop, oh yeah, you don't believe fucking Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK, and immediately they're a fucking psycho conspiracy theorist. What about Malcolm X? That is a good point. We don't really know much about Malcolm X either. Yeah, Malcolm X was probably assassinated by the U.S. government. The Nation of Islam was the easiest group to blame. Yeah, because, like, they killed MLK for wanting to get involved with, like, unions, and also they didn't like the civil rights movement. Malcolm X was crazier than MLK. In fact, there was that story where MLK watched the news after Malcolm X died, and he told his wife, that's what they're going to do to me. He immediately knew he was assassinated. Why'd they kill MLK? It was because the government was racist because he was a commie. A lot more towards the commie thing, because the guy that was in charge of the FBI at the time was a certain individual who was infamously corrupt. A guy by the name of J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover essentially turned the FBI into the mafia. They were the federal mafia. They could kill whoever they wanted to kill. They had free reign to do whatever they wanted. Multiple agents that worked with the FBI said they didn't like them and they felt very sleazy. That's why if you ever watch Public Enemies, the movie about John Dillinger, Christian Bale's character explicitly does not like the FBI and he doesn't like working with them. He feels they go too far. Crashman the Coop for $25. Glad to have you back, fellow fighting Kentuckian. I never realized how much I missed you based yet slightly schizo takes. Hope you missed all the retarded incels and racists in your primary audience. Leave Twitch to the filthy horse. We are no horse. We are no horse here. Hoover got blackmailed by the mafia himself. Yeah, that's another aspect of it, because J. Edna Hoover. Malcolm X was killed by Nations of Islam members after he denounced black supremacy after he went to Mecca, by the way. Those Nations of Islam members were groomed by the FBI. Wouldn't be shocked. Don't mind us for clearing the tree that's blocking the window that we're going to claim was the vantage point for the shooting. Yeah, it's like shit like that where it's so very obviously a fucking setup. Speak for yourself. Look, if there's a pretty lady, I'll flirt up a storm. YouTube's still shit, though. It's shit, but it's our shit. Were the MLK rape tapes real? I don't know. That's another one where I think it'll be pretty much impossible to determine whether or not those are real unless someone just fucking leaks them. Like, they just leak them and say, hey, go watch them. Because you can't take anyone's word on it because there was legitimate government propaganda against them. My belief on MLK is MLK was getting in bed with a lot of communist socialist types who wanted to use the civil rights movement for their own gain. And I fully do believe if MLK was not assassinated, there would have been kind of a natural souring on him, because even without the rape tapes, it was well known MLK had some serious flaws himself. He was a boozer. He liked his women. He was not as holy and pure as what the image around him was. So I believe they just let him fuck up and fall on his own. You wouldn't have had the rise of the Black Panthers and the beginnings of the Nation of Islam was already a thing, but you wouldn't have had such a push for it. You know what I mean? What do you think of the Falklands War? I don't really know much about it. MLK rape tapes? Did MLK rape someone? That was a massive claim from the FBI for years, that he was a rapist, he beat his wife, all these things. Because they were doing everything they can to go after the guy. I've seen Fargo season 1 to 3. If you've already watched it, please make a review on it. It would be very good. I like season 2 a lot. Season 2 is my favorite. MLK was a horny dog, but aside from his personal feelings, he did was equality. He was a commie, though. Yeah. Yeah. His common knowledge, he constantly cheated on his wife. Also, plagiarism thing came out later. Yeah. MLK and JFK both got saint treatment after getting killed. I'm sure they both would have lost favor sooner or later. Yeah, that's why I say all the time, political violence doesn't work explicitly because all you do is make a martyr. You make a martyr, and the emotions around them dying supersede any kind of legitimate fuck-up they had in life. I mean, hell, look at the Trump assassination. They tried to whack Donald Trump, and he now has more support than ever. In your opinion, who's more right, X or MLK? I didn't really like either. Both of them were both equally insane, just in different ways. Like, the civil rights movement needed to happen because the civil rights movement was an extension of the Civil War, where that was explicitly getting in the way of the American experiment for the sake of just pettiness. And long term, it would not have worked. And as we've seen now, it just caused massive fucking damage. The whole thing around it is, the American ideal is leave people the fuck alone and let them be the master of their own life. Stuff like Jim Crow got in the way of that and explicitly created an us versus them culture that could be exploited by people for their own gain. I mean, hell, the reason why socialism among the black community got so big is because of Jim Crow. Jim Crow pushed them into the arms of socialism, who was specifically promising equality. There were a lot of civil rights people that got involved with socialism. JFK was the best president we ever had. No other would so confidently fight the undead menace on such short notice alongside a communist, no less. Truly a hero. Pretty sure they're eavesdropping on him at all times with wiretapping. Yeah, they're doing everything they could to go after him. Not to mention, despite their claims, communists have also proven to be massive racists, so they would have used the civil rights movement for their own agenda. Well, we know that happened. I mean, hell, look at Che Guevara in Africa. He was just doing that because he just wanted to kill people. Arguments are quite intelligent despite having no formal education. You should look at some of the interviews, his warnings about liberal white saviors. I kind of view a lot of that as like broken clock syndrome of, he's not wrong about this specific point, but a lot of the other stuff he's arguing for also wouldn't exactly be great. Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam, was probably in bed with the U.S. government joining an effort to assassinate Malcolm X. I would not be shocked at all. JFK was a horrible husband having affairs in Europe while his wife was having a miscarriage. Don't get me started on lobotomy. Civil rights movement was a mistake. We just got the strike reform too. I was wondering what happened. Retarded Oswald did succeed in offing Trump. I don't know. That could actually be the basis to a fucking alt history story. Personally speaking, I think MLK and the Black Panthers were the Soviets' attempt at starting a Bolshevik revolution in America. I don't think you're wrong. A lot of socialist figures in America got their start working with MLK. Bernie Sanders brags that his career started working with MLK. Is that a fucking turtle? Yeah. He's just minding his own business. Keep in mind, MLK wasn't a socialist. He was a Christian Baptist pastor. Dude was pushing for the black community's local black businesses and boycott public transportation. Say he's hated that. Yeah, but a lot of the people getting involved with the civil rights movement were avowed socialists. They were trying to essentially take the movement and use it to push for socialism. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. I mean, I'm a whore here, but I'm chill. From Charleston, they wanted to keep slaves in order to join the other colonies. The other ones were okay with getting rid of them mostly, and it goes back to Charleston. Malcolm X was repatriation. He wanted all people of Africa to descend to go back to Africa to rebuild and make their own nation. He understood the horrible history of blacks and whites could not be fixed. Yeah, that's one of those of like, nice ideal, but the reality, you were never going to be able to get them all to go back to Africa. You had people there that you had black families that had been living in America for several hundred years by that point. So it's like, dude, like, you're American. The idea is not black and white as separate, is that we're all fucking American. Once again, the American ideal. We're not separated by these tertiary terms. In the end, we're all American. We all believe in the ideals of America. That is the American experiment. You know what's the biggest scope? Al Gore would have kept us in Afghanistan. Yeah, no, him and Bush were the same fucking person. We had Jackie Kennedy. Lady was absolutely destroyed. Yeah. Prime example of socialism in America, Jim Jones' People's Temple. That's how Iran became a country. We're all Iranian except you, except you, Kurds. Such people in Africa barely get along. Rwandan genocide's proof. Yeah. Respect Fidel Castro for evading getting killed by the CIA 634 times. I fully believe there are informants in the CIA keeping him alive. The law of averages dictates they would have gotten him at some fucking point. At some fucking point, they would have gotten him. The amount of times he got out of it alive, he had people protecting him. What makes a waifu cutest in your opinion? I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because there's a lot of different characters I like that usually would not be, archetypes that I would like. I've been loving Too Many Losing Heroines so far, and the main chick in that's great, even though she's just kind of a bog standard anime girl. We do know the Soviets saw America's history with races their ticket to turn American communist. Like how they saw corrupt Russian royalties their ticket to turn Russia commie. Yeah, it's divide and conquer. Get everyone fighting amongst themselves so they don't see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, the MLK rape claim was part of the inner circle. The same guy was a Fed informant too, so take the entire claim how you will. What's Anthony Fantano defending murderers such as Lil Vaughn and YMW Melly? What's the defense? Because murder is one of those where context can change some things. Yeah. You think Kamala would do a Biden again, but seem legit because the Social Security number has been leaked? I think if they... I think if they attempt to get Kamala in, they're going to cause a lashback that they can't control. That's not to say something will happen, because nothing ever happens, but it's more the fact that if they try to do the same shit they did in 2020, where they extend the election by like 2 fucking weeks and you can keep voting even like 5 days later, you're going to have people show up to polling places and just vote multiple times for Trump, because fuck it at that point. Because why not? You're cheating too. Or you're going to have people just go straight to the polling people and rip open the suitcase full of paper and just pour them on the floor and go, you're all fucking cheating. Because people will see that's what they're doing, and they do not want Kamala. Nobody fucking wants Kamala. Can't wait for more spam calls. You mean backlash? No, lashback is different. Lashback is... I use them in a different terminology, but basically, backlash is the big dramatic, like, oh, something's going to happen. Lashback's more of the short-term, like, are you fucking joking response. Like, no, fuck you. You know what you're doing. In regards to the burned-down mindset, they know they'll destroy themselves. That's the point. Remember what you said about guts, psychology, and lost children? That's the idea. Yeah, but these are fat retards on Twitter. They can't control it like guts... like Guts setting himself on fire and lost children. Like, these are just retards that just want to burn the world down because they're slightly upset on Twitter. My standpoint is, motherfucker, this is reality. You're not a goddamn anime character. Give him the stat marker, you coward, and I refuse. People want Kamala or are they getting paid or genuinely fucking dumb? Yeah. Kamala is essentially their version of George W. Bush, and that's saying a lot because Biden was their version of George W. Bush. The absolute laughing stock that people will make fun of for fucking years. Slashback is a response to backlash then. Assuming it's the same, Vaughn. King Vaughn was a gangster serial killer. People called him one of Satan's greatest soldiers, so the melon would be retarded for defending him. I have no context for who these people are. Flashback is a physical reaction, action and retaliation something. I'm using it in like a kind of colloquial term. Like, it doesn't mean literal physical retaliation. It's more the fact that there will be more of an expectation. So it's like, you fuckers are just doing the same shit again. Fuck you. And the only response they can have is, well, nah, you can't do anything about it. Which, guess what? That's not going to make anything better, because then everyone's gas price is going to skyrocket through the fucking roof. We're going to go to more war. Country's going to be burned to the fucking ground. And all the retards that cheated for Kamala will just go, yeah, but at least it's not Drumpf. That's why I keep saying, like, you got to talk to these people like they're retarded in some way. You know, like the Destiny quote where it's like, you got to talk to conservatives like they're retards. He's talking about himself. Like, he's trying to say, oh, well, they're just so stupid, they don't get it. Not understanding that's like, dude, that's you. That is you that you are talking about. Are the same people that want Kamala are the same people saying Biden was in perfect health a week ago before he dropped out. Yeah, it's like, if you have to stretch that much and lie, maybe what you're arguing for isn't that fucking good. Even worse, most people who vote for Kamala will just run away to Europe once America burns to the ground. Yeah, basically. They think they'll be safe and there'll be no consequences. But as we've seen with Biden alone, no, everyone gets their equal ass fucking. Just a neat little fun fact for the 14 community. We really want to see Susanoo and Ravana fight, and there's been so many hypotheticals and who wins as a constant argument. I think Ravana would take it. The one chatter means by the rappers thing is the U.S. courts trying to use lyrics as evidence, and some rappers' lyrics can get extremely detailed from a murder case. Well, I don't know the context behind either murder, so I don't know what's going on. I mean, if it's just gangster shit, it's just gangster shit, but you know what I mean. Tried talking to my boomer live father about that, and it was literally all nitpicking and laughing at everything I brought up. Well, at that point, just be like, all right, you're a fucking idiot. Like, the most scathing response you can say is, you've become the dumbass conservative strawman you laughed at in Family Guy. Like, there's a reason I have to constantly relate to Seth MacFarlane, Bill Maher, you know, the enlightened liberals, like, old Simpsons episodes, like, because that's all they base their philosophy around. It's just the media perception of being a liberal. So, like, if you encounter someone like that, the best you can go is, hey, Family Guy's been on for 30 fucking years. The times fucking change. Would you rather Scarlet Rot for Melania? Why would I? Ronnie's right there. Destiny wants you to die because you vote for an insurrectionist. Yeah, it's like this absolute melodramatic stupidity of Jesus fucking Christ. Antano calls you racist if you say that Lil Von is a murderer because of his race. Plus, he has done that with many other rappers. So just a general, if you think the guy killed anybody at all, you're racist. All right. So, yeah, that's stupid. Because, I mean, if the guy is, like, describing murder cases in detail, that's kind of a red flag. Yeah, one of the rappers has a song about killing dudes, and it's not known if he wrote it before or after the murder. I have Scarlet Rob Bullis is up on loads and Melania loads. What can black people do to get ahead in business? Use Trump or get better at marketing to everyone? Well, it's a thing where the idea is demographics work only for very small case scenarios, like specific areas of a city or things like that. That's where you think about demographics. But by and large, you just make it for everyone. You know, you make a product appeal to just people. That's not to say, like, you try to make everything inclusive. It's like you just make something with soul. Extreme amount of evidence that Lil Von committed like 12 murders before he was killed. Oh, so he was like a flat-out serial killer. I have a low-key comic for a brother, and best part is that I know for a fact he was dropped on his head as a baby. Yeah, by the way, King Von's a literal gangster serial killer, but U.S. courts couldn't book him due to a lack of evidence, and labels gave him fantastic lawyers. Jesus Christ. What do you think is the most overhated band? I don't really know. If I like a band, I just like them. Real recognized real. People can appreciate a story with heart. Yeah. You can give Melania the needle that her brother has made for you. Comments for a while. I was in high school and I played Disco Elysium and realized, wow, I'm an idiot. Mary Ronnie have a small family with her, also assault Michaela. Vaughn was called rap's first serial killer. Should watch Traplord Ross's video on it. I might. It actually sounds really interesting. Courts try to use his lyrics as evidence, but that's extremely controversial and it's a possible First Amendment violation because it can be argued as coincidental or made up. Yeah, I think using the lyrics is a bad idea unless he's specifically citing details that the public would not know about. You know, that kind of classic thing of how are you making a reference to this specific case? Because I mean, I'm assuming the songs are about specific cases or referencing way too much of a specific case to not be based off it. So if it's a thing where he's reciting details that are known to the police and not the public, I feel like that's where you can argue, like, no, but how the fuck do you know that? You kill a femboy in Elden Ring. Homosexuality has no place in the lands between. Remember the Platinum Plan Trump had in place to help black entrepreneurs and businesses got reelected? Yeah, too bad all blacks got were crack pipes from good old Uncle Joe. Elden Ring wife would probably be the dragon lady you can roofie. You leave her alone. Speaking of Berserk, I was able with my scrawny arms to lift 222 pounds after taking Kratom. I refuted Kratom as settled Berserker Jews. Phyllis made a Persona 4 video and he called devs creepy, possible pedos on multiple contradictory occasions. I try to be respectful as possible considering the tragedy he went through, but he makes me want to make a brother car joke. Because, like, fuck you. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. I may just have to bump that one up the list of like videos I gotta go through. It's like, if you think the developers of this game are pedophiles, why are you pretending to praise it? Like, it is this thing where it's genuinely a case of, why do so many people who claim to be mature and can handle media literacy be completely unable to understand a story's point of view and get into the mind of the characters there? What game now? Persona 4. Because I guarantee it's probably shit like the Naoto boob joke, Risei's dungeon, maybe some jokes with Teddy. That's the only things I can think of as like, yeah, that'd probably be what they'd reference. Even then, I'm going to go like, Jesus fucking Christ, get over yourselves. Like, my response to that will always be, hey, do you know how many shows on American and Canadian and European TV are all about teenagers in high school having sex with each other? Because Persona 4 ain't anywhere near explicit as any of those shows. For context, found it creepy the nurse tried to seduce you while saying the band girl looked too underage. That's the fucking joke of both of them, though. The joke is the nurse is hitting on you and he finds it creepy, and the band girl is just a little lolly girl. She doesn't even do anything weird. She's just there to be a shitty band player. Worst thing the Greeks gave the world was democracy. It's the exact fucking opposite. The system is great. We exploit the system and ruin it. Wait, shows these days are about what? Not even these days. The high school drama has been a very common genre in Western entertainment for decades, ever since the 90s. Can they stop calling Japan creeps and grow the hell up? That's kind of how I feel. Most people in the internet sphere generally don't take pedophilia seriously or care about it. It generally means nothing to them. That's probably the best way to put it. In a way, was Goro Majima justified making Kamurocho Hills? Reason is because media is just another word for propaganda to them. Art isn't real and communism is only propaganda. Yeah, they view it as like pushing ideas. When I inevitably make the Persona 4 video, I will spell it out in no uncertain terms. Persona 4 has entire minutes-long cutscenes explaining the themes of the story to you. they will just tell you what the game is about and what everyone's arcs are, so you don't need to speculate. It will just tell you what's going on. So anyone arguing, well, actually it's about this or it's about that, they're a fucking idiot. I think the worst part is he tried to make the end of the video seriously by saying how he relates to Naoki's social link because of his brother's death. Okay, that's fucking sleazy. Oh my god, that's fucking sleazy. Holy shit. Like, that kind of hit me like a baseball bat. What the fuck, dude? What video did he say this in? Want to laugh at the retard take? Apparently, he just put out a video about Persona 4. It sounds like high school shit. Ooh, they're so creepy and yucky, but by grown-ass adults. It literally has a He-Man moral at the end. Yeah. Please let this be Saturday stream, man. We need to dunk on this dumbass. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I would go insane. Churchburgs care more about chasing after lolly art than they do about calling out real pedos. Because it's about jumping the line. Taking scalps, climbing the social ladder. Bit by bit, though, they'll climb over other people to prop themselves upwards. Stand correct? The first thing the Greeks gave the world was partisanism. And it's at least something to argue. I never got invested in Persona because being a fan of it sounds so exhausting, especially since the fans have pulled on the series. Yeah. Same people crying about Persona high school romances, same people cheering for movie cuties. They're full of shit. Well, it's more than that. It's the fact that they genuinely think because it's Japanese, it's creepy and weird, and that is something I don't understand. Persona 4 is not an explicit game by any definition. Like, the craziest it gets is Risei's dungeon, and a large theme of that dungeon is the fact Risei feels exploited and doesn't feel comfortable doing this. Like, the whole point of that dungeon is she feels like she is a cartoonish bimbo to other people and no one takes her seriously. Like, it's explicitly calling out that point and doing it in a way that's very tasteful. Who has a retired Persona 4 take? Shafrillis, apparently. Naoki's social link is literally him being fed up with people assuming and dictating how he should feel about his sister died. How does he relate to that? Talking about Shafrillis, he did a video ranking the social links P4. He wouldn't shut up about the devil social link being so fucked up and the nurse flirts with you. Like, I don't understand that. The moral posturing of that, where it's like, yeah, it's creepy. That's the joke. It's like, yeah, that's the joke. It's meant to be funny. Really like Persona 4 stories, but the overarching story wasn't interesting. I love the murder case, but I like murder mysteries, so I clicked with it super hard. I think the prosecution of Kyle Rittenhouse's case is bad. Look at what's happening in Young Thug YSL versus Georgia case. Prosecution has fumbled beyond belief. She's cartoonish bimbo, no one takes seriously. Wait, is she not? No, her whole social link is she's not. When we were talking about Mr. Beast hiring and defending child predators, now everyone seems to have forgotten about it because of fake lottery and stuff. Yeah, one of the reasons I got really annoyed about that. Oh, one sec. We're dying. Yeah, we're dying. Damn it. Can I pause? Damn it. Yeah. Give it a sec. We gotta wait for it to turn. We gotta wait for it to turn back. Gotta wait for it to turn back. Come on. Come on, you bastard. Come on, come back to normal. Worst part is I'm stuck on a cutscene, so I can't even just pause it. God damn it. Come on. Come on, you fuck. Come on, you fucker. Come back to normal.
I can't let you take all the glory, can I?
Come on. All right. Okay, give it a sec. God, it is refusing to come back to normal. Come on. Something's got to be downloading. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. The only thing I can think of is Steam is trying to download something. Fucker. Damn it. Come on. Alright. If I can just get the damn game to... Come on. Okay. Yeah, it's not downloading anything. So it is just naturally dying. Okay. Unless something else is downloading, which is possible. Because I haven't paid attention to it. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're snapping back. We're snapping back. Yeah, okay, we should be good now. Okay. Sometimes turn on your microwave, it helps. Maybe? But I have a wired connection, so it should be good. So the most explicit Persona gets is all of Chapter 1 of P5, a common sheet of rape, exploitation, blackmail, pedophilia, attempted suicide, brutal and gross, but not holding back. Even then, Persona 5 beats you over the head with, this is a bad thing you should not be doing. Like, when I inevitably make the Persona 4 video, I'm literally gonna have to, like, talk down to people like they're fucking kids and say, hey, sometimes a story will use dark subject matter to tell a story. That doesn't mean the creators like these things. In fact, a lot of the time they're showing you the horror of it to show you why it's a bad thing. I'm actually going to have to talk down to people like they're fucking kids. And I'm pissed I have to do that. In 2010s or late 2000s, why did anime dubs suddenly get worse? Because people who hated the medium got into it. Japan's so weird, so the white guys cover Blizzard abuse for years. Yeah, good way to put it. It's all moral posturing. That's why I say all the time the loli debate pisses me off, because it's just pedophiles screaming at other pedophiles. It is two sides of moral posturing assholes that are complete fucking hypocrites and know what they're doing and know they have skeletons in their closet, trading potshots at each other, and everyone just pretends like this is a normal thing. There are the same people who say Fire Emblem and Xenoblade games are too Japanese. I hate that shit. Yeah, that pisses me off. Definitely agree. P5 hit you over the head a little too much with this is bad, don't do that, but I still feel it's most open to the topic since 2 and 4. Well, yeah, they had to. They had to, because the Persona devs are slowly realizing, oh my god, our Western fan base are actually retarded. They have legitimate special needs issues, and we need to talk to them like they're fucking kids. And that fucking kids phrase can go on multiple levels. Please use baby music and RAL sound effects in your P4. I may have to. I'm angry I have... Like, that's the thing that pisses me off about it. The fact I feel like I need to do that. And Devil Link made me sick to my stomach. Then I turned to her being sad about what happened to her old position. It was so boring. I fucking hate Phyllis so much. Yeah, completely missing the point of that social link. Like... A big reason why the nurse flirts with the main character as much as she does is because she's just kind of accepted that's her lot in life. The hospital believes she's a whore, so she's going to act like a whore because fuck it, why not? That's what people think of me. A large part of Persona 4 is perception. How people view you, how you view the world. That is the entire point of Persona 4. And about how our perceptions can be completely off base, and we do not know a person unless we get to know them. That's why the social links play such a massive part of Persona 4. Also 3 and 5, but 3 differently, 5 also kind of differently. 4 is explicitly where it's about you need to know the person underneath the introduction. You know, it's why saying kanji is gay is such a hilariously off-base thing. Because you have missed the point of the fucking game. This anime crap's so weird, proceeds watch a man jump at a penis. I just put not trans and not gay over Naoto and Kanji over any of their appearances in the video. That would be funny. I feel like the Western Persona fan base is why I wish anime never went mainstream. Yeah. See that one Genshin VA freaking out on Twitter? Over what? They freak out a lot. There's some caution P4 that are a bit risky, but even then they're generally tame compared to most other games, even compared to Western games. Well, the big thing is, once again, it's no fucking different than any high school drama we see in the West, where you have like 30-year-olds playing 16-year-olds and they sexualize the hell out of them. Like, We all pretend we don't do this, but every fucking culture does this. Every culture just seems to have this weird fascination with like high school and being a teenager and that period of life. And I think something like Persona 4, where it's as far off base of reality as possible, I don't really give a shit what they do. I don't care what costumes they add, because it's like they're not fucking real. Like, half the voice actors at the time of recording the game were in their fucking 30s. You know? Shonen anime being what's considered mainstream popular in the West makes me upset because there are people base their opinion on Japanese culture based on media for Japanese boys. Yeah. Kanji wasn't gay. He was more feminine than other guys and liked feminine things like dolls, but never liked cock. Yeah. Well, he's basically just Gojo from Dress Up Darling, just instead of being a coward and anxious, he lashes back. You know, he resents people and gets into fights and pushes them away first. Remember the shitty Western version of Persona about being a hipster? Yeah, that was Yeek. Ironically enough, if Atlas didn't treat like a joke, a trans character could do really well story-wise with Persona being a series about accepting who you are and empowering yourself. I don't want them to touch anything revolving around transgenderism. It is a fucking minefield on top of a nuclear reactor with that shit. Just ban it. You're not allowed to talk about that shit. No representation. You have shown you are not allowed to have this. You can't hold yourself accountable. No. Saki's brother's social link is him drinking himself to death because he's depressed. If you ask me, Persona 4 is a very mature game. Yeah, it's a very grim game, but within the grim, there's also that spark of like, but things can get better. Persona 4 is about thematically and narratively complex as Dora the Explorer. People giving literal lectures about the character arcs, so people struggle to get it. Because people are fucking stupid. They insist their interpretation supersedes everything. And it's like, listen, okay, you can have your interpretation within the confines of what you know the story's about. There are a lot of times where I have an interpretation of a story that is completely different from the developer's intentions. Disco Elysium, I view that as like a scathing criticism on communism and humanity in a way the developers did not intend at all. I outright say, don't consider that fucking book canon. It is a terrible book because it makes communism into literal magic. And there are people who get incredibly angry about that and go, fuck you, you didn't get it. No, that's not what it's about at all, because they like that interpretation they have. The whole point around it is the fact that the whole point around it is you can have your interpretation, but at the end of the day, it's your interpretation. You acknowledge what the developers intended, but you interpret from there. We'll talk about trans Naoto. Please bring up how much shit Atlas got for trying to include an actual trans character in Catherine. Oh, 100%. I'm 100% going to. I'm going to be like, hey, remember in Catherine when they kept calling her a fucking minstrel show? Even though the entire point around that character was literally that she was trans? Saying, even if Atlas voices a trans conversation, they'll literally force Atlas put in, do localization shenanigans. They done to Bridget, they're going to take miles. Yeah, they're fucking crazy. And I really do believe Atlas should get even more blatant and literally have characters turn to the screen and say, this is what our story's about. Stop fucking getting it wrong, you idiots. Just out of curiosity, we ever review High Guard and Spice? Feel like it'd be a raw comedy review similar to Cool Cat. People have requested, and it's one of those of, I need to find the right occasion, like maybe for an April Fool's one. Like he says in the game, I'm not gay, I just don't want to be made fun of for liking girly things. Yeah. It is the Gojo arc from My Dress Up Darling. The whole point is stop assuming you know somebody just because you know tertiary details. Yeah, saying Kanji is gay or Naoto's trans because that's what their shadows say is like thinking Chie actually thinks she owns Yukiko as a slave. Absolutely retarded. Yeah, the whole point is it's not the true part of them. It is a complex the character has. A shadow is not the literal true self. You know, like a shadow is the worst parts of human psychology and our complexes, our insecurities, our anxieties. That is what it means in Jungian psychology, that whole thing. You know, it is the parts of ourselves we don't like to think about. The whole thing in Persona 4 is the characters do have these complexes and issues, and they do have these mindsets, but the whole point around it is they work to better it. They know it's there. They don't ignore it. They don't wait for it to blow up. They work at it to fix it and try to make it better. Which of the Rising game is the best? Off the record. Someone who went through a time questioning their gender and now contemplate with being female, please put an end to the Naoto's trans take, please. Yeah. Like that double down full body on add on another trans character. Yeah. Persona fans are the reason I don't like anime. I can't get into anime because Western anime fans are massive gatekeepers. I just don't interact with fan bases. Even though I do a lot of videos on Berserk and a lot of people consider me like the Berserk guy, I don't consider myself part of the actual fan base of Berserk because I'm just like, I don't want these people speaking for me. I like Berserk. I like Berserk the way I like Berserk. You have a standalone complex? I get that joke. Catherine, the best handled trans character I've ever seen in a game. Twitter ruined that. Yeah, like a legitimately well-written character that was fun to watch, actually had good moments with the main character, and Twitter bitched that they were a minstrel show. That is all you need to know about it. Only that people heavily misinterpreted a full body ending into thinking that because she hadn't transitioned yet, that she would no longer trans and that not being trans equals good. Yeah, it's stupid like that. Like another big moment that will forever sit in my brain like a fucking tumor comes from that In Praise of Shadow stream. That In Praise of Shadow stream was like getting a fucking... I mean, I can't even describe what that fucking stream was. That was like getting waterboarded. Like, it was like being waterboarded. It's like having a hot Coke shot up your nose. It's that was like, that was amazing what that stream was. And there was that scene where, I say scene, but that part in the video where In Praise of Shadows guy was talking about Near Dark. Because he called it a bad conservative horror movie, or like conservatives considered it a horror movie. And one of his points was the vampires represented queer culture, and the end of the movie is, oh, the main character got rid of his queerness, and that means queerness is bad. And I was like stunned. I was legitimately like, what are you talking about? Did you even fucking watch Near Dark? That's not what it's about. Like... The whole point of Near Dark was it's basically the path that a drug addict would take in life. They leave a nice, comfortable home to chase short-term satisfaction, short-term gratitude, live an exciting life, and in the end, it's hell. They're miserable. They realize they're stuck doing this, and they pushed away too many people, and they're becoming a shadow of who they were. Jimbuck, $2, you're a pure individualist, and I love that of you. That was Lolly's Vietnam. People all say Al is ruined Kanji for him looking normal in the time skip picture, forgetting that Kanji being a delinquent was just an act against people who wasn't gay. And more than that, it wasn't a healthy lifestyle. He was putting more stress on his mom. Something he felt terrible about. One of the vampires was a Confederate general. Yeah, Jesse was a fucking Confederate. Also, not to be that guy... One of the vampires was a little kid that was turned and stayed 10 years old for like 100 years. I'm going to let that one sit for a little bit. Why is Naoto such a cutie? Because she's best girl. Persona 6 is going to involve a cast of college characters and a thematic representation of Cocomelon, mark my words. You can make a horror movie about P. Diddy and scary P. Penance and the media literacy crowd called deep and involving commentary about queerness and racism. Yeah. Talking about that guy's videos gave me a heartburn. 10-year-old queer vampire represents me. It's one of those where I didn't really think about it until I watched... So I watched fucking the review, the Red Letter Media review on Near Dark. The Red Letter Media review on it mentioned the little kid that was turned and was just kind of sticking around them, and the jokes they did with that where he was like a 100-year-old man, but he was stuck in the body of a 10-year-old. And it was one of those of like, oh yeah, I forgot about that kid. And then I got hit with that like cold realization from the memory of the In Praise of Shadow stream, where he said the vampires represent queer culture and queer sexuality. And I literally just went like, oh God, no. So think about it like that. If Lulu made me have a bi awakening, Naoto cemented it. She is great. I love her. Love Catherine Persona, but I never call myself part of the Persona or Atlas fanbase. Just like my shit and keep to myself. Yeah. Praise the Shadows like if Nightmine was a member of Young Turks. At least Nightmine's just a furry. Persona Shadows are basically dark, intrusive thoughts. Yeah, basically. Speaking of Berserk fandom, isn't it ironic how lefties like a series about a strongman defying malevolent authority using up-to-date weapons made by a private business owner and post-nihilism? I don't like him putting chemicals in the pencils that write the freaking vampires to be gay. Well, I mean, it's like he made it a point. Like, his big point was Near Dark is a great movie, but it has elements of fascism. And one of the fascist elements is the vampires are treated as bad guys. And the vampires are meant to represent queer culture. And one of the vampires is a little kid. Got turned at 10 years old, never aged. Now I'm going to turn a 10-year-old girl, so I'm not alone. Now think of that through the lens of a queer allegory, bro. It just keeps getting fucking worse. Oh my god. Because, like... Okay, add on to the donut operator thing, add on to the Chris Chan thing, add on to the Keffels thing, and now this. That is 4 separate occasions in praise of You also have the cannibals from Hills Have Eyes. That is like 5 separate occasions where In Praise of Shadows praised a sex offender. Show PTSD from Praise of Shadows claiming well-known horror writers like Bram Stoker and Mary Shelley were gay. Yeah, that was fucking insane. Yeah. Still have cold sweats about In Praise of Shadows stream. The horror. Western society is not mature since 2001. Many such cases. Yeah. Is there something you want to talk about? This is what I mean by thank God we watched through the entire fucking video and not just the Wendigoon segment. Because it was so much more revealing going through everything and listening to everything. Because holy shit. You should listen to Who I Smoke by Youngie and Ace. Is one of the vilest songs you ever listened to. Please listen to on stream. Maybe. Wouldn't praise sex offenders, gamer subs. Use code TALL at checkout. That is true. Remember, mass minor attracted people. People ironically trying to bust an LGBTQ plus where they were accepted. People identify as that ironic. What did Empress Child mean by this? I think the funniest Shaft take was him saying My Dress Up Darling was sexist despite the series being made by a woman. Like, yeah, he kept calling Gojo the author insert, even though Marine is the author insert because Fukuda is a fucking woman. And Gojo is meant to be her dream man, where it's like this like quiet, kind of timid, nice guy that she can kind of like get through to. As far as that Lovecraft was gay, yeah, Lovecraft was funny cat names and was happily married, was queer. Yeah, it's like... Dimensional Merge is real, and Praise of Shadows literally if Wendigoon wasn't a good person, remotely entertaining, or smart dude, ironically, is part of the literacy think tank. Dude, the more I think about that video, the more I'm like, oh my fucking god. What was that about Donut Operator? There was a part in the In Praise of Shadows video where he was saying Wendigoon's a bad person for being friends with Donut Operator because Donut Operator watches police footage, which involves criminals getting shot. And the specific video he highlights was one where a pedophile gets shot in the head with a shotgun for trying to draw on police. And In Praise of Shadows is trying to guilt people about that and go, he's just a scared man, even though he was about to draw on police and the police blew his head off with a shotgun because he was a fucking pedophile trying to rape a kid. Did you read the most recent chapter of My Dress Up Darling? Thank Christ for the depression arc. I knew it was coming. People actually thought I was going to have a bad ending. It's like, no, this is just the basic rom-com drama arc. What can people do to educate themselves about their bad takes? You just have to let it happen. Isn't Donut Operator a former SWAT? Yeah. He's legit. He's specific. Shafrila's called My Dress Up Darling an incel fantasy. Sad to hear Fukuda is a femcel, dirty femcel. Yeah, that's what I mean by the anti-Japan mindset just gets annoying because shit like that can easily be disproven by basically just being open to reading the author notes at the end of every chapter. Fukuda wrote entire parts in the manga, like little like author notes of like how I did this at the end of chapters, talking about how she would like research stuff and like different techniques she got from cosplayers. Like, it was a thing where you easily could have just done that and seen her personality and how she acts and how she interacts with people, and you would have known this is not some like creepy Japanese guy walking into like sex shops to get advice on dildos. It's clearly a woman. What anti-Japan mindset? Across the board, there is a major sentiment that Japanese media is weird and creepy and should be westernized to appeal to us. That's where you have the localization thing where they try to shove memes into everything. It's where you have the Japan should be censored, meanwhile every other game can do whatever the fuck it wants. It is a mindset, once you hear about it and look into it, it does exist. My girlfriend really scared rom-com fans, Operator, help me not hate all cops. Still don't like them, but I don't hate them to a point makes Antifa's hatred towards cops seem tame. Anti-Japan mindset is straight up racism, anti-Asian discrimination at its core. It's disgusting how people who claim to like anime call mangakas or authors Epstein's best. It's just, yeah, it's just stupid kids. Like, the whole thing is just pushed by really stupid kids. Now it's time to talk about the queer undertones of Doom created by some half-wit with BreadTuber who'll get more billion views. Any idea why Dead Rising removed the communist line? Probably for modern audiences. It's like, yeah, that's one of those changes where it's like, yeah, I'm rolling my eyes to that shit. But I want to see what else the game has. I want to see if there's a good middle ground that can be met here. People really, like, stop Asian hate and just excuse gaming industry's genuine hatred of Japanese games. Oh, yeah. Usually tell when something's written by a woman if you read female written works enough. Yeah, you can tell pretty quick. Child confided to her teacher the dad touched her. The older daughter called the cops, stopping her from killing her mom. What? What's the context here? Are people so anti-Japan? Sure, No Romantic is a done genre, and this early stuff is too glam rock for its own good, but David Sylvan's a good singer, Mick Karma's Kino. Recently learned that breaching slugs are especially damaging because they dump all their energy into whatever they hit. Well, yeah, it's one solid piece of metal coming straight at you. You can't have bikini-clad anime chicks, but you'll have Abby going full bareback in Last of Us 2. Well, I made a tweet about it when I was talking about when the erotica points were removed from Dead Rising Remake. People have gotten to the point where they just think any anime character ever is an underage schoolgirl, and they just don't fucking know the actual reality of it. Like, all it takes is just being open to looking at Japanese media beyond the surface. Not even anything super obscure, just like something that is not on the front page of my anime list or something like that. And you'll go into a completely different world than you think. Like me and my buddies were watching The Fable, the anime adaptation of The Fable. Really fucking good, by the way. And Irishman's been loving it. And as we were watching it, he literally just turned and said, "This is really good. It's just like a gangster thing." It's like, yeah. Because Irishman's thing is he usually just likes the battle anime. He usually just likes shonen stuff. He liked My Hero. He liked Bleach. You know, he liked a lot of that stuff. And he has been loving The Fable. He's like, "This is fucking good." It's like, yeah. Stuff like that is all over the place for anime because it's just a medium to tell stories, you know? Like, there's tons of shit you can find. You can find, you know, human dramas. You can find tragedies. You can find horror stuff. Like, I know a lot of people are going after, what was it called? It was like Shono Subaki or something like that. Like one of the banned animes written by a very famous Japanese horror author. People are starting to go after that and say, like, oh, it's evil and horrible. It didn't earn any of the violence in it. It's like, motherfucker who made this is like a goddamn legend over there, dude. What year is Fable? It's currently coming out right now. Yeah, Suihiro Maro. Yeah, Shoujo Tsubaki. I thought Shoujo Tsubaki was a different one. I start making videos where I review movies that nobody remembers, including twin films of popular films nobody saw. I found a gap in the film review hack market. There you go. What Fable? It's called The Fable. It's the concept of The Fable is it's a hitman working for the Yakuza is forced to go underground for a year and is hiding out in Osaka with the Yakuza there. But the Osaka Yakuza don't like him because they think he's trouble, and they're trying to chase him out, and a lot of other compounding factors come into the situation. Reading Fukuda's experience of researching textile and cosplay stories was sweet. She writes about how sweet and excited they were to have their store name and include in the manga. Yeah, she just seems like a genuinely nice lady. Persona 6 is going to involve a cast of college students have their thematic present. Oh, I already said that. Heard fucked up and horror jumped off my gunpla painting. Wasn't now. People started going after, like, people rediscovered, what was it? Shoujo Tsubaki by Suihiro Mahiro or Matsuro. I'm trying to remember his fucking last name. Yeah, Maro. And they're trying to go after that. So the Fable is just Japanese payback. It's more complicated, but it does have a similar set of humor to Payback, where it does poke fun at the ridiculousness of the situation. Type A and B and better types in games are now extremely ugly to me. Gender and sex have become taboo now in games. SCG, you give them an edge and they take miles. Yeah, the whole idea of cracking down on any form of sexuality in games, to me, is just so fucking dumb. It is no different from 1920s Puritanism of, like, you can't show too much ankle at the beach, ladies. Like, it's dumb. It's stupid. And a lot of people genuinely believe it's just coming from, like, jealous e-thoughts that you have the sheltered nerds that still work at gaming industries that want to do whatever the e-thought wants because they're trying to suck up to her. So they try to show themselves as the nice guy of, like, oh, well, I don't like sexualization. I don't like that. And like, any amount of, like, sexual titillation, anything like that, has to be cracked down on. When Final Fantasy VII Rebirth showed Aerith and Tifa in their bikinis, people were legitimately like, wait a minute, you can do that? And it's like some of the most tame fan service in modern gaming for a while. Because everything else has been screamed at, has been torn down, has been, you can't do that, for no fucking reason. It's either you play the most sterile thing on the planet or you just play a straight up porn game. Because that's always been the response people had. It's like, well, why not just play a porn game? It's like, because I don't want to. Because porn games fucking suck. Because they are just stupid. You play them for 5 minutes, you jerk off, then you uninstall it so you can forget you ever did it. What's funnier is people will shit talk the right back in the 90s crying about sex and video games will literally do the same thing from a literal point of view. Yeah. That's on the Handball series. My opinion is that it's style over substance plus the fucking Tumblr fanbase is absolute cancer. I really like the series. Wow, that was great. I have a deja vu. Didn't you already do that in 14? We are currently going through 14 with the actual stream character. Our main is in Shadowbringer. See a recent tweet talking about Milena and Kitana's outfit from MK9? That's another thing. Like, they're going like, I can't believe games had this. It's like, why? Mortal Kombat was fucking insane as a series. What do you mean you can't believe they had fan service? Why are we constantly acting like this was like the height of edgy? Why do we keep pretending that we all didn't like this? Like, I was watching the Kier stream, I think it was on Tuesday, where she was going through the Nux Taku video, because I was like, that was when they were going over the Taiga drama. I had no idea what the fuck anyone was talking about. I was just looking at the funny pictures. But Nux Taku was going like, oh yeah, back in the day, I used to have like shock value thumbnails, and it was horrible and immoral. And I'm literally like, why the fuck do we keep doing this? Why do we keep pretending we didn't laugh at Filthy Frank? Why do we keep pretending that this was not normal? That this was something that like everyone fucking did and no one gave a shit about? Now everyone is so fucking scared and walking on eggshells for no reason. We were all in the court when Caesar was stabbed. We all fucking did it. Who fucking cares? Yeah, bear sex was celebrated far and wide. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 was like extremely fucking horny and had tons of sexual fan service. Everyone lapped it up. And we're all going to pretend that's somehow fucking different. Because, like, well, actually, those characters chose to have sex. Like, they're not fucking real. They're not fucking real. What do you mean they chose to have sex? They're fucking... I can strip my character fucking naked and have her run around and do whatever the fuck they're going to do in the game. That's not consensual. I went into the inventory menu without their consent and took off their clothes. Why do we keep operating off this? This is fucking schizophrenia. This is cultural schizophrenia. Yeah, safe sex is a new hip thing. Yeah, like... It's safe horny. Safe horny is a thing where you are only allowed to thirst for something if you have mainstream approval. And it's just so fucking stupid. It's stupid explicitly because if you go against the majority opinion, you are labeled a rapist, you're labeled a pedophile, you're labeled every single cultural wrong over fucking fan art in video games or just liking when a character... like bends over and picks something up. Like Stellar Blade goes out of its way to show you Eve's ass. And it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. And they acted like that was going to burn the world to the ground. It's like, this is fucking retarded. Does sexual oppression hit people early or something? I'm starting to believe in the theory that a lot of these people have been molested as kids and they're just scared of sexuality in any way, shape, or form. How did getting fucked in the ass by a bear get mainstream approval, though? Like, come on. There's some YouTuber called Milena a child as well. Called her fans freaks. Keeps getting more and more insane. Milena is... What? I don't even have a response to that. What? The fuck you mean they said Milena's a child? Like, are they retarded? Communism, am I right? This isn't even communism. This is just general mob mentality retardation. I was sexually assaulted as a child, and I love sex in video games. IRL sex scares me, though. Okay, now I have a really shitty story, but I love all the modern designs they had. Cabal especially. It was pretty cool. Want more women with wide hips, a nice ass, and big tits overrated. All right, the last part you're wrong about. We don't have to choose. We can have all three. His words are, she's more of a child, you freaks, because in MK9, Milena was born when you fight her. She's a clone. She's a clone. As I've gotten older, I've gotten more of a pride than when I was older, but even then, these people are fucking goofy for how retarded their takes are. It's fucking stupid, man. I think cartels that bereave these kids en masse have voices on Twitter and just say nothing. How many kids are allowed this privilege? Consensual is a new hip word the kids are using. It's in every YouTube skit by men all the time. Malab is spoken. Well, it gets me the constant, it looks like a child description is very weird and extremely off-putting. My response to that is always, why are you seeing a child when that's clearly an adult? They're alive are the most Hadassah women, especially if you didn't got heated with sex appeal in the game, especially with the story. So in general, they're guilty. They jerk off to it. Well, I think the guilt aspect is why they gun after stuff like Fire Emblem and Persona. They're liking and Xenoblade. They're liking something that they considered weird and creepy and gross. So they have to constantly call it out and go, I don't like these parts, but I like everything else. And it gets to a point of, motherfucker, just own it. Just own it. You like it. Okay? You like this franchise. You like this series. Stop fucking pretending. You know, it's like the My Hero fans talking about how it's pedophilic to have the girls in like the locker room. Meanwhile, they're retweeting like Bakugo Deku hentai. It's like, motherfucker, how do you not see this? How are you this unaware? Mortal Kombat 11 killed Mortal Kombat as a culturally relevant franchise. You're not wrong. With the ethics behind clone fucking, because the Star Wars Clone Wars fans thirst after 10, 13-year-old clones, like he's going to ask style. Fuck you, John. You may be a stud, but he's still a child. Yeah, this is just violent video game discourse, but more lame and gay. More lame and gay explicitly because the people that should know that this is stupid and, hey, there's a big difference between fiction and reality, insist that, no, but this time it is different, though. It's like, oh my god. Not one of you motherfuckers has principles. Guess Milena is technically pretty young, but she's always been portrayed as having a fully developed mind. She was a clone in MK9. She had a fully formed personality and agenda and goals. The argument is sexualization is only okay when a woman owns it. So basically, if a e-girl is STI-riddled whore Project Melody, then it's okay. Boying fan service in games is creepy. Yeah, that's basically it. It's well, they need to own the sexuality, which makes no fucking sense. It's like, how do they do that? They're a fictional character. Even controversies become the South Park main, put chicken in it, make her lame and gay. Yeah. Well, the Mortal Kombat 1 tie-ins are just NetherRealm saying, please buy our stuff. We have the memes you like. She's always been a clone, actually. I thought that was a new thing for MK9. I thought the original, she was literally just Shao Kahn's daughter. Am I the same people complaining about over the sexualized fictional characters to be the first one to support sex work? Yeah. Life hacks. Hate taking out the garbage. No problem. The demons of Celsar take care of that. No problem. Now she was always a clone. To be fair, I've never played any of the classic Mortal Kombat games to completion. I've only played like a match or two. And I'm talking like Mortal Kombat 1 and shit like that. Yeah, even back in 94, she was a clone. Imagine the reason the Dems protect trains and pedos is because they've been abstaining them for generations and they're responsible for 9% of them existing. Malena's always been a clone, but it was emphasized in the second timeline where MK9 starts. Gotcha, okay. One thing in social media has made y'all treat fictional characters like real people and real people like fictional characters. That quote lives on to this very fucking day. And she was always been a clone because she was always supposed to pretend to take Katana place in secret. Gotcha. If sexuality appears to queer bait, okay. Yeah, that's another thing where you're allowed to have whatever sexuality, sexual act, sexuality you want, so long as it's gay. That's why, once again, you're not allowed to have anything like two people falling in love and having an actual wholesome relationship in media, unless it's something like The Boys or Last of Us, where it's two 40-year-old men macking on each other. Like, once you understand that double standard, it's impossible not to see. Once again, it ruins actually well-done gay subplots in other media, because you just start going, oh, God, fuck you, you're doing this now. Like, Mr. Robot has a side character who's gay, and he actually has a pretty good arc, and he gets killed off sometime around Season 2, and you feel bad for him. Like, that does it well, because that guy's like an actual character in a part of a larger story. Stuff like The Boys or Last of Us, where it's thrown in for the sake of it, it just feels condescending. Like, that's the biggest problem. It's just condescending. It feels like it's ticking off a box. It feels like nobody wanted to do this. This is just, or worse than nobody wanted to do this. They feel so proud of themselves for doing it. Doesn't make sense in the second timeline because her whole purpose is taking Katana's place if she knew too much, but her being a recent creation makes no sense. I've not played MK9 in a while. Look at all nonsense when her and Luca were shown with a child. Yeah. Like, they've made it to where being gay is in vogue and the cool thing to do, and being straight with a family is boring. Like, time and time again, you'll see those little controversies pop up, like with Bayonetta 3, where Bayonetta and Luca get together and they have Viola as a daughter. And people are going like, man, but that's so boring, though. She should be with Jean. And it's like, the fact you're describing it as boring says all that we need to know. Yeah, Dion's gay and it's not shoved hardcore in your face in 16, in my opinion. Yeah, I thought FF16 handled it pretty well. He himself was a flawed character that did some fucked up shit. And we watched Anthony Starr-led Banshee. It's fucking fantastic, and it is a pretty good show. I think Fallout New Vegas unironically does it well because both companions who are gay have daddy issues. Remember people in MK9 with bandage Milena skin were terrifying since they had to complete the 300-floor combat tower for the skin. Remember the whole Jennifer Hale controversy? Yeah. No, it's just boring drinking water, but it's better than chugging juice and soda and shit all the time. Yeah. Remember the don't kill your gays thing because writers were treating their gay characters as characters where they want them to have special treatment to project themselves onto? Yeah, that's what I hate. I hate the whole nothing can ever happen to them because they are the gay character. So they're not allowed to have any arc that's not they're being oppressed by some old white guy who's saying mean things to them. It's fucking stupid. Like, what we're saying is so played out and dead and cliche that it feels embarrassing to even say. Like, we still have that cliche. We still have people act like that's an edgy thing to do. People are now accusing the old Metroid games to be sexist just because a Wars player for being in the game with a bikini Samus. Yeah, remember that next time people... Make sure to have screenshots of that for next time when they go, oh, modern gamers would hate if Samus came out today. Be like, no, you motherfuckers do. I think Turbo Tom should be canceled for saying I think is funny. I said I still have a strike, so I'm going to be careful. But, well, I'm fresh off a strike, what I mean to say. So we got to be careful. No. because the internet's more fun when we didn't give a shit about all that. Remember an anime called Heavenly Delusion? Came out last year and went over most people's radars. Heavenly Delusion was really good. That was actually really good. Except for that one scene where they spared the one guy for no real reason. That guy should 100% have died. He was a piece of shit. And people who have seen Heavenly Delusion know what I'm talking about. That reminds me, the idea of Frenchie and Kimiko being romantically involved in the show pissed me off. He loves her like a sister. He doesn't want to fuck her like in the show. Yeah, it's like, the comic teased it a little bit, but never confirmed it because that wasn't really the point of their relationship. Remember when people were complaining about Even Snowblade and tried to compare it to Bayo or 2B, and everyone pointed out how they complain about those two? Yeah. I'm part of the Berserk series. I'm wondering if I should watch 21-hour video. However, I've seen all parts. There's nothing new in it. It's just a big supercut. Because I'm assuming you've seen the other parts then. Yeah, it's just one big supercut, so you can watch all of them all at once if you want to. So that's seeing Lomi drop anime and manga. A lot of people were pissed off about it. I'm still on board for what comes after. I'm really excited for season 2. But that was a case of like, yeah, the classic cliche of this horrible motherfucker piece of shit who should 100% be dead for doing this, and a bunch of other fucked up things that they later revealed. No, we can't kill him or we'll be just as bad. We don't want to become like them. It's like, no. Okay. Becoming like him is raping a woman for several days. Becoming like him is being a fucking lunatic serial killer that experiments on people. Just killing that motherfucker is not going to make you like him. You've already killed multiple people. And that shit reminds me that these people only want to be part of a club and they likely have no experience talking to actual gay or bi people. Makes my blood boil, yeah. Days? Yes. Plural. It was like 3 days. Do you think Jordan Peele is possessed by John Singleton? I'm going to say yes because I think it's funny. Didn't really like that. It was more, she still had a pretty significant emotional attachment to him after everything and didn't want for the traumatized by killing him in front of her. That's still a really weak reason. That motherfucker should have died. Bury your gays, no over-sexualized, but sex work, valid white savior trope, magical Negro, sexual minstrel. I think people who claim valid critics are as hating everything like a mirror. See, I'm not going to read that one out because that's actual major spoilers. You're not supposed to know who exactly it happened to. Like, it is actually a legitimately very important moment in the story. Well, you don't like the don't kill or you'll be like me trope. It takes very specific circumstances for it to work. Well, the reason she didn't is because she doesn't want him to lose his innocence. The problem with that is he already lost it. Like, they'd already fought and killed some people before. Maybe not directly, but it still happened. And it's the thing of, this motherfucker deserves to be dead. Like, if the guy just fucked them over, that'd be one thing. If it was a case of, like, left them behind to die, screwed them over, told some bad guys about them, like the one guy in the rape camp, that would have been one thing. The guy who they help out, and then you later find out he committed murder, that whole thing, that would have been something. But that was a very, very evil person who did a very, very evil thing to one of the very important main characters. And it was something to where it's like, people want this guy dead. The innocence was gone the minute he found out what happened to her. It'd be like sparing Griffith, absolutely stupid beyond comprehension. Kind of like, the big thing about it is there's not really a good reason for it, because you later find out he escapes and will continue to do very bad things. It's the worst version of the don't do it or you'll be like him, because now he is going to do that shit to more people. That is the worst possible thing you can do with that trope, because if you know it's just going to lead to more people dying, the audience gets frustrated. Yeah, Batman doesn't kill because that's his code. He doesn't break it even for the worst people. Every man should have a code. And as stated, a lot of Batman stories work as standalones, where he doesn't kill because that exact situation, he doesn't need to kill anyone. Still sad seeing the girl with the ears in the flashback, knowing how her and the boy that likes her ends up. At least they were together in the end. Yeah, God, Heavenly Delusion's so fucking good. That one scene is stupid, but everything else is so good. Is they going to kill off scot-free in most stories? They don't learn because they... why would they? They weren't punished. Well, explicitly with that guy, too, because he is just a son of a bitch and evil. Like, I get the whole thing is, well, this character shouldn't, fall to darkness and all that, but this is not a fall to darkness. This is paying somebody back for doing something extraordinarily fucked up. If you want to do what Heavenly Delusion did, have the bad guy get killed with no fanfare by his very next victim. Yeah, there you go. Like, he tries to kidnap a woman and she stabs him to death. Something like that. Like, some form of a comeuppance. It's a great anime, but God, I hate the one scene that made me drop it and pick it up later down the line. That's what I mean. It is a very, very divisive ending. Like, that scene in particular made a lot of people go, fuck this, that's stupid. So even if they had an intent behind it of like, well, they didn't want the character to do X, or, well, the idea was this, it really fucked up. Yeah, it's not about revenge, it's literally about protecting people from him. Yeah. At least the guy was ready and willing to kill the rapist. Yeah, but it's still the fact of, like, the fact he had to let go and be like, all right, don't do it again. It's like, no, kill the motherfucker. Like, I think it honestly would have worked better for the character to kill him. Kill him, because even though the one chick is like, please don't do it, he can just look her in the eye and do it and be like, no. Like, no. The amount of people we watched die, the tragedies we saw, the people who were fucked over in life or went through horrible things, and they have to deal with all that, and this motherfucker gets to live? No. And thoughts on Big Bang Theory, like, it's bad or hates autistic people in Bulgaria? What? It's just some shitty sitcom. And Zoe Punisher Season 2 of the pedo guy. Yeah, kind of equivalent. One of those things of, why do you care about looking better than a fucking psycho like that who you don't give a shit about the opinion of? Well, bad guy killed by a nobody hurts only for those who kill for recognition or self-grandeur. Only has an impact on those value recognition. Not all people do. Killing is never the right thing to do. The specific case in Heavenly Delusion, that guy should be dead. Like, no, they should have killed that guy for multitudes of reasons. Chart to me sounds like the most selfish thing to do. Oh, I don't want to dirty my hands over the suffering of others. Yeah, it's like, because you find out the chick he experimented on, well, not even experimented on, just straight up tortured. She was not the only one. Yeah, rage quit after that because it's literally most hated trope ever. Yeah, it's just frustrating. It is just frustrating. I still like the series a lot, but that's the filter. That is the filter of how engaged are you with this? How willing are you to see further than it? Because if you're not already on board, that's the point where you're like, fuck this. I was going to watch Heavenly Delusion, and then I heard about the scene and said, fuck that. It's a good series. It is a very good series, but that scene is just dumb. It is just a dumb scene. It is honestly shocking because of how good the rest of it is, where it's like, what the fuck happened? I guess they just ran out of ideas for a big dramatic twist. Yeah, rape isn't the type of thing you can be rehabilitated from. There is no redemption. Well, especially in the way he did it. It was just sadistic. Like, on multiple levels sadistic. That's why I said, like, they had every reason in the world to kill that motherfucker, because he had every reason in the world to do what he did. He, like, every single explanation behind why he would do it just makes him worse. Even worse when taking into account the dude was technically raping 2 people. I can't explain how, but yeah. In a way, is he not justified for his actions? You can justifiably murder, you can't justifiably rape. Yeah. I think Avatar is carried solely by its villain. It's still bad, but he makes it more bearable. You talking about James Cameron? It's more carried by the fact that it's pretty. Doesn't matter what happens if a man who's done the most evil along with murder and will act again deserves it, regardless if it makes you as bad as them or not. Well, it's a thing of... See, this is where a series like Monster comes in and actually explores it in a pretty interesting way. Where they made Monster the whole point of at what point is Tenma responsible for the deaths Johan causes. And there's a lot of debate around that. And I do think Monster gets into a degree where it kind of I don't want to say flanderizes Johan, but it makes him a little too evil. There's a few too many moments of like, so this motherfucker just likes burning the world down. Okay. But Monster has a lot of really good moments that do kind of throw it in Tenma's face of, at what point is this your fault? You know, even though Tenma had no idea what he was getting himself into. People wonder why people like Punisher so much. He kills the people that deserve to die. It's frustrating to see idiots let evil people go. Yeah. There's a big difference between Spider-Man and Punisher. Spider-Man goes after guys who are just kind of small-town crooks, or you do like to see them go to prison for what they did. You know, you get to see them humiliated and dragged through the court system. Punisher, it goes after the guys that the worst possible thing is to just throw them in prison. Because it's just like, no, for what they did, they don't even deserve that. Tenma did everything wrong. Well, that's where you get into the interesting subtext of Monster and the Frankenstein comparisons. There's a lot of really interesting details of Monster. I personally disagree with Urasawa's ideas in the story, but is a strictly philosophical disagreement of, I do believe at some point it is Tenma's fault that he allows people to die because he refuses to kill Johan. It's like, no, Johan should be dead. Yeah, Spider-Man, just like Batman, once the big-time villains get help too, Peter trying to help especially. Yeah, they make it a point that a lot of the time when Peter runs into his villains, they themselves are dealing with something. Green Goblin is legitimately mentally ill and has moments of clarity. Sandman is just trying to help his fucking daughter. Venom, it's usually because he's controlled by the symbiote and can't control himself. Carnage is the only exception, and Carnage is basically fucking immortal. What Tenma do with our disco arc was over. I'm talking about Dr. Tenma from Monster. They named future arcs. They at least could have gone with killing you is too much of a mercy, chop off his arms or something, torture him somewhere he escapes. Or they try to kill him and he escapes. You know, it's like they shoot him or the building, and the building explodes, like monsters break out of the basement, because they do establish they were there. You know, it's like there were ways they could have had it work. Yeah, Harry Osborn had a drug addiction. Yeah. Aaron Peters killed before he has a line, but it's extremely hard to cross. Yeah. Are you going to make a video on women talking? The movie deserves a good flogging. What? Yeah, Boeing messed up. Had caused 2 astronauts be stuck in space until 2025 February. How about Doc Ock or Rhino? Doc Ock, he has the chip in the back of his head that's frying his fucking brain. Rhino, he's just kind of a dick. Now, last Spider-Man media kind of forgets Norman Osborn was actually a decent guy for Goblin Serum. Yeah. Hell, the fucking Spider-Man movie, the one with Willem Dafoe, they also make it a point of that. He's not that bad of a guy to Peter at first. It's purely when the Goblin Serum shows up. Carnage's like if chaotic evil is Spider-Man villain. Yeah. And they make it a point that, like, A, you can't really change Cletus because Cletus is just a fucking serial killer. And B, you can't really kill him either. He always seems to come back. What's Banshee about? All right. So you have a very small town in, wasn't it like Washington State or something? Very small town in like Washington, whatever, very woodland America kind of thing. And you have a professional thief who tries to get out of the life and ends up becoming the sheriff of a town. It is very interesting. Venom, he actually was abused by his father, made him bad daddy issues that he projected onto others. When life went wrong for him, he found redemption later on. Yeah. And specifically, whenever he fought Spider-Man, that's when the symbiote was controlling him, and he just couldn't really control it. Tema has the problem of he trained to shoot Johan, but every time he hesitates because of his oath and his teaching as a doctor, he's trying, but at some point you're yelling at him. Yeah. That's what I mean by it gets frustrating. That's where... Because the whole thing in... The whole thing in Monster is explicitly Tema represents purity and will never break to Johan's game. He'll never be as bad as him, that whole thing. But the problem is the fact that there are multiple times they make it clear that Tenma is just directly responsible for somebody dying because he did not kill Johan. Hell, wasn't that a big thing that, what was it, fucking Nina, I think her name was? Nina just screams at him after her parents die. It's like, this is your fault. And in kind of a roundabout way, it sort of was. I mean, that was one of the ones where it was more debatable, but there are ones later on that become a million times more clear. Yeah, that was Nina. Yeah, I couldn't remember her name at first. Sure, your Carnage Mind Bomb, if you haven't already, it's fucking brilliant. It is pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, Clay's killed his grandma, dog, and burned down his orphanage. Those are just the victims we know. People say Batman shouldn't kill because of the moral code, and him killing criminals makes no difference from other edgy heroes who kill are stupid. Well, I've always made it a point that Batman should not kill because the character's at his best when he doesn't. He is more interesting to watch. And a lot of the time, in his better stories, he's in situations where he doesn't need to. Like, The big problem is when you look at his entire storylines as like one continuous timeline where he's just constantly letting people die because he refuses to kill his villains. But if you take it story by story, stuff like Dark Knight Returns or Long Halloween, even Death in the Family, you can read stories as just singular little adventures and they work just fine. So Tenma's selfish as fuck. That is an aspect of his character, yes. I'm not even going to lie. So the big thing in Monster is it's a sort of roundabout adaptation of Frankenstein. The whole idea of it is Johan is Tenma's Frankenstein. He is the monster he created, even if completely unintentionally. Because Johan was just a doctor. He was a neurosurgeon. And just like the novel in Frankenstein, the monster's going around ruining the world around him. He is causing more suffering, more death, more destruction, because he feels like that's all there is to the world. That's all he wants to do. Tenma, on the other hand, represents the good in people. That's why there's that interesting thing where people who are affected by Johan become worse, and they get worse. They become much more selfish and mean and cruel. They get more bitter. They get more depressed. That's a big thing that happens with Nina. Then you have Tenma. And the more time Tenma spends with somebody, the better they become. The more likable they become, the more you genuinely like their character, the more they reveal, they're more vulnerable around Tenma, they're more willing to open up. The whole idea is there are two completely contrasting men. You have one that ruins the world and the one that heals the world. And that's why it had to be so steadfast on the idea that Tenma does not kill. Because if Tenma kills, well, now he has in fact stepped over out of his role of healing the world into being a killer. That's where I have the personal disagreement of, listen, Johan is the exception. He is the guy where if you're gonna do it, that's the best motherfucker to do it to. Yeah, rooftop alcohol and Johan are a bad combination, yeah. That's honestly why I prefer Pluto. Because Pluto just straight up asks the question of, well, what if you've already killed? You know, because it all revolves around the robots that fought in the war and all that. I much prefer that. Just because you see them react to it in different ways. They all had to process in their own way. I especially love the way they handle it with Gazette. That is a very, very well done arc and reveal. Like, Pluto is really good. I'd personally put Pluto above Monster simply because it doesn't have that clash of philosophy that kind of annoys me. My home hero is another great example where the dad was justified even though boyfriend was a sociopath. Yeah, my home hero is another one where it talks about, like, well, what would you do if it was your kid? Yeah, if you've killed, can you go on to save a life and redeem others? Yeah. Every latest chapter of my dress up drawing, thank Christ for that depression arc. So angel and demon comparison. Well, in regards to monster, I talk about the it's Frankenstein. If you ever read specifically the novel of Frankenstein, there is a lot of similarities between that and how Monster handles Tenma and Johann. I'm trying to say is that there's a few Batman villains that deserve to die, which is compelling within the story, but stupid. Comics are stupid, though. It's not that bad. Johann did help Carl reunite with his grandfather, so there was one good thing he did. Yeah, but he still should be dead. You don't understand? Gojo's grabbing her ass as they kiss. Have you got any best villains like Norman Stansfield, Hans Lander, and Bondrud? Not really. There's villains I like. Like I said, I like Johann and Monster. He's great. Novel Frankenstein's actually pretty creepy. It is a very good story. Honestly, I feel like a lot of the early adaptations of it really sold the concept short. Like, the fact the Monster has a specific beef with Frankenstein and is intelligent, I like that a lot. The thing about Johann was he was fucked in the head because of his raising, but at the same time, does that justify him continuing to do evil after being saved? Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, well, you understand Johann, you understand what created him, and you understand that there was a kid buried deep down somewhere in there, but that does not justify what he does to others, because he just perpetuated that same pain onto Nina. 20th Century Boys? I like 20th Century Boys. That is a good one. Honestly, if Batman had an actual working judicial system, Joker would have been sent to the chair years ago. Yeah, that's one thing I like about the Arkham games. They make it a point that Arkham Asylum was not helping at all. They were making things a million times worse. The only reason the Monster's not stopped sooner is because of the Doctor's pride. Yeah, Monster is willing to admit Tenma fucked up on multiple occasions. You don't ever need to get your hands dirty. You keep your heart and mind clean, and your hands will never need to be dirty. Own your feelings and your thoughts. And there are occasions where, all right, let's try to put this as in a way that sounds as little weekend warrior as possible. There are occasions where you choosing not to kill somebody is the cowardly move, because it will directly result in somebody else dying. And if you are willing to put your own pride above the safety of another human being, you are a coward and will be mocked as such through history. Yeah, Nina tried to kill herself because she could not pull the trigger on Johann, and Johann knew she couldn't. He played her like a fucking fiddle. Yeah, what happens to Nina is so fucked up. That's important in Batman is that Gotham is ran like a corrupt oligarchy, literally too corrupt. I think the reason they don't straight up kill the rogues and is Arkham needs lab rats. That and Sharp just genuinely likes to torment them. Like, Sharp straight up tortures them. Opus by Satoshi Kon. Yeah. How can I Riz Fukuda? Just don't be retarded. I'm trying to remember how we actually get up there. Okay, yeah, I see now. I'm going to straighten my hair. What did I miss? We're talking about Monster. Very, very good series. Ironically agreed, League of Shadows. Gotham City is a hellhole more murder in New York in the 70s or New York in Max Payne. Gotham must fall. And a man taking supervillains. That too, Suicide Squad existing also is a massive problem because they need those supervillains to say supervillains. Sometimes they'll get in the way of them trying to fix their lives just so they can be on the Suicide Squad. Yeah, Warden sold out Hugo Strange in Arkham City. Screw him. I'm to the Monsters sequel novel if you read it. I didn't really like it, but they confirmed Johann's alive. Like once again, I think Monster had an issue where it started becoming too aware of how popular Johann was getting So it had to go out of its way to make Johann like a fucking ghost. And it's like, no, no, no. Johann's at its best when you... Okay, so when Monster first begins, Johann is treated like a ghost and like this mysterious phantom and like, who the hell is this guy? That kind of thing. But you learn more and more about him and you learn his humanity. And you find out, holy shit, this is just some beaten down kid turned into a fucking killer by a program that never should have existed in the fucking first place. Like, at the end of the day, Johann wasn't a monster. He was just any other random douchebag in Germany. But it feels like it kind of got a little too... It kind of started to fillet him a little bit too much and had to go out of his way to show you, no, he's the most evil motherfucker in the world. To the point of, like, I mean, he's straight up teaching kids how to play chicken on a rooftop. It's like, no, this guy should be dead. He should just be dead. He does not bring anything good to the world. I want to get into Monster. Should I start with the manga or the anime? The anime, it actually has more stuff than the manga. The only thing humans are equal in is death. Is Pluto better than Monster? I prefer it, but it's just how it handles its themes. Yeah, he gave money to a crack addict. He encouraged the dude to drink himself to death. Like, Johann is just the devil. He just wants to see everyone around him suffer and die. That is Johann's whole thing. And if there was any moment where you saw more of a humanity to him, more of a vulnerability, that you saw that his need to ruin everyone around him is coming from a painful place, I would have been more okay with the ending where Tenma leaves him, because you would have been able to tell that Tenma figured him out, and he was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. You are nothing. You are not going to be the last man to die on Earth. You are going to die alongside everyone else in a mass, and you will be remembered because I'm going to remember you. You know, get more in his head and kind of fuck with him on his level. I would have preferred more of that. You know, so even if he didn't kill him, he would have lost to Tenma. I think that would have worked a little bit more. It was heavily implied Johann was born a monster. Yes, he had the proclivities, but he was... It was a case of, like, he was born with proclivities to be fucked up. His family fucked him up further with the whole, hey, I'm going to be you for a little bit thing, which, not great. And then you had Kinderheim. You had multiple things, one after another, that basically just put him on the path to being Satan. Will Batman solve the Death Note case? Yeah, he has access to magic. Oh, I dropped the pen. Yeah, Kennerheim just made him worse. Kennerheim trained him. You aren't meant to see humanity and a character written to be inhuman. The story was set up so Tenma's code remains stronger than Johann's nothingness. And I just don't see it that way. I don't see it that way explicitly because if you want us to agree with Tenma leaving him alive, you need to show why he would leave him alive. Because all it looks like is Tenma chose to keep somebody alive that will only insist on causing more death. And should countless others be doomed to die because one man will not suck up his fucking pride. That is why I'm not a big fan of him sparing him. Would you like 20th Century Boys anime or afraid they'll sell it short? I really like how they did Pluto. That was really good. Yeah, Batman's smarter than Light. Yeah, Batman is just straight up smarter than Light. Once he realizes it's magic, he can just go to any of the various magic figures in DC. He can just go straight to Dr. Fate and be like, hey, who's doing this? Would you say Trigon Maximum walks so Vinland Saga could run? Maybe. They are different, but I can see the connections. Both about being pacifist protagonists. Well, if Dr. Fate was no snitchy-ass bitch. Yeah, assuming like someone like Spectre doesn't get the light first. That is true. That seems too easy, though. Welcome to Magic in DC. You just go to Dr. Fate for literally anything. I find neo-Nazis wanted to raise Johann as the new Hitler. Yeah, well, Johann's whole thing, his big plan is he wanted to cause the end of the world. Monster literally opens up with quoting Revelations when Satan rises from the ocean and destroys the world. You know, that whole thing. Because Johann's dream was to be the last man to die on Earth. All of mankind was gone. You know, because he just wanted to see the world burn. That was his thing. Zatanna as well. Zatanna is also pretty powerful, but if you need a character in a DC story to explain magic to you, you just go to Dr. Fate because he knows fucking everything. Constantine. Yeah, Constantine as well. Yeah, Spectre will show right, the true wrath of God. Man, Dr. Fate's magic runs on bullshit. Don't forget, Elle figured out it was a lie at the beginning, but the team wouldn't let him do the usual thing. Yeah. What do you think of Grimmer? I only feel pain and sadness for him to the point of grimming up. Yeah. Tearing up. Yeah. So many characters get fucked over. Even then, Bruce be able to figure out who Light was just through the detective work. If Death Note is magical, he could trace the energy source to his computer. Don't fuck with Batman. Yeah. He's fought literal gods. Apparently, delete that happened last year's Insomniac Marvel Spider-Man 2. Cletus Cassidy dies by hand of the Punisher, or Spider-Man brutally kills him. What? What are you talking about? Like for Spider-Man 3? Because I assume you're talking about like the leaks from Insomniac. So the leaks from Insomniac implied that Cletus Cassidy would die from Punisher or Spider-Man killing him. That would be weird. Batman divided ways to kill the entire Justice League. Look at the Arc Tower of Babel. Batman's fucking scary. Yeah. Oh yeah, wasn't Spider-Man 2 supposed to have DLC? Interesting. Interestingly, by Death Note's rules, Batman's real name would be Batman. So that'd be the funny part, because Light would spend so much resources trying to figure out who Bruce Wayne was, and then he'd write it in the Death Note, and it wouldn't work because he considered himself to be Batman. Elle knew immediately when he met Light, it was when the rules that was putting him a step behind. But Elle is without a doubt smarter than Light, but also Light wasn't really being held back by anything. I love the in-universe and Phantom joke that John Constantine is such an asshole. Everyone avoids talking to him. Heroes, villains, angels, demons, gods. He's insufferable to all. I can see Punisher killing Carnage. I mean, once he figures out how to kill a symbiote. What'd you think of the Major from Helsing? She's great. Unless you're talking about the Nazi guy. Nazi guy was also fun. Being in DC, which DC character do you think would get along with Hellboy? Maybe Superman? They're both kind of chill. Would Punisher ever wear the Venom symbiote? Wasn't there a what if where that happened? And imagine some big demon doing dramatic evil stuff. Constantine shows up, demon breaks character going, oh, not you again. Batman could ironically claim, you may have outsmarted me, but I have outsmarted your outsmarting. Rest in piss, Light. Yeah, Punisher became Venom in a what if. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's like, I knew that happened before. Also, you had the whole, like, there was like that big event where like fucking everybody had spider powers. It was fucking weird. How about Batman fare up against Lelouch? I got money on Batman. I got money on Batman. You think you need to imagine Batman with a cowl on his face for it to work? That'd be great if the easiest way to kill Batman was the simplest. That would be funny. The easiest way to kill Batman would be the simplest one, and Light never figures it out because it's so simple. That's in Symbiote Deadpool from Deadpool Samurai manga. I still haven't read it. I should probably get around to it because they included Samurai Deadpool in Wolverine vs. Deadpool. Not vs. Deadpool, but Wolverine Deadpool. Could Punisher survive 1v1 basketball match against LeBron James in 2008? Totally. Luke cannot lift, so Batman wins. Yeah, you defeat a symbiote with the power of dubstep. Yeah. Would win Jess, L, or Batman? Probably L. Batman's smarter than Luke, too, so he'd outsmart him strategically, but if he doesn't know about the Geass, he's in trouble. That's in 2004 Punisher movie. It's fucking great. That's still probably the definitive Punisher movie. I think Punisher could work with powers. He's at his best when he doesn't have them. Punisher is meant to be like an Old West gunslinger. He is the man with no name, going from town to town, clearing out the outlaws. That is Frank at his best. It's just the fact that he has more modern guns and he has the skull, you know? You know, that's why the 2004 movie is so good, because they take a lot of influence from Old West gunslinger movies. Ever watch Punisher Warzone? It was okay. It's a pretty fun bloodfest. If Leon Canny and Batman would put in a race in RE4, who would get the job done quicker, essentially speedrun RE4? Probably Batman, because he has access to a lot more resources and a lot more out there resources. Batman's pretty fucking OP when you look into it, guys. What do you think of Frankenstein Punisher? Franken Punisher? Or no, Frankencastle? I wasn't a big fan of it. I thought it was goofy and stupid, and on top of that, it was it was continuing the storyline of when fucking Dakin killed Frank, and I fucking hate Dakin, so I didn't like that anyway. I was like, that's stupid. I hate this. This is dumb. Punisher became Ghost Rider in some runs. He became Cosmic Ghost Rider. Frankenstein? No, he was literally called Frankencastle. Where's my Heroes of the Gamma World episode? Everyone became like Hulk, and Hulk realized is this what it's like living with me? Man, I'm annoying. Funny shit. Being Batman takes someone who is physically superior to him, and even then, with preparation, Bruce is unparalleled. Bruce had great martial arts, but his mind's a great asset. Yeah. I think Punisher having angel guns for that run, that was stupid. They were trying to make him like Spawn. It was dumb. I played a 1993 Punisher beat 'em up arcade game. I did manage to get a copy running on the MAME emulator. That sounds like fun. All of you are severely underestimating Batman. Batman literally fell from orbit, was completely unharmed from impact. He regularly dodges the lasers and probably can do the same. I'll take Dakin Peak, Marvel editor, for a time. Yeah, that was stupid. Dakin was a bad idea. Like, Dakin was them trying to do like an edgier version of X-23. Because like everyone liked X-23. Everyone thought X-23 was great. But fuck's sake, man, Dakin was nowhere near as cool as they thought he was. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna crack my back one more time. Yeah. There we go. We got further in FF14. Did a pretty good time. We have not been banned from our home yet. We are home. We are nice. We are nice and safe in our home. Who's Deacon? Dakin. He was Wolverine's son. What came first, X-23 or Wolverine's son? I'm pretty sure X-23 came first. Because if I remember right, Dakin was like a pretty recent addition. That's why they shoved him into Civil War to try to give him something to do, and then he fought Frank and killed him. Punisher only works as a street-level character. Anything else just meh or interesting. Shove him in anything else, and it feels like you're trying too hard. Like, yeah, he's at his best when it's street level and a lot more personal and about him, you know? Thank you again, Fox Lady. Yeah, remember to make sure to thank Kirsch. She did well. She did well. X-23 was really from X-Men Evolution. So was that before or after Dakin? I thought Dakin was like 2003. X-23 started out first in X-Men Evolution. Yeah, X-Men Evolution was what, like 2001? Simon is killed me on top of dieting and slept pretty much all day, drinking energy drink, fixed my sleep somewhat. Wish me lucky. Dakin was later. That's what I thought, yeah. Dakin was later because he basically was created right before they did Civil War. And Civil War was where they had to make him, like, they tried their best to make Dakin do fucking anything. Dakin popped up after Civil War, so around 2006. I thought when he killed Frank, it was like right in the middle of Civil War, but I might be misremembering. Because like, all I remember is they had him kill Frank because it was their way of going like, all right, we need Dakin to literally do fucking anything to be remembered. Because nobody liked Dakin. I didn't even know Dakin existed. Only X-23 exists for me. Okay, that was after Secret Empire. Okay. So Secret Empire happened, and that's when he killed him. Yeah. I always forget Secret Empire was, like, right after Civil War. I always feel like Secret Empire came, like, way before. Yeah, Dakin first showed up in Wolverine Origins back in 2007. Yeah. Yeah, X-Men Evolution was 2002. Yeah. Did you ever watch Wolverine X-Men? A pretty good cartoon that was canceled by Marvel so it wouldn't promote Fox movies? Yeah. From what I heard, people liked that. They had to hate Buddy Cop Dakin with Bullseye during Dark Reign. Yeah, that was fucking stupid. Yeah, that was during Dark Reign when Osborn was in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, Dakin's just Logan, but less of a reason to be a dick. Dakin always felt like they wanted to do X-23 again, because people actually really liked X-23. So they wanted to recapture that, but just make him a dude so they can get like the edgy emo guy thing. And they just could never get it right. It just fucked up. Because you already had X-23 and you already had Wolverine. So that you already had the character and then the legacy character that will replace them. Was Secret Empire the one with Hydra Cap? No. Fucking, Secret Empire was when... That was the Skrull invasion, right? That was when Skrull was replacing people. Yeah, Dakin was My Chemical Romance Wolverine. Yeah. Wolverine and X-Men were part of the Yossverse, a.k.a. Earth's Mightiest Hero Avengers, along with the Spectacular Spider-Man. Yeah. You have no other recourse but to overpower new characters. Miles, Dakin, Miss Marvel, Power Creep, Mecha Cancer, DEI hires now. Well, Dakin they haven't touched in a long-ass fucking time. They pretty much threw his ass away and just focused completely on X-23. Yeah, Secret Invasion was the Skrull invasion. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Secret Invasion was the Skrulls. Secret Empire was Nazi Cap. Yeah, Secret Empire was later. That was like 2000... That was like 2016, right? That one felt like... That one felt a lot more recent. Curious to get your channel back. She get her mom's ex-boyfriend to hex YouTube with Viking blood magic. No, she retweeted me yelling at YouTube, so that might have helped. How do you read your scripts? You go bullet point or full script? I read a full script. Do I think they can make Dakin work? They would have to go in and change a lot about him because he's just X-23 again, which is the big problem. It's like Wolverine already has a kid, and that is X-23. That's Laura. So you would have to find a new spin on that. Like, the only thing they really have is the fact that, like, Dakin is his actual blood kid and not just a clone. Yeah, Secret Empire was Nazi Cap, but Dark Reign came right after Secret Invasion. And Dakin's the argument of why Logan should not have any more kids. Most mainstream Dakin ever got was when he was disguised Wolverine, Norman Osborn's villain Avengers. Remember the Razzies give 2016 Worst Film Awards to Dinesh D'Souza's documentary about Hillary Clinton? Yeah. Definitely no motivation there. Don't get cringe from Cap saying Hell Hydra. Nick Spencer really thought he was cooking with that. Yeah, it's like... It's a decent enough gimmick for a what-if story. Like, well, what if Captain America was a deep-cover Hydra agent? Like, I can see, like, a comic kind of fleshing that idea out and subverting some of his more... historical moments to be like nefarious and evil. Like, that'd be kind of fun. But then they try to turn it into an actual storyline and it's like, oh, this is fucking stupid. How's Ziggy and Winston? They're doing all right. We bought the wrong dog food and messed up Iggy's stomach, but she's doing all right now. Logan, the clone turned out fine, while the blood kid's a genocidal douche. I should not have sex, period. How's Dakin's mom? I think she's dead. Because it was one of the Japanese ladies Logan slept with when he was staying over there. Wasn't that a story because of Trump? I'm sure that was the excuse, but I think it was just them trying to pull like any kind of cheap twist they had. Yeah, Dakin had a moment where he fought Hulk's son, Scar. Yeah, he had a moment, and I think a lot of it is helped by the fact that Scar's just kind of okay. So you had two mid characters that fought, and it's like, Secret Empire is basically Trump bad the comic. It was idiotic, and they had to change the stories that went on to have Cap just be an alternate dimension and come back and save the world. Hey, make your video sound so natural. I've been really struggling. Just read with confidence. Read like you know what you're talking about. It's a skill you will develop. You poisoned Iggy. Are you Vanilla Ice? Kirsten's a good woman for helping you out, getting attacked and gaslighted from all sides as they're jumping at Shao's a little bit lately. Yeah, it was really nice of her to do that. Like, I'm fully willing to give her full credit, because otherwise we have to praise YouTube's system, and that makes me want to vomit. So no, I'll let her have the full credit. The fact she even retweeted in the first place was nice. It was nice. Laura and Gabby, they shouldn't have had to kill off Kirika and AOA. What was the comic that gave us the theme of Meme Captain America telling a reporter about how stupid America got? I think that was one of the Ta-Nehisi Coates ones. That one was also fucking dumb. Or the Romulus saga Wolverine, where Marvel tried to say Wolverine and Romulus were Neanderthals who evolved from wolves instead of apes. Yeah, that's dumb. I like... Wolverine being centuries old works, but it can't be more than that. If he's like getting into thousands or even millions of years, that's to a degree of like, all right, you're taking this shit way too fucking far, man. Jenny fears the fox. Captain America Hail Hydra meme still funny. It is pretty funny. Yeah, Secret Empire ruined a bunch of characters by saying literal Nazi collaborators. Yeah. See new leaks of the Wolverine game? They exist. Dakin's mom is a Japanese woman in 1946 who was then killed by Winter Soldier, gets cut out of her stomach after her death by someone else in Strauss because of his healing factor. Yeah, I knew his mom was dead. I just didn't remember how. All right, I'm going to make sure we're caught up here. Favorite Alice in Chains song? The Rooster. It's easy, but it's good. Wolverine, but he's actually themed around being inspired by fucking Wolverines. As worse as Wolverine original concept being mutated from an actual Wolverine. Yeah, like, the Wolverine's a title. It shouldn't be a literal thing about him. You understand that, like, oh, Wolverine, he's very tough and he fights like hell. It's like, there you go, all you need. But yeah, we're going to call it here. I am getting sleepy. It seems like we're up and running in business as usual. So I'm going to be working on getting the Restrepo video out. I'm hoping to get that out by maybe the 21st or so. I think that'd be a good one. Maybe a little bit later, but we'll see. Because it turns out I have no jury duty for the next coming week, which gives me a hell of a lot of things to do. We are also currently still working on a lot of the comic stuff. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. We got a lot of side stuff we're working on. I would like to show off the designs of the work in progress design of the Yuki Dakimakura, the actual cyborg lady Dakimakura we're working on. But our artist decided he was going to be a little bit too artistic about it, and there's full-blown nipple, so I won't be able to show that off just yet. I'll have to wait for him to get a little bit more further in the process where she's a bit more covered up. But, you know, we're going to see. We're going to see. We're very excited. A lot of things are in the pipeline. It's going to be great. I might even get a trailer out for it pretty soon. Right before we officially launch campaign. I don't know, maybe, possibly. But we're going to figure it out. So remember, join the mailing list. Gotta make sure I'm all over the place here. All right, yeah, I can just go to the fucking... I was trying to get the link. Yeah, link in the description. Join the mailing list. It's gonna be fantastic. So YouTube doesn't cause any more fuck ups. Possible stream a show on Tuesday, as far as I'm aware. I even have something special planned for Saturday. Saturday is gonna be really good. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I may have Irishman who is interested in doing a Civ 5 stream, possibly, maybe, kind of, a little bit. It'll be a lot of fun. I've been put a lot of time into Civ 5, so I should be able to kick his ass. I should be able to. I will conquer the world with Crab and put the Irishman in his place like the English did. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. Finished FF8 already? I know, but this is something that Irishman really wanted to do, so, you know, it'll be fun. It'll be fantastic. It'll be fantastic. So, see ya.